Start sharing. Sharing. All right, here we go.
Yep, there it is.
Whoop, there it is. All right. Anybody who is watching this and wants to go and share this, I'm going to copy and paste this link into the chat.
You're muted, my friend.
Thank you. All right, so good afternoon, good morning, and good night to all of our friends. I know we have some international folks on the call today, and I'm so excited that you are all choosing to join us today. I'm so excited. So thank you so much for joining us here at the Elevate Your Coaching Business Summit. The intention of this summit is really to help people who may identify as a coach, a consultant, or someone who just likes to help people in some capacity. I feel like we are all helpers, right? We just are. As entrepreneurs, we're here to help people. And we decided today to, with this summit, to dive in a little deeper into the semantics that come along with running a coaching business of some sort. So we have put together an amazing group of speakers and panelists, and we are here to knock your socks off. And all of these speakers, you guys, I just have to tell you, are absolutely incredible. We had an amazing networking call with them last week, and the energy in the room, on the virtual room, was pretty amazing. And the comments were all, "Oh my God, this is amazing. Oh my gosh, everybody here is amazing." I'm like, I know it's not by accident. It was on purpose. And so we were very intentional about who we selected to be a speaker or a panelist here. So I hope that you have some paper and pen ready today, because you're going to want to take a lot of notes. If you, in your email as a VIP, you have access to a workbook. You are welcome to print out as many of those pages as you want. You don't have to print out any of them. You can print out whatever one you want to, if that's something that interests you. But I wanted to have something available to you to be able to have a place to take notes. And the goal is to get you from info collector to action taker, because I don't know about you, but it's really easy to consume content, but to actually take action on it, that's where I want to get you today, is to implement. So as a VIP guest, as being on this call today, you will be able to participate in a implementation mastermind with our panelists, meaning that we are going to help get you from what you just heard. Oh my gosh, that was amazing. What do you want to implement into your business? And then how will that happen? Do you need to delegate it? Do you need to hire somebody? Are you going to do it? Who's going to do it? But like, this is definitely something that we're very excited about. I wanted to introduce our sponsor, Miss Laura Holloman of the Endotype Formula. She is also going to be one of our keynote speakers today. And if you have not yet, if you are watching this on YouTube and you have not yet joined the VIP option, when you join VIP, you will be able to come on as a, your face will be here and you'll be able to participate in the summit. As a VIP, you will also get access to our VIP prizes. Miss Fran is putting all that information in the chat, but you will get access to all of these amazing prizes and the vault of content that all of our speakers and panelists have submitted. So you're going to get so much good stuff because you're going to hear from the panelists for 5 minutes, but the content that they've provided in the vault is will go deeper into their topic. So you'll be able to dive in deeper with them and learn more to what do you need in order to get your business to the next level. Because I bet you everybody here on this call wants more clients. Am I correct in that assumption? Everybody wants more clients? Yeah? Yeah? Okay. Well, you've come to the right place. You've come to the right place because our goal is to help you get there. Okay. So, let's see here. I have my little checklist here. The other thing that we're going to do is after each of our implementation masterminds, you're going to have the ability to share a takeaway, something that just resonated with you, something that maybe you just want to say it out loud of what you're going to do so that you kind of, you know, when you say it out loud, when you speak it into existence, it can help get your brain ready to take action. Okay, so we're going to give everybody an opportunity to share a takeaway from your mastermind or just the thing that you took away that you want to implement. Prizes. So I mentioned a little bit about the prizes. I just want to kind of explain how that's going to work. So as a VIP, after this is all over, probably tomorrow, because I'm going to need a little bit of a break, you're going to get an email that's going to have a form for you to fill out and tell us which of the prizes you are interested in receiving. Then you will go into a drawing specifically for those prizes, and then the winners will be chosen by random spinning wheel drawing thing online. And then I will contact you to let you know which prizes you have won and how to redeem those prizes. Those are only eligible to people who have upgraded to the VIP, which is only $97 today to come and join us live here. And I think that's everything that I needed to say, all of our little things here. So we're going to go ahead and get right on start. We're going to get started. And Miss Olivia Norton is our very first keynote speaker. I specifically chose Olivia to start us off today because we're going to be talking about making decisions and how we make those decisions. And Olivia is the perfect person to lead us off in that. So I'm going to record this and I'm going to make Olivia nice and big for everybody so that you can all see her nice, beautiful face with her beautiful red lipstick. All right, Olivia, take it away, girlfriend.
Good morning, everyone. Oh, my computer's talking to me. So, as coaches, one of the things that we want to help people do is to be able to make solid decisions for themselves and for their business if they're a business person that are reliable and rapid. So one of the big things, like if you're a coach and you have a business, you know that one of the things that pulls us up a lot of times is like making the right choice. We're really trained in this culture that we've got to be perfect and we've got to do it right and we're going to make a decision and then that's the thing we're going to have to live with forever. And so we can really get held up in our business and our clients can really get held up making those decisions. So how do we do that faster and more reliably? One of the things that a lot of us are trained in is mindset work, right? So we're trained to work with making lists. We're trained on thinking about our client and working backwards. What do they need? How do we serve them? Correct? And so we see a lot about our clients that they don't see. But the challenge with mindset work is it only keeps us up here in our brain. It keeps us up here in the very creative, very wonderful, very fantastic human brain. But if you're a coach, you also know, watching anybody that we work with and humanity in general, we know that that brain can go sideways very quickly. When we get traumatized when we're young, big T trauma, little T trauma, we know that the brain starts to go into protective mode, and however that does that, rather than being able to be present. And when we're talking about good decisions, we're talking about being able to be present to do that. And the challenge is, who is in the driver's seat when we're needing to make good decisions quickly right now? And when we're only trained in working in the brain, we're limited in those decisions because our human brains have three purposes. Well, they have one purpose, which is to keep us alive, right? So survival. Our brains are really, really good at that. And we have these beautiful frontal lobes that are all about creativity and being able to think creatively and problem solve. But when the part of our brain that's keeping us in survival mode gets clicked on, these frontal lobes, this creative, lovely part of our brain, stops working because we don't need to think about philosophy or art when we're trying to survive the lions, tigers, and bears back when we were hunter-gatherers. So our brain's really designed for survival, which is fantastic. And in that, it does three things. Our brain moves us towards pleasure, away from pain, and it conserves resources. So it conserves resources by making habits and making habits that keep us surviving. Now, as a coach, you know, because we can see it all over the folks that we work with, those places where those habits no longer serve our clients. Those old survival habits from our childhood, from our teenage years, from mistakes we've made in the past, from things that have scared us in the past, we create habits, which is what our brain does, in order to conserve resources to keep us surviving. So we watch our clients. We watch our clients not be able to make the progress that they want to make. And we can see it from the outside. That's actually our job, right? Is to see that and to help them skirt around, figure it out. Like we help people from the present into their future, correct? And then if they need mental health help, we help them find a great therapist so that they can dig out the past. However, when we're only doing mindset work, it can get very tricky because changing that habit that we know that they hired us for, that they can even see that they need, it doesn't feel safe because the old habit is safety and survival, and that any new brain set habit can't take hold because it's literally a glitch in the system. You're trying to convince the brain to do something that it's not wanting to do because it feels like it's threatening to the survival. And a lot of times that's when we lose clients, right? That's either when they see the possibility and it's amazing, but it's too big a leap for their brain. And so they don't hire us to begin with because they get scared. Or they bump up against something and then their brain makes us the bad guy and they bail out, or they start to get slippery, and those places where they just can't go because their brain is doing what the brain's designed to do, which is to keep us safe and to survive and to be right about things, which is why we can never convince anybody, because the brain has to be right, because being right keeps us alive. And we can watch in our culture like how being right is ending up making all kinds of things go sideways that people don't need to be right about, right? But that's a whole nother summit, right? So the brain, lovely. And we know more about the brain than we did 10 or 20 years ago. We know about neuroplasticity now, that the brain changes over the time. So we know that habits can change. The challenge is when the gap is too big, the brain cannot make that leap. And then that's where we get stuck often, working with our clients and being able to help them make that mindset change. And here's why, is because our nervous system is everywhere in the body, everywhere. And our body, any part of our body that is not a nervous system, talks to our brain in brain chemicals. That's how our brain and body talks to each other. But we have been cut off. Men in our culture have been cut off from their bodies in a particular ways, and women in our culture have been cut off from their bodies in different ways. But we're all living up here and not all the way down, all the way into our bodies. And our bodies were with us everywhere we've been, doing everything we've been doing, learning everything that we've been learning. And we cut ourselves off from it. And then we love that the brain has language, because we can hear it and we can talk to it. We think it's right. We really elevate the brain and de-elevate the rest of our body. And if we cut off the rest of our body, we're missing most of the decision-making capacity we have as humans. Because our brain, as soon as it gets stuck into survival mode, it's not making decisions from our present anymore. And it's not able to take our past and evaluate it so that we can make good decisions in the present. It just becomes a reactionary mechanism. So we're not making decisions now, we're making decisions from here. And we can see it in others, right? This is the double-edged sword of coaching, right? We can see this all over other people, right? But we have trouble seeing it in ourselves because we have our own blind spots, just like our clients. Like our clients can't see it, or like that, friend who's telling you about the new person they're dating, and you're like, oh, that's the same. Like, it's a different person, but it's the same you doing the same thing. We look like that to them, right? So our own blind spots of our brain can keep us sideways. However, once we start to really get into our bodies, we can tap into the rest of the knowledge that we have in the present and be able to make a better, reliable decision now, bypassing some of this if necessary. So years ago, I started working with clients on what I eventually called the council. And it started out as a council of 3. Our head, our heart, and our gut. And it actually came out of the fact that I had made a major life decision. And my gut was screaming at me not to do it. And I did it anyway, because my head said it was a good idea. And it turned out to be monumentally bad. Monumentally bad. And so what did I realize is that I heard my gut talking to me and I stepped over it because my brain had a lot of great logical reasons why I should say yes, even though my gut was screaming at me to say no. And I realized if you talk to any woman where they talk about women's intuition is just listening to our heart and our guts. But because the rest of our body does not have the same language as our brain does, our brain can convince us that it's the smartest in the room, even when it's making monumentally bad decisions and bad choices. Like even sometimes you'll be making the choice and then your brain will go, oh, that's a bad idea. Oh, we're going to do it anyway, right? If you're human, you've done that. So listening to our heart and listening to our gut. And we know now that the largest centers outside of the spinal cord of nerve tissue are around our heart and within our gut. They're not separate. Our heart is talking to our brain all the time. Our gut is talking to our brain and our heart all the time. Our body's talking to itself all the time, but because it's not the same language, we don't hear it. And most of us got cut off from it so early, we don't know the language of our bodies. So the head, the heart, and the gut. Now, just as a little aside, the council's actually 5. We also have the pelvic floor and our bones. I saw a little hint. Those are a little more nuanced and refined, and you can start with the head, heart, and gut because that's a council of 3. And that council of 3, when you need to make a decision, you ask, what does the brain think? What does the heart think? What does the gut think? And it's a process to learn to reconnect with these, but we can hear them. And my rule always is 2 out of 3 wins. 2 out of 3, that's the decision. Now, the tricky part is, especially as coaches, is when our heart and our gut are the 2, and our brain is trying to convince us otherwise. But those places where we step over our head and our heart and our gut are usually the places where later our brain's like, oh, yeah, that's a bad idea. And we didn't know. But we did know, but we didn't know. But we did. So one of the challenges is that this all involves feelings. And there are a lot of feelings we don't feel. And so but that's just the chemistry. That's just our brain and our body talking. So being able to be in the discomfort of feeling so that you can actually get all of the information is a valuable skill to develop. And that just comes with practice. But there are a couple of ways that we can easily tap into this counsel when we need to. And the first is to be able to get quiet enough to hear them. Now, this doesn't necessarily mean that you've got to be in a quiet space. You can do it on the subway. You can do it in an airport. You can do it as somebody's literally yelling at you. But this quiet is internal, right? So we got to get just quiet enough to hear. What does the brain say? What does the heart say? And what does the gut say? And 2 of the easiest ways to access these is, you keep seeing me do this because I'm super tactile. Touch. So we touch the belly, we touch the heart, We access these with touch because this touch literally stimulates the nervous system around the heart and around the gut so that we can hear them better. This is an old physical therapy trick that if you want to get a muscle to do something in physical therapy that's not listening, you touch it, you tap it, and it will connect brain and muscle. It's the same with the heart. It's the same with the gut. So you touch your heart and you can hear it a little better. You touch your gut, you can hear it a little better. You do these at the same time, tapped in with the brain, and you got your counsel online. What are they saying? It's that simple. Simple, but not easy, right? That easy, but complex. Now, we got to be careful because a lot of times the heart is like a super yes or no. So, like, we're trained, like love is very compelling. The heart, yes. But is that the wisdom of the heart, or is that our automatic yes? Or flip side, an automatic no, right? So what is our heart actually telling us about this thing in the moment? And it's a feeling. The language of the brain is your first language that's spoken, right? So if you're English, for lots of us, whatever your first language of speaking is the brain. The heart, the language is that feeling of love. Yes or no? Which way are you going? And it's not love like romantic love. Would I love to do this? Would I love to have this person in my life? Is this work the love of my life? Right? And then the gut tends to be really good at saying, fuck no. No. All right. So if the gut's yelling at you, it's usually a no way, right? We know that, like that sinking. But when the gut's a yes, it's like, hey, cool. We'll go with that. So learning to listen to how your heart and your gut speak to you is part of the process. But starting to practice, and touching is the first way to get in there. The second is with your breath. If you're not a touch person, or if this isn't quite getting it, when you breathe into this space in your heart. So you take a breath into your rib cage. Imagine your heart being surrounded by this oxygen, which it is, physiologically, that's what's happening. Breathe right into there. And then what does it say? Breathing way down into our guts so that your belly actually expands. You're not holding it in, your belly expands, right? And what does it say when your belly has all that oxygen to be able to give you good information? So touch and breath. And then 2 out of 3. Once again, it seems really simple. And it is. And it's a practice. Now, the thing I love about the counsel is it is a practice that people can develop easily, and it fits in with any kind of coaching work that you do. It fits in with any kind of training that you've had. It fits in with any kind of anything that you've done. So it's not replacing your coaching work. It's an adjunct to being able to listen to yourself so that you can be with your clients to be able to get into themselves. The challenge happens when we do have trauma big trauma, big T or little t trauma, and we're disconnected in our nervous system. And that's a whole body of work that has to be unraveled so that we can hear things. And so that's another layer of being able to listen. But today is about ourselves, our clients, their businesses. And so to be able to, so you can do this if you want together, but I'm going to encourage you at this moment to take a moment, put your feet on the floor, take a nice breath. Notice if your brain starts running, this woman's wackadoodle. What am I doing here? What am I? Or, oh, I love it. Oh, I can't wait to get it. Notice your brain. It's got tons of opinions. Your body may be experiencing something else. And then just take your hand and put it over your heart. Notice how it feels to be connected in that way. We're going to spend a long day together, taking in tons and tons of information into your brain. Where are you going to go? Who are you going to pick? What do you need? We can check in over and over and over. And then put your other hand on your gut. So one hand on your heart, the other hand on your belly. Are they telling you anything? Are they like surprised that you're checking in? A lot of times our body is like, I've been here the whole time. Where have you been? So notice, and then just, if you want to, you can close your eyes or just take a breath down into that space just behind your rib cage where your hand is, and notice what shifts in how you feel. And then bring that breath all the way down into your gut and notice what it feels like there. And then notice if either your heart or your gut are telling you anything. That is it. So getting you back in your driver's seat, fabulous. Oh.
Thank you, Miss Olivia. That was amazeballs. Everybody show some Olivia some love in the chat. If you had any takeaways, feel free to share those so she can read about your impact. So we're going to go right into our next keynote speaker. Miss Laura Hulleman is going to be talking about endotype branding. And then immediately after that, we're going to go into our business foundation panel, where we're going to continue the conversation around branding and other things that our businesses need in order, like thinking about the house, we got to have the foundation built first, right? First we need blueprint, but then we need foundation. So Miss Laura, I'm going to let you have the floor. And I'm also going to start another recording. It's going to make it easy for me as I put stuff in the vault, y'all.
Well, I want to start by a big thanks to Elaine, the organizer of this amazing summit. Show her some love. I've been to several of Elaine's summits. I've spoke at a few of Elaine's summits, and that was the reason that I chose to sponsor, is because it was an Elaine summit for coaches, because she just does, her automating system. She just does an amazing job of organizing and curating great speakers. So thank you very much, Elaine, for all the work that has gone into this fantastic summit. Today, we're going to talk about endotype branding and identity-aligned branding. And we're starting with branding when it comes to coaching for a very specific reason. I believe that branding is one of the biggest determining factors of your success in your coaching business. If your branding is not aligned, you are going to struggle to get clients. And today we're going to talk about why that is. So over the course of our time together here, we're going to talk about what branding is, why branding is that important, is the foundation upon which you're going to build your entire business. We're going to talk about whether or not you can utilize the tools that exist, right? If I go into Canva, they'll give me a brand packet of colors that I get to choose from. Can I use the tools that exist? And if I need to have help with branding, how do I pick somebody who's actually going to be able to help me? How do I know that I'm picking the right person for branding? If we have a little bit of time, we may actually use some identity aligned branding today. So if you have not had your branding done by one of the Endotype branding professionals, myself, Elaine, Olivia, and you know your Endotype, drop that into the chat. And somebody write them down for me because I'll check back later to find somebody. And if we have time, we're going to show you how identity aligned branding works real time today. So let me start my presentation here. And come back and hit that screen share. So we're starting, what we need to do first is we need to define what branding is. A lot of people think, right, we're small business owners. I've been a small business owner for almost 30 years of my life. And I used to get so excited to design a new business card, right? You get to go out, pick some colors, maybe you make your logo, you get those business cards, and it feels like once you get that business card that you're really in business. And for a lot of people, they think, my brand is done. But it's not. That is not what branding really is. Branding is not your logo or your colors. It's not just your photos, getting your brand photography done. It's not your website or your philosophy or your values. And most of all, contrary to popular belief, it's not your niche clients. None of those things actually define what your brand is. So what is it? Your brand is who you are in your business. It's your client's perception of you. As a coach, you are selling you, your skills, your training, your personality. If we were selling, right, I'm selling a cup. We think about like Coke. Coke sells a product. They sell a cola. They're not the only cola out there, but they sell a cola. They want people to buy their cola. And so for them, they kind of reverse engineer who do want to buy the, and then they turn it into a personality. Think about Santa Claus and Coke, the polar bears and Coke, the We Are the World on the Hill. If everybody had a Coke, I don't know what the real song is, but you know what I'm talking about. They turn it into a personality. You have a personality. Congratulations. You don't have to manufacture one. You are the brand. The key piece here is it is how your clients see you. The reason this is a key piece is because we live inside our own head. And like Olivia, fantastic job, Olivia. That was an amazing part. Olivia explained our brain is real busy all the time, right? We live in this experience of doubts and struggles and traumas and whatever, all happening inside our head at the same time. Our clients don't have that same experience of us. They don't live inside our busy, busy brains, fortunately. That's just our place to live. They experience us in our greatness. They experience us at our best. They experience us in our Endotype formula, the personality, the formula of how we are designed at our greatest. What great branding does is capture that client's experience of us. And then through the use of design, colors, and language, these are expressed out into our marketing. we need to capture the essence of who we are. So I hope that helps you understand branding a little bit better, what it is and what it isn't. But why do I think that branding matters so much? Well, as I was mentioning, coaches are buying you, but they are also signing up for the experience of vulnerability, of struggle. They know when they sign up a coaching that you're going to come in and advise and lead. They're going to get real uncomfortable. They're going to, it's not going to be fun, but they're ready for it, or they want to be ready for it. But one of the biggest things that they need to be able to be ready for it is they need to be able to trust you. So trust is this key component in bringing on, whether you're a business coach or a relationship coach, trust is this currency. When they trust us enough and they understand that we're the person that can help them solve their problems, they're like, yeah, let me go find that money. I'm going to go find that. So with that being true, we need to maintain the trust in the relationship with our clients. We need to build that trust in order to get to that financial exchange. I'm just realizing that this next slide is way off center. I'm going to have to fix that later. But branding is that foundation, and we can't do that branding ourselves because we can't get that perception of who we are moving forward. And we have to have that trusting relationship. But there's a problem with most branding processes in building and developing that trusted client relationship. There comes to be a real problem when we look at how traditional branding works. Now, the majority of the branding people and designers that are out there have been trained on this model. And likely you have experienced in hiring a website designer, or in hiring a social media person, in hiring a branding person, you've experienced something very similar to this. So they write a traditional branding person, they ask for the sale, then they start doing market research. This is this emphasis that we see in the coaching business on niche. Who's your niche? Who's your niche? Who are your clients? Let's understand. Who are your competitors? Then from there, there's a business strategy that's created. There's then part of that strategy is coming up with the brand values, creating the brand identity, then creating a preview for you to see, reviewing it with the clients, so on and so forth. But what's the problem with traditional branding? Where do we lose trust with our clients? Well, the problem is that it doesn't feel like us because we didn't start with us. We started with who's the clients, who's your competitors. We start with all these things outside of ourselves and then come up with strategy and come up with things, then create a client identity that we feel like we have to squish ourselves into. That not only creates a level of discomfort for us, and one of the things that I've heard over and over again from the coaches that I've worked with is, wow, this gives me the permission to be who I am. Wow, I notice I have a whole lot less imposter syndrome when I do marketing now because they just get to be themselves. But from a client perspective, this is the trust meter. This is how quickly can we go through the sales cycle. We can either make that sales cycle really quick, right? They meet us, they love us, they're slip slide in the backyard, sliding into our offers, or we can make it so that the client feels like they have to crawl across sandpaper to be able to get to us, to be able to understand what it is that we are really doing. Let me back up here just a second. The reason that they have this experience of either sandpaper or slip and slide is the trust factor. think I missed a slide somewhere in here. I don't know where it went. Hang on one second while I look for it. I'm just going to stop screen sharing for a second here and be able to find it. What happens when our identity, when our brand is not based on who we are, is a factor that I call the "that's weird" factor. At one point, when I was a health coach, I had a small fitness training studio, and I had a business coach that was offered from the county. They came in and we talked for a long time. She asked me about my goals. We chatted about all of that. And she said, that's great. I love where you're going. I love your vision. Can I ask you, like, can I speak freely here? Yep, absolutely. Why is your gym so weird? I didn't know it was. And she said, oh, you don't know. No. She's like, well, can I show you? And I was like, yeah, I'd love to know why people think my gym, why you think my gym's weird. And it was basically, right, a branding problem. It was a lot of small little details that I had created a functional gym, but I didn't pay attention to the small little details, and it made people think certain things about my gym. When it comes to our branding, if our clients come and they meet us at an event, at a networking thing, they see one of our TikToks or one of our Instagram videos, and they're like, ooh, I like the vibe of this person. I like how they feel. Let me go check out their website. Let me go check out their other social. And they get over there, but we've used the traditional branding model. We've hired a traditional branding person. What happens is it doesn't feel like us anymore. And they go, oh, am I in the right place? I don't know. This feels weird. Weird in the subconscious brain registers as untrustworthy. The currency that we're exchanging with our clients before they'll exchange the dollars is trust. So is a little thing like branding and not creating a trust in the branding, right? A little thing, like the little things in my gym that made it feel weird are the little things in your branding or in your marketing right now. The reason that your clients are losing trust in you, and either moving on, not just, you don't even know they're losing trust. You just know you're struggling to get clients, or the sales process, the sales cycle is really, really long. They're like, oh yeah, maybe someday we'll have to work together. And then again, and you're following up and you're seeing about the next networking thing, but it just takes such a long time to close people into a program with you. Both of those, lack of clients and extremely long sales cycles, are evidence that your brand, although you may have poured money and time into it already, is disconnected from who you are. It's not aligned with who you are. And so seeing that, and trust me, I've poured so much money and so much time into branding the different businesses that I have had. So if you're in this, sitting in these seats right now going, oh crap, but do you know how much money I spent already on branding? I understand the frustration. And at the same time, it is the reason that I created the Endotype branding formula, because the Endotype branding formula starts with that Endotype quiz. It starts with a quiz. Who are you? Then from there, we can build a brand. Because in that question of who are you, we know so much about you already. And it makes branding so much more quickly than the traditional model. And you end up with a much more accurate product. So let's take a look at what that identity aligned branding really looks like. Let me get back over here. If I do all the steps in the right order, it works so much better. So identity aligned branding, as I mentioned, it starts with that quiz. And then on the very first call, we can identify how you're doing business. So what's the energy you're bringing into your business? When you take the quiz, I already know you're one of 3 brand personalities because I know what's the root personality. I know your endotype. I know you're doing business one of 3 ways. So on that first call, I listen for how it is that you're doing business, and we identify your brand personality right away. We can show you that brand on that first call, which works a lot different from that corporate model. And the reason why you care about that is because before you're asked for any money, you identify with the brand, right? Because when we show you your brand personality, you then can go, oh my word, that is who I am. Fantastic. And you can move forward. The identity aligned branding method really helps align you towards your sales. And don't hear me as it's a one size fits all. Say no to one size fits alls. There are branding companies that are out there online right now that are like, take this quick quiz and I'll give you a brand personality packet, $47. That is a one size fits all option. And it again puts you back in the driver's seat of interpreting all that data. And usually it doesn't give you all the data that you need. You need to understand how it affects your voice, how it affects your copy, how it affects color and design and all of those things. So you need to have something that's customized to you, and you need to have something that's built on you and not the industry that you're in. Here's an interesting little game for you to play if you want to kind of see whether or not you're basing your brand on your industry. Go look up a whole bunch of health coaches that you know. Go do a Google search for health coaches. And what you're going to see is green, blue, and yellow. Over and over and over and over again. Why? Because that's the color of the industry of health. If you go look up financial coaches, you're going to see a lot of money green. You're going to see a little bit of red, maybe some yellow and some black in there because it's gold and green. But does that mean that those colors capture the personality of the person? No, they're branding based on an industry instead of based on who that person is. So we go back to being out of alignment. We go back to building our business on a foundation that isn't aligned with who we are. There are other branding companies out there that do branding. You don't need to work with myself or Elaine or Olivia, who have been trained in the endotype model. But how do we then pick someone who can work effectively? First, so here's my recommendations for picking someone who will brand you effectively. First of all, make sure they understand who you are before you agree to work with them. A lot of times branding looks like, give me money, and then we'll start doing some surveys, and maybe we'll eventually get to who you are. Work with somebody who does that in the opposite direction. Figure out who you are before they ask for your dollars. Ask if you can see a representation of your brand before you agree to work with them, so that you know whether or not you actually are vibing with that, whether or not you actually feel like, yes, that is a good fit. And make sure that you will have all that you need to be able to align your brand. Most of us as coaches are still very involved in our own marketing. We're not hiring out marketing. we're in that DIY phase. So maybe we have a subcontractor here or we hire out social media there, but we're still very involved. So how do I know whether or not my copy, my brand voice is on brand? I'm using the right words. I'm using the right tone that attracts clients for my brand type, that I'm putting together the design. All of those things should be included when you are working. In fact, a comprehensive brand package is going to include the following, right? A usable brand guide. Sometimes brand guides, they're branded not based on like who the customer is, but they're in the design and the style of who the brand professional is. That's not very usable. I want something that's a lot more copy and paste, a lot more like, oh, I see how to build my website because you gave me this very usable brand guide. You want images that are curated and a color palette, the description, the techniques for copywriting, social media guides. This should all be included before you invest money into a branding professional. Ask to see those brand guides that they make for other brand companies. And then ask yourself the question, if I had this brand guide, would I now know how to build my own website? Like not the technical portion, but I want this picture there and this text here, and here's the colors and here's the layout. Is it usable? Is it user-friendly? So those are things to check out before you start working with that brand professional. The last thing that I will offer to you is there are a lot of branding professionals out there that will make a brand that's very pretty for you, but it may not be an accurate representation of you. So I like to talk about it in terms of, is this person acting like one of those filters on Snapchat? You know, where they'll like put on the fake eyelashes and they put on a little bit of eyeliner for you and they like, or maybe they just, it's that little filter that takes out all the pores. So you just look better. Are they a filter or are they a mirror really reflecting back to you how your clients see you? Not how you see yourself, how your clients see you. And so what I did is I put together a guide, and the website address is there where you can access the guide to hiring a branding professional, called Hire the Mirror, Not the Filter. And so it will take you through some of this presentation that I've covered here today of what you need to look for, questions you need to ask, and what you need to evaluate, because Lord knows we only have so much time. We only have so much energy to be able to put into branding over and over again. And likely we've already spent a lot on that. In taking a look at my time, I am not going to have time to brand somebody right away today. I see in the chat that a few of you do know your brand, your endotype, and have dropped that in there. I'd be happy to offer you your brand alignment checkup, where we find your brand, we take a look at your marketing and see what's in alignment there. So definitely connect with me afterwards and I'll reach into the comments here. It is the foundational piece. Remember the two symptoms. If you're not getting the clients you want, or if your sales cycle is taking a really long time, it's time to evaluate your brand. It's time to take a look. Even though that might feel like, ugh, it is time. Don't let a little thing like branding stand in the way of you effectively serving the clients that you are here to work with. Don't let a little thing like branding cause you to not earn the income you need to stay in this coaching business. That's not okay. Evaluate that foundation and make sure that it is strong, it is aligned with who you are, and it is consistent across all the areas that a brand touches. I hope you've learned a little bit of something today, and I'll turn it back over to Elaine. Or I could vamp until Elaine comes back. Oh no, she is here.
I just needed to unmute myself. Hello.
I was like, I'm looking for you. I was like,
I know.
maybe we're
I
having
know.
a technical glitch.
I know. Goofy goober over here. So thank you, Miss Laura, for sharing with us about branding. Let's show Laura some love in the chat. If you had any takeaways, I'm sure she would love to hear those. If you have any questions, she can answer those in the chat for you as well. And so what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to start pinning the people that are going to be speaking next in our summit. So Miss Page, if you want to come on, hold on, let me get my list here. There's Miss Larissa. We're going to pin Merlin. We're going to pin Rye. We're going to pin Mary. Hello, Miss Mary. Let's see here. I just saw Grace. Where'd you go, Grace? There you are. Hey, girl. How are you? Where's my friend's fan? There she is. Hey, girl. It's like I have to go through the row at the top here. All right, who am I missing? Where's Anne? Miss Anne, where'd you go? I think I saw you earlier. Where are you? Are we missing Anne? Hold on.
I thought I saw her,
I
Elaine.
thought I saw her too.
Yeah.
Maybe she, all right. All right. Okay. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, each of our speakers is going to get 5 minutes. And our first speaker is going to be Sharon, who is going to be sharing about goal setting. So I'm going to start recording again. Y'all remember work harder, not smart, or work smarter, not harder. All right, Miss Sharon, you are up, girl. You got to unmute.
I always forget to do that. I'm sure my husband would love to have that mute button too sometimes. But good morning, everyone, and evening and afternoon and all that other fun stuff. Elaine, thank you so much for the opportunity. This is I love goal setting just from the standpoint of I learned it the hard way. And the short and nasty of the story is I remember having to sit and explain to my son because he looked at me one day and he's like, "Mom, you're in the hospital." Like a couple times a year. And I ran my body into the ground to the point of where I was having pancreatic attacks, found out that from the stress that I was putting my body through, I created this problem for my pancreas, among other things. And I really had to step back and think about what I was doing in my life to find balance, right? Or not even balance, but set boundaries, because balance to me is a fallacy. Because if the 4 agreements is like, do the best you can for that day, right? If you are not feeling great, you're still at 100%. You're just at a different 100% than if you were feeling much better. So I had to learn that and really realize that from all of that, looking at what Laura talked about as well with alignment, right? We have to be in alignment. We have to understand what it is that we're supposed to be doing. And it's easier said than done. But when I stopped being the yes girl to my family, to my friends, and everything else in between, including the dog, which right now he's right there. But it was like I was the yes girl for everything. I never wanted to disappoint anyone. And that's actually a very bad trait to have if you want to be in leadership. So I had to get crystal clear on what I needed to get done. And that's when I really went back to my original roots of an event planner, goal setting. So I realized that goal setting was my zone of genius. That's where I shine the most, because I can take anything and create something, but it's like I have to realize when to say no to things. So that's the first piece, is learning when you can and want to say no. It's okay. Saying no is a good thing for your business, and no is a complete sentence. So it's like just no, period, just done. And there is no guilt, no shame, no nothing. It's just if it does not align or work with what you are trying to do, which in the long scheme of things, when you figure that out, that becomes so much easier to say. But when it comes to goal setting, the quick and nasty of it is making sure that you craft clear objectives. So it's like understanding what it is that you're trying to do, back it out, and understand why you're doing it. If you don't know why you're going to do it, that piece right there is where you will hit overwhelm and you will start to break, the system will break down in you because you're not feeling it. And that's when you know it's not in alignment because it's a chore. I mean, they always say that, artists can do what they love for free. And that is kind of, even though it's cliche, it's very true to what we actually do for our businesses, right? I mean, like Laura loves doing the endotype thing. I met Laura years ago with Pat Miller. And I mean, I've seen her program and it's amazing, but that's her zone. Like you start talking to her in person, it's like, holy shit, excuse my French, but it's like, she is on fire with that. But if you probably bring up, flowers for a wedding, she'd probably look at you side-eyed and be like, yeah, no, that's not my thing. Just saying. So that's when you know you're in alignment. But the other piece of it, which I'm looking for the young lady that talked about it this morning, Olivia, talking about mindset, growth mindset, stay in a growth mindset. While you do want to definitely make sure you tap into what she's talking about, you want to make sure that you're continuously learning and learning your craft. Another one is strategies for staying focused. For me, it is sometimes as simple as, okay, I know I'm going to work on this from 10 to 11, and I have to tell my husband, like right now, I'm like, get out. I told him, get out. He's going for a bike ride. I'm like, when I start asking, are you going for a bike ride? He knows he needs to get out of the house. That helps me stay focused because when he's here, because I work from home, and these are just simple strategies. So it's like, time time to walk the dog, exactly. But it's one of those of where it's like I like to make sure that I have time to get done with what I need to do. And for me, the distractions, because I'm so easily distracted, I have to set that up. Setting your intentions, literally understand again what it is that you're trying to do, and don't forget to set stretch goals. And don't ask for $1 million, but at the end of the day, make sure that you definitely are still stretching yourself. And then the bonus is to understand what your ceiling is and understand if where your ceiling was is going to be your floor the next time. And that's how you continue that growth. So that's it. That's all that I have because I wanted to make sure I was mindful. And I'm like, I'm sorry if I'm talking fast because I really do have a million more things to say, but that's what I have for you.
You did great. 1 second to go. Great job. I love it. Oh my gosh. Okay. Next up on our list is Miss Larissa. You are up, my friend.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm so honored to be here with all of you today. So we're going to be talking about core values. And your core values in your business are the fire, the anchor, and the door. They are the fire, the anchor, and the door. They are the fire. Your core values are the fuel that allow you to stay motivated, energized, and enthusiastic to take action every single day so that you can keep growing your business and making money. They are the anchor. Your core values consolidate your energy. They allow you to feel that sense of self-trust, confidence, integrity, strength, and resilience in the face of setbacks and no matter what comes up in your business so that you feel connected to a deeper truth and purpose. And thirdly, your core business values are the door. Your core values are that point of opening that allows you to make better decisions and that pulls you out of the darkness when you're in those, resistance and procrastination and those dark places and step into embodying your unique frequency and magic, which is that vibration that actually attracts clients to you. Because believe it or not, people are not hiring you for your information. They are hiring because they want to be in your unique vibration and frequency. So the biggest single obstacle that I've identified for why coaches aren't making the money that they could be in their business boils down to ego. And the ego is that part of ourselves that feels separate, that feels like I'm an individual, I'm a unique person, I have these likes and dislikes and all these qualities about us. And what happens is we end up making our business about us. We make money about us. And so your core values allow your business to be about something much bigger than your ego and all the resistance, the judgments, all the limitations and the drama that go along with the ego, so that you can be in service to a much bigger vision and purpose and create unprecedented outcomes, right? Create a much bigger outcome and result than you ever possibly imagined. So I'm going to invite you now, let's do a little embodiment practice, okay? So I don't want you to analyze or think or figure it out. We're going to get out of our heads and into our bodies. So I invite you to drop down into your body and just allow whatever wants to be revealed to you to come through, okay? So I invite you to take some deep breaths. Take a deep breath in and let go. Let's take another deep breath in and breathe out. And if you feel comfortable, you can close your eyes. Tuning into your body, dropping down into your pelvis, into your belly, observing the sensations in your body, and allowing any images, any words or feelings, impressions to come through about what is true for you. So noticing what is true for you. And I'm going to ask you a couple questions. What one value or quality has your life journey taught you is essential for success in life? So what one single value or quality has your life journey taught you is essential for success in life? Just observing that. For example, it might be truth, freedom, love, honesty, kindness, peace. And the second question, what is a value or quality that I am a role model of, that I exemplify every day in my life, and that I share with other people? What is a value or quality that I'm a role model of? And just notice what comes up for you. Just trust whatever impressions are coming are perfect for you right now. And taking another moment to gather any other impressions. Whenever you feel complete, you may open your eyes. And I invite you to take a moment, excuse me, take a moment right now to write down what you noticed. Okay, and capture that. So I invite you to identify around 3 to 5 core values for your business. And how you know that you've identified them are 3 factors. 1, when you tune into that value, there's a feeling of truth in your body. You feel excited, you feel inspired, you feel alive consistently when you tune into that value. The second thing is that value initiates you. Like, you have to live it in your life. You have to express it, because when you do, your life just works. You attract opportunities, the clients and money shows up for you. And thirdly, that they're values that you also happen to cultivate in your clients, whether you realize it or not. So some examples of core values in my business are compassion, truth, commitment, and integrity. And so just FYI, as I'm wrapping up in my VIP bonus, I'm going to be going deeper into a longer meditation, so you have a chance to experience that, as well as what your values are not, so that you can avoid the common mistakes that we make. All right,
Fantastic. Thank you, Larissa. That was super awesome. Next up, we have Downtown Mary Brown is here. That's my nickname for her. It's okay. We're friends.
Hey, thanks so much for having me. So like me, I imagine that some of you may have left a traditional job so that you could have more flexibility in your schedule, more freedom to choose the kind of work you want to do, potential to make more money, and maybe even get away from a slave driver jerk of a boss. And as business owners, it's so fulfilling to get to be able to do the work that we love and create the impact that we want in the world. However, at some point along the way, we may look around and realize that we're actually working 24/7, spending a lot of time on the parts of our businesses that we don't want to do, hustling to make a living, chasing 5-star reviews, and forgetting what our kid's face looks like. May have even become our own jerk boss. So you may have heard of this concept of work-life balance, and I really appreciate Sharon's thoughts about that, because I agree. Work-life balance is just BS. You guys, We need to stop shooting on ourselves. It's not that we should be equally engaged in our work and in our life, or that we should be spending 50% of our time and energy on our work and 50% of our time and energy on our life. Walking on a balance beam, carrying our work on one hand and our life on the other is exhausting, it's heavy, it's reactive, and it is not sustainable. So I want to teach you about boundaries and just a couple of takeaways here. So it's okay to decide how much of your time, energy, resources you want to focus on your work, and how much of your time, resources, energy you want to focus on your life. Just ask yourself that question. Okay. And I invite you to consider stop hustling for your worth. We are already valuable. You don't have a reason to hustle for your worth because you're already valuable. There's a big difference between customer service and customer satisfaction. And I invite you to decide what you will and will not participate in. This is called agency. Boundaries are all about making decisions. Boundaries decide what's okay for us and what's not okay for us. And I invite you, especially if you're a business owner, to consider making a contract with yourself. For example, when do you work and when do you not work? You get to decide. And I invite you to learn to say no. I'm going to teach you really quickly a couple tools. One, I love you and no. This is my favorite sentence. And the tool is that you express kindness for, love for, compassion for, connect to an individual and still say no to their request in one sentence. The other tool I want to offer you is this Oreo cookie. So a way that we can say no in a professional setting or a personal setting is the cookie is like connection to, kindness, compassion for, commonality, right? We connect to what we have in common with that person. The cream is a clear and kind no answer. And the bottom cookie is more connection. So an Oreo cookie might say, thank you so much for inviting me. I've decided not to attend. I wish you all the best in the future. And it works really, really well. And the reason it works is because boundaries, like most things in our lives, are a learned skill. So I invite you to be kind with yourself, gentle with yourself as you are learning a new skill set. I'm not sure how much time I have. How am I doing? 36 seconds. Okay. So couple things I just want to invite you. As you are considering making a contract with yourself, start with your working hours. Some other topics that you can decide are things like, who do I help and who do I not help? What services and products do I provide and what services and products do I not provide? Because because you can doesn't mean you're called to. Okay. And lastly, I just want to remind you that you're already valuable. Okay. I invite you to consider using your agency to decide your boundaries. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Brown. Mary goes a lot deeper in the VIP vault area with boundary content. So be sure to check that out because phenomenal. Chef's kiss. All right. Friends Fran, Madhumira, you are here, my love. She's here from India, you guys. It's like late at night there. So let's show her some love. All right.
Yes. Thank you so much for having me here. Hello, everyone. Let's quickly ground ourselves. We have heard from so many people in here. Let's do a quick fun exercise because that's what I'm all about. I would invite you to simply shake your hands, right? Like we're just shaking it off. Ooh, full body shake, right? And then once you are like, oh, that feels nice. Let's take a quick deep breath and release through our mouth. Allow any sounds to come. One more time, take a deep breath in. One more time. Alrighty, let's go. I'm super excited. I am Madhurima, a global stress management facilitator who loves to support multi-passionate, ambitious dreamers manage their stress and prevent burnout so that they can do everything that they want to do without their own selves holding them back. I'm also on a mission to make stress management fun, and I do that with sharing awareness. Now, very quickly, let's talk about what is stress. Stress is nothing but a physiological response to perceived or real threat. What that means is it's a full body response, and oftentimes some of our systems are put on pause and some of our systems are put on overdrive to ensure that we survive. To threat, that can be real, or that can be something that we feel is like a real threat, right? What is burnout? Burnout is nothing but improper stress management over a long duration of time. So if you manage your stress regularly and you do it properly, you do not burn out. Having said that, what is the biggest tool in managing stress? The biggest key is awareness. And here's how we're going to talk about it. I want to share a quick, fun tool that is going to be really amazing in getting started on your own personal journey with stress management. The deal about stress management is every one of us are unique individuals, and what stresses us out is also unique. So this journey starts with you. The triangle of awareness starts with having awareness of what stresses you out as an individual. What are the signs of your body? How does your body tell you that you're stressed? And what helps you with the stress relief, right? Pretty simple. This journey is all about understanding yourself, because the easier and the quicker you recognize the signs, like, oh, I feel like I can't breathe, or I feel like I'm on edge. When you have these signs show up, you know that, oh, something's stressing me out. What is stressing me out? Let me have a thought about it. How does this relate to coaching though? Here's how it relates. One of the biggest things that coaches, or the biggest reasons why coaches experience stress, is because we are all service providers. We love to do what we are here to do. And that means that we often end up saying yes to a lot of people, or trying to serve everyone. Yes, I have this gift, so I'm going to serve and support everyone possible. Amazing initiative. Love the determination. Also is a great way to overwhelm yourself and essentially run on empty. You're taking your cup full of all the goodness, all the knowledge, all the amazing tools that you have. You're essentially overturning it into everyone else's cup until you have nothing left. This is going to stress you out. This is going to overwhelm you. And you're going to hate yourself for that, because you're like, isn't this what I was supposed to do? If I am feeling stressed out by doing the work that I love doing, there's that added guilt and a lot of other emotions that we don't really want. So I'm going to leave you with this one really cool equation, which I came up with today, quite honestly, because I was thinking about this amazing summit, which was service equals you and your client, right? Oftentimes as coaches, we end up removing ourselves from the equation, and service becomes about client. Because how can we put ourselves in the equation? How dare we put ourselves in the equation? This is about everyone else. No, it's not. You got to put yourself in the equation. You got to take up space, because it starts with you. The work starts with you. Everything in this journey starts with you as an individual. Take care of yourself first. Only then will you be able to serve your clients in your best ability. Only then will you be able to take care of everyone, right? And one of the things that comes with taking care of yourself is self-care. A tip that I want to leave you with, because I know that we are running out of time. A tip that I want to leave you with when it comes to self-care is supposed to be a no strings attached game, right? Don't take care of yourself because you want to take care of everyone else, because you want to serve your clients, because you want to do good in the world. Take care of yourself for yourself. Take up the space, care for yourself, love for yourself. And oftentimes the things that you do for your self-care is going to be your biggest stress relief tools. It can look like dancing, it can look like singing, it can look like yoga, it can look like going bungee jumping. A lot of cool tools out there, and it all starts with self-care and awareness. So yeah, thank you so much. Check out Elaine and stay here, because we're going to have some cool things happening in here. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. All right, next up, we have Miss Ann Bennett.
Hey. Thank you for having me. This is really awesome. It's great to be with all of you. I'm going to be talking about the 3 keys that will really unlock your revenue for this year, and without doing ads, funnels, or things that make you crazy like launches. So all the people that are out there with marketing, there's a bunch of smarty pants. They really know what they're doing, right? And they keep telling you, do this, do this, do this, and this. But nothing is really going to make the difference until you do this one thing. No ad, no launch, no AI, no video. None of that is going to make the difference for you until you really unleash your pizzazz that only you offer. So here's the thing, in our industry, there's so many people in our industry, but there's certain people that are making a lot of money, right? And you're like, well, I really want to be like them. That person usually has a very unique messaging. They have a unique brand. They have a personality that really stands out, and they have an offer that only they can make. You can't get it anywhere else. You can't go research it. You can't, try to interview 5 other people and get it. It's the thing that they do, and it matches what the market really, really wants. So I'm going to show you today how you can start to do that for yourself. There's 3 keys that you need to do to actually unlock that for your own business. Why does it work? Because when you know yourself and you know you're awesome and you know the people that you attract, that's your secret sauce. That's your secret accelerator to doubling and tripling your income this year. So let's look at it. The first thing you have to do is you've got to be memorable. There's so much noise out there. When you show up, you've got to be the person everybody remembers. You've got to make a big impact. How do you do that? I like to call it power words. So when you think about uncovering your power words, what are 3 words that describe you when you're in the zone, when you are really in the flow? My 3 words are, I'm really fiercely focused, I'm fun, and I'm really creative. So what are your 3 words? The second thing is, you've got to be influential. And I don't mean an influencer like you show up pretty on Instagram. I mean, you've got to use proven messages and formulas that actually allow your clients to see you as the one who's delivering what they really want. So how do you start to look at that for yourself? One of the ways to do that is to ask yourself this question: why do people love me? The people that love me, why do they love me? Why do people come to me? What is the thing that I'm always helping people with? So start there. The next thing is you've got to be investable. And what I mean by that is you've got to craft offers. If you want to make money, you've got to craft offers that make people go, I got to have that. They don't even think about it. They just got to have it because you've named it something that really aligns with the result you cause, the transformation you deliver, and how you bring it. So 3 words, you want to think of 3 words that do that. For instance, it could be Conscious Girlfriends Academy, or it could be 6-figure soundbite formula. So here's the thing. So where do you learn to uncover that exactly is what I call my rebel revenue archetype. When you understand what your pizzazz is and how you bring it like nobody else, that's when you start to make the money and feel extremely successful in what you do. So come and visit me, reach out. I'd love to talk to you. I've got something really cool for the VIPs. It's called Create a Client Getting Brand. Ways to do that will take you deeper into what we talked about today. And I want to leave you with this. It's all about you. It's all about your energy, your vibe, and how you interpret what it is you do. And only you can do that. So my time is up. I just want to say, liberate your rebel spirit and rake in the revenue.
Love it. Thank you, Miss Ann. All right, Miss Paige, Paris Spa Paige is here. She's my business bestie, y'all, in case you haven't In case you didn't know that.
In case you didn't know that.
In case
Hey,
you didn't know.
yeah. In case you didn't know, thank you so much, Elaine, for putting this on. So I am Paige Engel, like Elaine said, Paris by Paige, and I am here to talk about how you can elevate your personal brand in your coaching business on social media. Like, who here has a love-hate relationship with social media? Everybody's hands should be raised, right? The first thing I'm going to say is definitely define what your personal brand is. Incorporating your brand into your social media is very important. It defines what you stand for and what you want to be known for. So this could include your values, your passions, your unique qualities that make you stand out. We've all heard the speakers today so far just talking about that and making sure that we all understand that concept. So you want to make sure that you know what that your personal brand is, and you let the world know, like being authentic. I know we hate that word, but I got to say it. You need to be authentic. We got to be who you are. I mean, I love the Golden Girls. Sophia is my favorite. So, and I'm not afraid to say it, right? So make sure that you share that on social media, because that's what's going to make you stand out. And that's what's going to tip the scale for someone who's going to be debating you over someone else, right? Mm-hmm. It's not your prize. It's not what you offer. It's whether or not they can relate to you. Second of all is choose the platform that works best for you, right? And I always tell my clients, go where your clients are, where your customers are. You want to make sure that you're in the right place with the right audience. Each social media platform has its own nuances, and you want to make sure that you are preparing your products and your content to that particular audience, okay? And do not try to be everywhere. Pick one or two and go all in. And if they say, oh, so-and-so, just say, Paige told me to do this. I'm only going to go on one or two, and I'll take the heat. You can send them my way. The third thing is to be consistent, right? Consistency is the key when you are making sure you have like the same username, profile picture, and it's not from like 15 years ago, right? You update your pictures across all the social media platforms. People can recognize you, as well as when you do your post. If you use a particular script or font or colors, people can instantly know that that is you. When people see orange, they think of me. When people see the Eiffel Tower, they think of me. When people see macaroons, they think of me, because I consistently talk about those things in my marketing, in my branding, right? And you could even use a scheduler, like a posting scheduler. Every single platform has one now, even within the platform. So make sure that you are posting consistently. That does not mean you need to post every single day if that is not the cadence that's right for you or your customers. Just make sure that you are showing up. Engage with your audience. They need to hear from you. They need to know that you care, right? Reply to the comments. Not trying to be rude, but nobody here is big enough where you cannot reply to people's comments. All right? So let me just say that. So take the time. Say thank you, engage with your audience, discover new people, discover new ways to share your product, services, all the things that you have, okay? And also remember to respond in a timely manner, like in a professional manner. We are not here to get into internet fights. That is not what we are about. You want to make sure that you stay professional and that you stay courteous. Share your story. If there's one takeaway from my speech today is make sure you connect people with stories. The words that mean the most in no matter what language you speak is once upon a time. People love stories. And if you can share, if you can translate what you do and how you serve into story format, this could be behind the scenes contact, personal anecdotes, advice. Any of those types of things will draw people closer and closer to you. And then a bonus one that Elaine knows that we're both a huge fan of is collaborate with others. If you do not have a collaboration on your books, in your marketing strategy for this year, for 2024, get on it. That is like the homework for today, is to collaborate with someone else who has a like-minded audience, whether that's through a podcast or an interview or a summit like this one. Make sure that you are collaborating. So that, oh, look, I still have 15 seconds left. Woo, got it all in. So we all know that people buy from people they know, like, and trust. Make sure that you're being yourself and that you're trustworthy. Thank you.
Thank you. Paige's talk in the vault, all about Googling yourself and the importance of that. So be sure to go check that out. Next up on our list is Grace, who I want her to be a financial person because of her last name. She's not, y'all. You got to get that out of your head. Okay.
Thanks, Elaine. Yeah, I don't work in finance, but I write emails for financial advisors, so it's kind of similar. So we'll take that. Okay, let's dig right into it. So I'm here to talk to you guys today about market research before you launch a course. So really the thing that I like to think about first is why bother with market research? Because I don't know if anybody else is like me, but if I don't have a why or a really good reason to do something, it's not going to happen. I'll find other things that are more interesting and more fun to do. So I want to talk about why, first of all. Number one, the biggest reason why I always recommend researching before you ever start thinking about a launch is, number one, to increase your chances for a successful launch. Because it's been my experience that you need three things to align if you want to be successful. You need your offer, your audience, and your message all to align. So your offer is basically the nitty-gritty of what you're giving to people. Your audience is who you're selling it to, and your message is how you're talking about it. So I want to give you kind of an example that I went through last year to really kind of drive this point home. I worked with a coach for financial advisors who wanted to help their audience with dialing down their niche for people that they could help for other financial advisors. So as she was going through this process, one day she called me, and this poor woman was literally crying because she hadn't made any sales on her offer. And she came to me originally for implementation. She didn't hire me or ask me to do anything to do with research. So we realized after talking that as she was going through this launch, she was trying to launch at a time where financial advisors in her audience were extremely busy with a very, very large event. So naturally, no, we don't have room for your course right now. We're doing this other thing. So 0 sales. So we took that lesson very, very close to heart. And, obviously she wants me to do more research for her in the future. So that's a big why. It helps prevent launch flop. And research gives you the background that you need to give yourself the best shot at a successful launch. And it's really useful from a confidence perspective, because if you don't feel like you know what you're doing, then it's going to cause a lot of unnecessary stress and anxiety. So how can you do it? I mean, I'm sure you guys are you're busy people, you're business owners. So you can hire somebody or delegate it to a teammate, but I would consider doing at least some of the research yourself so that you have more intimate knowledge of your audience for yourself, and it can be used for other things in the future. So I like to break down the research phase into 3 different pieces. I like to think of it in terms of me, my audience, and my competition. And I'll kind of explain a little bit more about what I mean. So when I talk about researching myself, I like to find out, okay, what's my area of expertise? What can I talk about for 30 minutes straight? What am I considered an expert in? What have I taught before? What have I already created that I could potentially repurpose? Have I ever launched before, or have I ever helped somebody else launch? What is my audience like? How engaged are they? Where do they interact with me the most? Do people respond really well to my emails or on social media or online groups? Do they know me well, and do they trust me? Like, what questions do I get asked all the time? I like to also find out, okay, what are some of the limitations that I might come up against? Am I busy? Am I going through a stressful time at home right now? Are my kids just starting school? That might not be the best time to start a launch. So thinking about those things in terms of how a launch can affect you can be helpful. Who's on my team now that can help me? What's my budget? I like to research others as well. I like to do voice of client research, booking like 5 to 7 Zoom interviews with people just to ask them questions like the struggles that they're going through, what have they tried to fix it, the results, that kind of thing. And kind of trust that process, listen to what they're saying, and their language will strongly guide how you can talk about your offer, as well as figure out exactly what these people need. I also like to do an online deep dive of my competition. What sort of things are people similar to me offering? How are they implementing it? What are people saying about them? What is their audience saying about their struggles? And this is really, really useful information that can guide you and give you that confidence you need to launch your own offers correctly. And it's not just for courses, it can be for products, for one-to-one services, you know? So I encourage you to take that approach when you're thinking about launching.
Fantastic. Thank you. Next up, it's Raimonda Richardson.
Hello, hey there. So awesome to be here today. I'm a launch strategist and planner, and I help you launch without burnout. So perfectly following from so many of the points we heard on this panel already. So we go into the subject of launching when you have a small audience. So what's the secret? I got a surprise for you. There isn't one. What there is plenty of out there is advice and decisions you have to make. More specifically, there are so many marketing decisions to make when you start your coaching business. The where, what, how, and then the actual doing. The copywriting, social media is this way. For blogs, it's another. Then there is which type of content to produce. Should it be video, spoken, or written? Then there is being consistent, which we hear all the time, perfectly showcased by Paige as well, and so on. So much learning, and then things change. Poof, like crazy. Let's face it, you didn't start out coaching thinking you'll need to become a marketeer first. So I work a lot on the foundations of marketing, foundations that really serve you and your business. The same goes for the right foundations for marketing, marketing foundations when you're launching. Having the right launch foundations, the foundations that serve you, can really make or break your launch and you. Let me give you an example. How to know if a launch has broken you. If the last time you launched, you felt like, never again am I doing that again, or you felt like you needed a holiday to recover, that's when you know the launch has potentially broken you, and maybe some things might need to change or be tweaked in the future. This is even more the case when your audience is small. There is tendency to do all the things. Throw the spaghetti at the wall and see what sticks. The most important thing to do to set launch foundations that will really serve you is focus. Focus on the channels with the most potential. Focus on learning that platform of choice so that people come to you for advice on it. Focus on your audience and get to know them so that you can start creating content that makes them sit up and listen. If your focus is on social media channels, because there are many that you can go out there on, then focus on being social, be helpful, and be a kind human. Focus on having a backup plan, especially if your channel of choice to communicate with your audience is social platforms. Your contacts, followers, those people that you engage with, any kind of recommendations, anything that you share on social is not, even if you have a group actually as well, be sure to have a backup in terms of having an email list or collecting data in that sense, because that's your real estate. The email addresses, the contact details for your audience is the real estate. The followers and the contacts that you have on your socials are not for you to keep. You know, people get hacked, accounts get closed, and you get no warning of it. So make sure you have a backup. And finally, focus on growing your audience every single day. Regularly adding new people to your funnel and making a habit of it is key in growing that audience. And I mean, everybody starts at zero. So as long as you add regularly and consistently, you're onto a winner already. My session in the Vault goes over in a lot more detail on exactly what you need to do to set up successful foundations for your next launch. In fact, be sure to check the Vault out because there is so much gold out there. Thanks so much for being here and for listening to me. And hopefully I've managed just in time as well.
You got 55 seconds left.
Ah.
Want to add anything else? Or are you good?
I'm good. I'm good.
All right. All right. Thank you, everybody. That was super fantastic. Did anybody have any good takeaways from the session? I'm curious. If you want to drop those in the chat. What I'm gonna be doing now is I have assembled what I like to call the dream teams. And that means that everybody is about to be put into a breakout room with 2 of our panelists. So I've teamed them up, and we're going to have about 7 to 8 people per group that if you are here, you get to be a part of it. And there is a workbook that you have access to. If you want to use that, you can. But the goal, like I said at the beginning, for those that are just joining us, the idea is to, what did you take away from these sessions and what would you like to implement into your business? Fact, you do not have to implement everything into your business. Focus on what is a priority for you. What did you hear that made you go, yeah, that's the thing that I need? Focus on 1, 2 things tops. This is not a implement all the things into your business right now. You can have a priority list and you can have a later list. You don't have to do everything right now because we're trying to avoid burning ourselves out, right, Friends Fan? Right? Okay, so we are going to go into breakout rooms, and I'm going to put you in there for 19 minutes. You're going to get a little pop-up that's going to say 30 seconds, it's closing. And then we'll come back, and then you will have an opportunity to share something that you took away or something that you're going to implement into your business. You guys ready? All right, we're going to Scooby-Doo and go into our breakout rooms. We'll see you guys in 20 minutes.
I'm so sorry. Can you, Ellen, can you put me back into the room? I accidentally closed something.
Sherry, do you want to go into a breakout room?
No, I just wanted to make sure I was here on time.
Okay. I'll see you soon.
Yay.
Hey, Sherry.
Hello, Cami. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Just an
Good.
FYI, we are streaming on YouTube, just so you
Oh.
know. No, it's fine. Just make sure, you don't want to have private conversation when it's on YouTube. That's all I'm saying. Just a warning. That's all I'm saying. Well, everybody is in the breakout room, so we could totally talk about what's new for everybody that's here on this call. Cami, what's new with you? What's going on in your world? What do you have coming up?
I have a new book coming.
Oh.
So on March 6th, thanks to Sherry Andrews and her bomb connections that she gives me. So, yep, brand new marketing book. It's a collaborative book. It's coming out for National Women's Day.
Fun.
Yes, International Women's Day. I said that wrong. It's called my chapter is called Mic Drop, and it's of course all about the mic drops. Yes,
Love
yeah.
that. I love that. Sherry, what's new in your business?
Oh, let's see what's new. Not really anything, but I'm finally this month going to get around to creating a funnel with Lori Kiefer. So there's that. Like I've gone 4 years in business with no funnels, and I'm finally going to have one.
That's awesome.
What about you, Elaine?
Renaissance. That's what's coming up for me at the end of the month. I'm doing my 2-day business planning thing. It helps me like plan my own stuff, but we're doing it in the theme of friends. So I put like each character of the show has their own topic of business. And so it's super fun. Chandler's all about the numbers, right? And Rachel's all about style. So she's branding and websites and whatever. So just super fun and silly and redonkulous. You know how I am.
You're brilliant, Elaine. I wish I had a mind that worked like that. Your mind just thinks like no other. You're so creative and you come up with the coolest things that connect people. And I just love that about you.
And there is so much fodder in the friends world to work with that you could plan different webinars, seminars, whatever for, the next 10 years and not run out of material.
I know there really truly is so much. And with all of the quotes and all of the things, and I did Friends Trivia last week. We came in 4th place. And it was very, very fun. They literally were like, I was the one writing all the things. We're like, just Elaine knows all the answers. So there was a couple that we didn't get, but because I was like, oh, I couldn't remember. It was, what is the name of this episode? I'm like, I don't remember all the names of the episodes, and so we got that one wrong. I was so bummed, but
do you have the Friends cookbook?
Yes, I do. Would you like?
Of course you do.
Of course I do.
I have it too. It's so fun.
The trifle that's in there.
Yes.
Oh my God.
Is it good?
It is phenomenal.
Are
And
the beef and onions in it?
no, it's got candied bacon.
Oh, that's wild.
It's delicious.
For
It's
real?
for real.
I didn't even look at that recipe.
Yeah. So the trifle is, oh my God. I made it for a little friends get together that we had. And so I was like, I'm gonna try this. Amazing. I'm not even gonna lie to you. It was like the
Oh
best
my
dessert.
gosh.
It was like the best dessert ever, but it does not have like, it's got so you use applewood bacon and you like brown sugar and bake it so it becomes candied. And then brown sugar, heavy whipping cream, lemon curd, pound cake, the opposite of man, blackberry mint jam. It's literally what it says. And then strawberries and blueberries. And then you just layer it.
Where's the bacon go? What layer?
You just put it on, sprinkle it on top.
Oh, because I was going to say that I don't know about that, but you loved it. Look at that.
Oh my God.
gosh.
It's heaven. It's absolutely heavenly. And so yeah, I totally want to make it again, but I think I want to make them in like little, like own their own little individual cups.
Oh yeah, like little
'Cause it's a
parfaits.
little, yeah, it's like a little messy trying to
Get it out of
get it
there.
all out of there, but it's really, really delicious.
Oh, yeah, lemon pound cake. That sounds delicious in itself.
Well, the pound cake with lemon curd, like the lemon curd, like go to the little boutique-y part of the grocery store. I'm just saying. It's like you want to lick the lid. You got to lick the lid because it's so good.
That's awesome.
Yeah. And then make your own heavy whipping cream. Literally just beat it to death. And then it will turn into the whipped cream. So, so good though. I loved it.
I did that in Italy, with Debbie Brosnan and the cooking class. We
Yeah.
made tiramisu, and I was me and Yulin were the ones who got to beat the cream and make the stuff. Oh, it was unbelievable, out of this world.
I'm not much
Yeah.
of a coffee drinker, so tiramisu has never tasted good to me.
Well, guess what? They made it two different ways. So they had the one with coffee, and then they had this other dish that was like an orange liqueur. And if you weren't a coffee drinker, you could put your cookies in the orange instead.
Oh, I do love that.
I'll send you a picture. It was out of this world.
I would definitely
Instead of the coffee, you can just put cocoa.
Oh, I love cocoa too.
Fran, who is Italian, is on the call.
I just felt like I was calling, like I was called, like to have. It's my culture.
Oh my gosh, it was so good.
specialty.
Yeah, cocoa. I would do cocoa. We did chocolate. We sprinkled chocolate on top of the cream. It was out of this world. Yeah.
Now
I
I'm
need to go
hungry for
back.
dessert.
I know, and it's early for
10
you.
o'clock. It's only 10 o'clock and I'm ready for dessert.
Oh my gosh. How fun. I'm on here looking for my schedule now. I just came on early because I wanted to support all the other speakers.
Yeah.
And I'll pop in and out throughout the day. I'll probably
Yeah.
won't go in the breakout room. Maybe one I'll go in. Maybe this one where Sherry, my amazing business attorney, is.
Mm-hmm. It's gonna be
Yeah.
gonna be good.
So is this the first round or
This is our first mastermind? Yeah. So
Okay.
we'll see how it goes. I don't know, right?
Well, everybody's
Trial
still
and error.
there. Yeah, they didn't come back, so I think that's a good sign.
Yeah, trial and error.
So fun.
Mhm. Grace, what's new with you?
I am finishing up the big course that I created, and I'm also learning how to the language, learning about language.
Okay.
The language we use when we're talking and expressing ourselves. So
okay.
all fun things. How about you guys? I mean, it sounds fun. You guys sound delightful.
Well, we all know each other, so it's like we already have that, you know what I mean? So I've known these ladies for a very long time. And so it's like we're all friends. You know what I mean? You just pick up where you left off. So yeah,
Yeah, for sure.
Grace is on our next panel. So
Oh, good. I'm still looking for my agenda. What is the next panel? Which one is it?
So, so first is going to be, I'm going to be doing the talk around the customer experience and follow up. And then the business structure is the next panel starting at 40 minutes, on the hour of the hour, 40 minutes. And that's going to be the business structure with, AI. We're going to talk about CEO calendar, coaching contracts, accounting tips, paying yourself a living wage. And then one of our panelists wasn't able to make it. And so we're going to just have a little, we're going to talk about it, but it's not going to be like, we're just going to, we'll have a little roundtable discussion around the topic. So like,
Fun.
I think it's important to discuss, and I don't want it to go by the wayside.
Were there any keynote speakers already? Or are you the first?
No,
there
we
were two.
had Olivia and we had Laura. And then I'm next. And then Chris Kenny is the next keynote speaker. And he will be here talking about 7-figure sales secrets. And he is going to be in an hour and 40 minutes, basically. He'll be here for that. So
Fun.
he'll be the
Look
last.
at all these great people.
I know.
Wow.
I know.
No, Cammy, where you been, girl?
I'm here.
You're
I'm
here
here for
now.
it.
I
Yeah,
can't wait to
yeah.
hear you. I can't wait to hear your panel.
It's at the end, right? It's at the very end of
Yeah.
the day.
Yeah.
Yes, bring your glass of wine. It's going to be amazing. Yes, wine and dessert for the disruptors in the room.
Heck yeah. All about it. All about it. All right. So we've got, let me see here. We have, I'm going to see if I can, looks like people are still finishing up in some of the rooms. Paige, it still shows you in a breakout room. What is going on there?
Paige is in two
I
places.
don't know,
at
but I'm
once.
everywhere, I guess, because I'm here.
That's so funny. That is so
I'm here.
funny.
I'm right next to you, girl.
I know. It's like, what is going on here? I don't even know.
Do you want me to log out and come back in?
No.
Okay.
No, I just find it interesting. That's all. So.
You know the universe wants to clone me.
All right. That is so bizarre. That is so bizarre. Let me see. All right, we still have some folks in the breakout rooms. I don't see a thing that I can close them. I don't know what's going on there. All right. I'm just going to come in here and delete them because we're going to have to start over anyways. Okay. So what I would love to do is open up the floor for anyone who would like to share. We have a few minutes where we can share about any takeaways or what are you going to implement into your business from for your talk. From what you heard. I'm sorry, not from your talk. Anybody want to go? This is a great place to do that. Oh, come on. Don't make me say Bueller. I will do it over and over and over again until somebody volunteers. Please don't make me do that.
Well, in my breakout room, we were discussing, raise my hand. We were talking about the importance of just collaboration. And that kind of became a big topic and, you know, about podcasting and how it's a great way to connect with people. And yeah, it's like we were talking about how when you're podcasting, you don't have to focus on building this huge audience, which people do, and instead focus on guests. And those guests can be people who are much further ahead of you, who've already built up these big audiences, and you build relationships with that podcast. And it was just cool talking about it. And some people were like, people are telling me I need to start a podcast, but I don't know. So we were like, do it. And yeah, it was just cool. So that's what I
Very
recommend.
cool. Awesome. Anyone else want to share? By the way, how did you like doing this? Like, this is a first that we've done it this way. Did you guys enjoy going into a breakout room to talk out what you had heard? Anne's thumbs up.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. That was very good. Lots of nodding heads.
Yay, I love that. I love that. All right. Well, if nobody else is going to speak, come on.
I will say something.
All
I
right.
just want
Thank
to tell you that I love, I shared this in our group. I love the concept of how you set up the speakers to only have 5 minutes, and they had to crush it in 5 minutes, and they did a great job. And it was good because there wasn't time to go, oh yeah, what am I doing? What's over there? Let me check my email. It was just quick. It happened. We paid attention. At least I did. I thought it was really dynamic. Thank you.
Yeah. That was something that is something that I did back in September with another summit that I ran for a specific networking group in Polkadot. And it was suggested, why don't we try 5 minutes? And I'm like, all right, we'll try it. And everybody loved it for exactly what you were saying. Like 5 minutes comes so quick. And so the speakers have to be really super prepared and just share the meat and potatoes, and then, or, an appetizer, and then the meat and potatoes is provided in the vault. And then being able to, so if it's not a topic that you're interested in, you only have to sit there for 5 minutes, right? And then the next speaker comes on. And so it really just gives a nice variety and way for people to consume a lot of information in a short amount of time. And then I was like, if we added a mastermind component to it, that it would help, I think, narrow down what you just heard, what were the things that you heard, and then what do you want to implement into your business. So thank you for that feedback. I really do appreciate that. Thanks for being here. Grace, what did you want to share?
Yeah, I had, now that I've had time to think about it a little bit more, I think what I really got the most out of was establishing boundaries talk, because I have none. My business basically takes over my whole life sometimes, and that's not always a good thing. So what I want to implement is actually sitting down and thinking about what do my boundaries need to be, and how am I actually going to implement those boundaries.
I love that.
Yeah, me too.
That is a super, I'm not going to lie to you, super hard, but super worth it. Yeah, super hard, but super worth it. So, all right. Anyone else want to share before we dive into our next speaker, which is me? Okay, so we are going to be talking about customer experience and follow-up, my favorite thing ever. I am going to spotlight myself, and then we're going to record this. And I'm going to also set myself a timer because I like to play by the rules. I heard that giggle. Who giggled? All right. 30 minutes on the clock here. And my record button has moved. Where did it go? Here we go. All right. Thank you, everybody. Thanks so much for being here, by the way. Like, I absolutely love putting together these summits because they are a really great way to connect with new people. It's a great way to connect, collaborate, learn something new, implement something new into your business. And the thing that I really want to stress today is all around the customer experience and following up. As coaches, okay, I know personally, I'm speaking on my experience, I'm not going to speak for anyone else. I get in my own way when it comes to following up. My future self sits down and creates this really amazing plan, right? She's mapped it all out. It's all bright and shiny. It's beautiful. And I have created every step of the way. And if I'm involved with manually doing any of that, my current self will fuck it up. I'm not going to lie to you. She will sabotage my future self because of fear. I don't want to bother people. I got my own little internal things that we all got to deal with and struggle with. So the way that I get out of my own way is using technology, automations. And I do that through my fancy CRM. Y'all have been receiving communications from. It's my fancy CRM that did that, right? And so setting all of that up in advance keeps me from getting in my own way. I am both my problem and my solution. So what I want to talk to you guys about is the who, what, when, where, why, and how of the customer experience. I like to keep it simple, okay? It doesn't have to be intricate. It doesn't have to be so overwhelming. We're going to break it down into small little steps. So first, we like to start with the who. Those are your people. Those are your leads. Those are the people that you want to work with. Where are they coming from? So the types of leads that we could get are consults, appointments, events, like doing an event like this, vendor event, hosting workshops, emails, ads, introductions, so like referrals, and my least favorite of all of them, cold outreach. Not a fan. I am not a fan of that. Every time I get one of those, I die a little inside because it just feels so icky to me. I don't know you. I don't like you, and I don't trust you. And I am not interested in your sales pitch when I have never connected with you. And so I call those dirty DMs or pitch slapping, and I'm not a fan. So I don't encourage my clients to do that. If you do that, you do you, but I'm just telling you, I'm not gonna respond. It annoys the shit out of me. Okay. So now we know the who. Kind of thinking about where do they come from. And I'm recommending that you have a follow-up process in place for each type of lead that you get. So where are they coming from? And then creating some sort of outline of what is the next step. That's really all customer service or customer experience really is what do you want to happen next? If you were to look at the stages and the phases of your business, right, from lead to satisfied customer, what is that process? What is the journey that they're going to go through? If you're going to put them into a coaching program, what does that look like? If you're going to be helping them publish a book, what are the stages and phases of that? If you're going to help them launch a podcast, what are the stages and phases of that, right? So every stage and phase of your business, of your customer experience should be documented, because once you document it, once you do it once, you can then replicate that. So it's about how can we automate some of this? Now, I'm not talking about removing the human component. I love to automate, but also have human elements. For example, someone takes my quiz and I have a friends quiz on my website. It's very fun. If you haven't taken it, it's there for you, but it'll ask you which friends character you are. And then I have another quiz that is about why you're repelling your customers, or why you're not getting clients, which Fran just put into the chat for you. But basically, on the friends quiz, it'll ask you 10 minutes after you sign up to take the quiz, it'll send you a text. Which friend did you get? And then it'll give you the answers. If you reply to that text, it will send you, it'll tag them as the character. So now I know which character you are. Then it will send you a text back, and then it will send you the results in an email as well. Then if you reply to my text, I step in as a human and have a conversation with you. But all of the other elements to start that conversation, I don't have to be a part of it. That's manual labor, right? So thinking about what areas of your business might you want to automate, okay? So that's just a short little example. So now you have your who, and we're going to move into the what. And the what is if you were to have different categories of your leads. So somebody schedules a consultation with you. We're going to use this as an example. They're either going to make a purchase, so they become a client. What's that process look like when they become a client from start to finish? Let's say they're not ready yet, maybe in 6 months. What's that process going to look like? What is that follow-up going to look like? What reminders are you going to set for yourself? How are you going to remind yourself to communicate with them in 6 months when they said, get in touch with me in 6 months, I'm not ready yet? Then you have the third category, which is maybe later, they're really a no. Okay, they're really a no. And so then what I like to do on those consultations is I actually have a worksheet that I use where I document my phone calls. And then what I do is I have a fill in the blank email template using my custom fields in my CRM. I go in and I type in the answers, the fill in the blank answers. It will send out an email all customized. It's like mail merge way back in the day when we used to use Word to do mail merge. I used to love that when I worked in an office. It was very fun for me. But being able to use that sort of process allows me to customize my follow-up email. And then those custom fields, I can put those into a text message, any email, anything like that. It allows me to keep track of, remind myself of our conversation, because I'm a little forgetful sometimes and I have to remind myself, what did we talk about? That's why I have to take notes. My brain has to take notes. And so then what I do is based on those 3 categories, creating a follow-up process for each of them. What can I automate? What am I going to personalize? What am I going to be as a human? And what am I going to take out of my hands? Because remember, future me said, I really want to follow up with them in 2 weeks, but current me is going to go, I don't want to bother them, so I'm not going to do it. Okay. So one of the things that I like to do when it comes to follow-up is I have some tips for you. Okay. The first thing that I love to do is thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for having a conversation with me. Thank you for even reaching out and thinking that I may be able to help you. I may not be able to help you, but still having that connection and that conversation, I may find somebody that can help you better than I can help you. I love being that connector, that referral source for people. Another thing, when someone becomes a client, are you sending them out any sort of survey? If they purchased an ebook, if they purchased a product from you, if they signed up for your course, if they came to your workshop, are you getting feedback from them? People love to give their opinions. And allowing people to share their opinions can actually help you improve your customer experience, especially if you make it anonymous. Now, I know you really want to know who said it, but if you really want to get honest feedback, do it anonymously because they will feel safer with telling you the truth. And I encourage people and I tell them it's okay to tell the truth. It doesn't hurt my feelings because my goal is to improve in all things. And I can't fix it if I don't know about it. Okay, plain and simple. Number 3 is to keep in touch with your leads periodically. So the people that said maybe later, maybe 6 months from now, they're not quite ready yet. How will you keep in touch with them? What would that look like? This is not bombarding them. This is a saw this and thought of you. That's my favorite way to follow up. Saw this and thought of you. Whether it's in a DM, whether it's an email, whether it's a text, whatever it is, my favorite way to follow up with a thought of you is through Facebook Messenger, because I can also use the voice feature and I can customize a message to go along with it. I saw this video and made me think of you. I hope you're having a great day. How are you? Let's, catch up, whatever. And being able to customize that message. It took me 1 minute to do that. It's worth the time for me. Okay. I don't automate that part, but I will automate the reminder to tell me to do it. Okay. Number 4 is that you can ask people if they would be comfortable sending, if they know someone else that might have if they're not ready, maybe they know somebody. Hey, if you hear of anybody struggling with this particular thing, feel free to send me an introduction or pass along my information. Happy to help them. Okay. Number 5 is, do you have the type of business where you could offer some sort of promotion or discount or something for repeat customers? Do you have that type of business? So if you are like a lipstick company and someone comes and buys lipstick from you, and then they come back to buy lipstick again. I don't know if you've ever done this where you purchase something off of Etsy or something, and they send you a card that has a coupon code to make another purchase again. Do you have that type of business? And if so, you could do that with courses, memberships. Hey, I'd love to give you a free month. If there's so many things you could do with that. Okay, so next is the how. So I love to take all of this and do this in the how. Okay, so I'm going to go through some of my favorite elements of my CRM, and quickly though, because we have a lot to cover in 30 minutes. So the first thing that I love is the automation and reminders. So being able to send those out helps me stay connected to people and remind them of, hey, we have an appointment in an hour, or thanks for having a meeting with me. It was really great to meet you. Remember current self, future self, sabotage. Where will you sabotage yourself? And can you automate that to prevent you from sabotaging yourself? Number 2 are content and templates. I love the clone feature. The duplicate feature is my BFF. I don't have to create it from scratch. I duplicate it, change it, done. I'm not a start from scratch kind of girl. It just is such a waste of my time. So when it comes to posting blogs, replicate, change out the picture, because it already has all my stuff on it, right? It already has all of my links and all the things. I try to make it as easy for me as possible. Tagging my list. So every one of you that signed up for a VIP has been tagged VIP Coaching Summit. So now I can easily find all of you, group you together, and send you all the text message this morning that said, we're getting started in 10 minutes. Made my life so much easier, okay? But that came from automation. When you purchased, it automatically sent you a tag. It automatically directed you to the page that I wanted you to go to after you signed up. It was all by design. It was all done with intention, okay? Your marketing channels. One of the things that I have been able to do, if you have noticed or been paying attention to socials, is for this summit, I had Meet the Speakers post for everybody that I did a mini podcast with. And I was able to go in to my marketing area, literally create one post and have it go to Facebook page, Facebook group, LinkedIn, Instagram, my LinkedIn page, and where else? One other place I feel like I'm missing. And basically all of it went to one place with the audiogram. I only had to make one post and it went to all the places. Do you know how much easier that made my life? And then I could schedule it for the future date. Like, oh my God, made my life so much easier. Also, one of the things that I think is important is frequency of reach out. How frequently do you want to reach out to your potential customers? This does not have to be a daily occurrence. This could be weekly, bi-weekly, monthly, whatever makes sense for your business, but decide in advance what that's going to look like. Okay. Also be authentic. I'm just going to tell you right now. Yes, I love AI. I do. But I also know that sometimes AI doesn't sound like me. So I want to sound like me. I want you to know that I'm the one coming through, which means I'm going to make jokes. I'm going to make Friends references. I'm going to do things and use funny GIFs and all of that other kind of stuff. That's me. And I want my personality to come through because that's my brand, right, Laura? Like, we got to have that authentic representation. So make sure to always be yourself in whatever communication you decide to do with your customers. So the next question I want to ask you guys, I actually have a question. I want you to put it in the chat, okay? There are a variety. I've identified 7 different ways to follow up. What do you think is the number one way to follow up with people? This is a poll. This is a study, like percentages have been acquired. So put it in the chat. Which one do you think is the most common, popular, preferred way for people to follow up. All right, I'm seeing some stuff come through. Let's see here. Interesting, interesting. The least favorite way for people to receive follow-up, this is them saying this is their preferred. They hate email. But it's the one that we seem to do the most because it's comfortable for us to send an email, right? Less chance of getting rejected. The most popular way to follow up with someone is through text message. How long does it take for you to answer a text message on your phone? Pretty quickly, right? Now, I am not a fan of the companies that ask you to subscribe to their text and they send you a text every freaking day to buy their stuff. Yeah, I'm unsubscribing right away. So let's not abuse it. Okay, use it in a way that is not going to get you banned by the cell phone carriers. Okay, so use it sparingly, use it effectively, use it efficiently, but do not abuse that because phone numbers and emails are prime real estate. And once you abuse it, you're gone forever. You've lost their trust and they will never work with you. They will unsubscribe so fast. Okay. 55% of emails go unopened. How many of you have 10,000 or more unread emails on I see you, Laura. I see you. Right. I'm a Virgo. I can't do it. I can't have I can't have the red notification that I have unread. I can't do it. So, but 98% of texts are open within 3 minutes. Okay. And then let's see here. 12% of Facebook posts are read. So all of the 3,000 friends you have on Facebook, about 12% actually see what you post. Not reliable. Okay. All right. So when is the best time to follow up? 4 p.m. on a Thursday. I don't make the rules. I'm just telling you what the survey said. That's what it said. The worst day to follow up is a Monday. I don't know why, but it is. And the worst day to text somebody is on a Tuesday. Again, I don't make the rules. So when it comes to following up, I figured out we have some things that prevent us from doing so. Okay. Fear of rejection. Anybody else struggle with fear of rejection? The no terrifies the shit out of you. You don't know what to say. Anybody else struggle with I don't know what to say? Create a template. That's the solution. Create yourself a template. Okay. Future self, create a template. It will make it easier for your current self. Lack of time. I forget or get too busy. Anyone else struggle with that? You have really good intentions, but then you get busy on all the other things and then you forget about somebody. And then before you know it, it's been 3 months. And now you're like, well, now it's too late. I can't follow up. This is me. This next one is me, is that I don't want to bother people. So how do we prevent bothering people? I prevent the idea of bothering people by making sure that I add value. How can I add value? I can send resources. I can do something that would not make them feel like I am intentionally trying to follow up with them, that it is a natural conversation that I'm starting with them. I'm checking in to see how they're doing, etc. Okay. And not only do I not want to bother people, but I don't want to come off as salesy or pushy, you know, the used car salesman thing, right? And let me ask you this question. This is a question that I came up with a while ago, and I was like, oh man, this is a good question. I would love to see what you guys put in the chat for this. If you had $1 million customer sitting in your pipeline, would you still forget to follow up? I'm just curious. If someone in your pipeline is willing to pay you $1 million, would you still be afraid to follow up? Hell no, you wouldn't. So why are you afraid to follow up if they're only going to pay you $100? You don't know. You don't know. So let's remove that fear of I'm going to bother people and just instead add value. And we're going to talk about ways to add value, and we're going to talk about ways to follow up. Okay, so here you go. 7 different ways to follow up. If you know that I love Friends, you know that Monica teaches about the 7 erogenous zones. Well, I have created the 7 follow-up strategies, and I've just replaced the numbers with the follow-up method. I even made a video about it. It's very funny. Okay, so number 1 is email. Number 2 is text. Number 3 is direct message, messenger of some sort, whether Facebook or Instagram, LinkedIn, whatever. Number 4, I love, which is a video message. Number 5 could be an audio message. I do also love a good audio message because you get to hear the friendliness and the tone of your voice, and you can be fun and you can be silly and all of the things. Number 6 is a phone call. Probably people would say that's their least favorite thing to do, is to call people because they're scared of hell. Oh my God, what if they answer the phone? What if they answer the phone? What do I say? I get you. It's my least favorite too. I'm going to bother people. So I invite them to call me. You can call me. Here's my phone number. And then it takes the pressure off. But I still struggle with the call. Okay. And then the last one is the voicemail drop. Now, the voicemail drop is an automation that I can create in my system where, thank you, Laura, 7777, right? Is you can pre-record a voicemail to go to their phone. If you've ever received the one ring and then all of a sudden it goes directly to voicemail, yeah, they're using a CRM, but it's still effective because people check their voicemail. Oh my God, you guys are cracking me up in the comments. Oh. Okay, I'm getting so sidetracked. All right, next is how do we add value? I'm going to give you a list of things that you can do to add value. So number 1, we always get permission to follow up. Always. Is it okay for me to check in with you? When would you like me to check in with you? What way would you like me to check in with you? Get consent to follow up. They are then saying, yes, absolutely. Call me in 2 weeks. Done. You just got to ask for it. Number 2, this way is probably the easiest way and least way to not feel rejected. Okay. Become their raving fan. What does that mean? Becoming their raving fan means you go engage with them on their social media. They post something on Facebook, on Instagram, on LinkedIn. Go be their biggest fan. Stay top of mind. Engage with them. Okay. Number 2, you can send a card in the mail. Anybody love to receive snail mail? Getting a card from somebody? I still love to get cards in the mail, and I do get them. So you can collect their address or send it to them later and say, hey, can I have your address? And then send them a card. You can invite them to connect with you on, like, come to a networking event, or, hey, we have this local coffee meetup, or, hey, I know about this group that I thought you might want to come to. Do you want to be my guest? Inviting them to more people, helping them get more referrals. You become now their hero, the connector. They will always love you for that because you never know who will be there, and you can introduce them to somebody. Introducing them to a potential collaboration partner. So if you're on a call and you go, oh my gosh, I would love to connect you with so-and-so. Is it okay for me to send them your email? Get permission and then make the introduction. Hey, I met so-and-so. I thought the 2 of you could really hit it off. Here's the contact information. Happy connecting. It's plain and simple. And take it from there. Either do that through direct message or through email. And I always ask, how would you like me to connect you? What would be the best way? Let them tell you. Ask their opinion or feedback on an idea or project. So, hey, so-and-so, I was thinking about doing this thing. What do you think about that? we had just talked about this thing. Would that be something that you see any value in? Ask for their opinion. Sharing a resource like a blog post, a video, a podcast, a course, anything that can make you say, saw this and thought of you. Make a recommendation, send them a free product or a free trial or something like that in the mail. So if you have a product-based business, you could send them a free sample of something. Having a free trial of your membership program or anything like that, you could definitely do that as well. So that is kind of my way that I like to follow up. So remember, we're going to take the lead, and they fall into 3 different categories. Okay. And then from there, I've created a step-by-step process of what my follow-up process, what I want that to look like. And then I implement that through automations, templates, and things like that. Fill in the blanks so that whether they're ready to go right now, and then I have my onboarding process ready to go, whether they're ready to work together in 6 months, I have my nurture sequence ready to go. And whether they're just not interested, but maybe they'd like to stay on my email list, then that's where they go. So each of those has some sort of process and flow to make it easier to follow up with your potential leads and make sure your clients that say yes have an amazing customer experience, and thinking about ways that you can elevate that and make sure that you are hearing them, you are asking for their feedback. What did you think? All of those things. And then saying, oh, I hadn't thought about that before. We don't know what we don't know. Plain and simple. We don't know what we don't know. So if someone gives you a suggestion, you might want to consider implementing that into your business. If it's going to impact, if one person is saying that, maybe there's other that are saying it and they're not telling you. So consider that. Consider that. Okay. I have a minute left, and if anybody wants to if anybody has a question, I'd be happy to answer any of the questions that you may have. Anybody have anything? Anne?
Hi, Elaine. Thanks so much. I was taking copious notes like a wild animal.
Yay!
And I really appreciate everything that you offered. Do you have a particular, or does it matter, a CRM that you prefer that's easy to use for non-techie type of people like me?
Okay, so here's the long answer, is that I'm actually a CRM agency for Go High Level, meaning that I have white labeled Go High Level, and I don't care who knows that. So my system, I call it You Can Automate. And what I do is I actually help people get it set up so that they don't have to do it themselves. So we work through all of the things that we just went through. And then you say, this is what I want it to do, and I do it for them. So they don't have to stress out about that. And then I teach you how to use it. So that's what I do.
I'll be calling you. This is so great. I'm hiring right now, so just so you know.
Yeah, I'm going to be making a new quiz, which I'm really excited about. That's going to be which CRM is best for you. So when that comes out, I'll be sure to send it out to you guys, and you can take the quiz and see which CRM system is going to be best for you, because it's not a one size fits all. Not everyone needs all of the fancy bells and whistles, but you still want to make sure that you have something that's going to work with you and support the growth of your business. The goal is to eliminate having 13 different CRMs and softwares and tools to run your business, because that's what I was doing, and I was a hot mess express. 0 out of 10, do not recommend.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. You're welcome. All right. So we are going to, hold on. Let me go into.
There was one more question in the chat. Back when you were talking about mapping out the client journey and sending out automations for different types of clients, Brent had asked, how long does it take you to map out the whole journey out for the clients?
It's as simple for me as writing it down. And in the ebook, so if you take the link to the quiz in the why you're not getting clients quiz, once you take that quiz, it will send you to a thing where you can download my ebook for free, Mastering the Customer Experience. And I have a worksheet in there that shows the different ways to take all of the ways to follow up. And what type of lead are they? Are they a client? Are they maybe later? Are they now? Whatever. And then map that out for each of those things. So that worksheet is in that book. And so that may help you figuring out how you want that to go. And if you still need support or assistance with that, you are absolutely welcome to get in touch with me and I will help you figure out what that looks like for you. It's literally just asking you some additional questions. All right, so now I'm going to stop this recording and then I'm going to start a new recording once I get our next speaker. Hold on a second here. Our next round is going to be our business structure. So let me find our people here. So where is Colleen? Here's Colleen. Let me pin Colleen and Sherry. And then we're going to have Grace. And then we're going to have Shannon. And then Miss Audrey. And making sure I'm not forgetting anybody. All right. So this is going to be our business structure panel where we're going to talk about accounting, legal, AI, and calendar management, all of that stuff. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and start a new recording. And Audrey, you are up first, my friend.
All righty. Hi, everyone.
You're good to go.
All righty. So I have the AI topic. And so the topic I chose specifically for this summit was enhancing client relationships with AI-powered insights. So coaches meet with people, they have a discussion, they get insights from what they're told, and they provide feedback and actionable things for their clients. So what I'm going to outline for you now is a process of how to use AI to help you do that, not to do it for you, but to help you do it. Think of it as an assistant, a colleague. If you would want to listen to something back and bounce ideas or to try to figure out a better way so that you can help and support your clients, that's what something like this is for. So step one is going to be having your audio or the transcripts of your sessions with your clients. Many coaches will record them so they can listen back to them later. This has been happening for many, many years across any type of service industry where you're having a conversation with a client or a potential client. One of the tools I recommend, a more modern tool versus having a recording device, is a tool called Fireflies.ai. And what this is, we've seen them in probably a bunch of different meetings, but it's an assistant that can ride along in one of your online meetings. The other cool thing about Fireflies.ai is that it has a phone app, which means you can then take it, if you're in person, turn it on your phone, and it will listen, record, and do all the things it will do in the online version. And so what it does is it collects the audio, does an automatic transcript, and there's voice commands that you can use to have it collect action items. It's going to give you a summary. And it's actually pretty good about like, okay, this person said they were going to do this, and this person said they could do that. One of the things I use it for is if I'm in a meeting with a client and I need someone on my project management team to pick up and pull out action lists, I'll say, oh, Jessica is going to take care of blah, 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 blah for you. And then when I go back to look at the transcript, it will say, here are Jessica's action items, even though she wasn't in the meeting, right? Because Jessica was a action keyword that I set up as part of the setup for Fireflies. So it's a pretty cool tool. I like it a lot. So then what you do is you take that transcript, and I highly recommend that you use a ChatGPT Pro account. If you're not familiar with the Pro account, if you've been playing with the free version, there's much more benefit. Part of that benefit is you are able to give it links. You are able to, that it will actually go and search against. It will also, you can upload multiple documents and images that then you can make part of the conversation. So under the Pro account, under one conversation, you're going to want to upload your coaching style. If there's a methodology that you follow, or if there's multiple methodologies, you can actually link out to them. Or you can say, hey, do you understand this methodology if it's popular? Then you can upload your client file information, their demographics, what they're trying to achieve. You can then upload multiple transcripts. They don't have to be just from Fireflies. You might have transcript notes that you've created documents in. You can, from past sessions, you can upload those, and then the current one. The great thing about ChatGPT Pro now is that it has a longer memory. They talk about it in bytes, but basically what it can do is it's the equivalent of, I think, a 300-page book now, where it can go back and read and go through things. And it's just going to get larger and larger as things go, but I don't believe that's available in the free version. So once all of that's uploaded, then you can have a conversation with your content. Start asking it questions. And what's going to happen is, you know, while you have a conversation with a person, you might miss nuances, which this process will pick up. And so you can ask questions like, based on the client's stated goals and discussion in these sessions, how has their progress been so far? And you're going to get feedback and information on that. And then you can pull additional insights back where you have your next session with them and say, hey, here's some things I want to talk about with you. And then this just becomes an iterative process for you over time. And that's it. So those are the details. In the video that I did, it gives you a lot more information.
Thank you, Audrey. Yeah, definitely check out the video in the vault because it goes through so much more detail. Next up, we're going to go with Colleen.
Thank you, Elaine. Hi, everyone. So happy to be here today. I see so many faces that I recognize from wherever I've been. And I was asked to really take on the stronghold today of speaking of getting yourself organized with a calendar for your personal as well as your business. Because as a CEO, I'm just going to say a high performing habit is being organized. How many of you use a calendar on a regular basis in your business? And how many of you use a personal calendar for your personal life? Oh, okay. Okay. Now, how many of you set tasks on your calendar and then actually stick to them and do what your calendar says for you to do every single time it comes up on your calendar? I had a feeling we might have some hands drop off there. Okay. That is about setting boundaries. So I want you to ask yourself a question. What am I not worth? What am I not worth that I'm willing to give up that time and space that I gave myself to work myself toward my goals? Because that's exactly what it is. It's setting boundaries so no one else can disturb that time. And any high performer, any uber successful entrepreneur is going to tell you their time is everything. It's their asset. It's everything that they have. You need to measure your time, your energy, and your money. When someone asks me to do something, I think about what time is it going to take, how much energy is it going to take, or how much money is it going to cost. A lot of us just think about how much money it's going to cost. No, 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 no. We need to think about time, energy, and money and look at your schedule to see, do you have something more important that you would like to go to? When I talk about values, I'm talking about family for me. So I want you to think about, what are your values? What is a value of yours that is sacred and important to you? Well, my grandkids, I have 12 of them. They have a lot of baseball games, a lot of gymnastics, dance, football games. It's crazy. And so when I have a baseball game at 5:15 on a Wednesday night and someone asks me to do something or have a conversation or go somewhere, I tell them no, because it's on my schedule to go to his baseball game. And that is important to me for my priorities and my balance of my life. You're in charge here. I just want to remind you all, you're the CEOs, you're the visionary, okay? So I'll tell you a quick story. When I was in corporate America, as a director, we would all get together and have meetings. And the person organizing the meeting would just look at the schedule and pick the best time that most people were available. Well, guess what? They were taking times of my lunch, times that I was working on other projects, times that I was going to talk to clients, all of these things. I was like, that's taking up all my time. I felt like they were in control of my time and I was not. So I quickly started adding lunches. I started adding morning time for myself. I started adding evening times. I started adding projects I worked on, clients I was talking to. And then my time for other people in the office started getting very slim. And they had to look for times that I was available, because why is everybody else more important than you? I'm going to say that one more time. Why is everybody else and their time more important than you? I have found the best success and I am so productive. It's probably the number one thing people are like, you do so much, you're so productive. How do you do it? Well, number one, I have a team, but number two, I manage my time. We all have 24 hours in a day. So if anyone says to you, I don't have time, they're saying to you, it's not important to me. They have the time because you make the time. So if you're saying yes to something, you're saying no to something else. So this is a really good start in 2024 for you to get organized. I use a Google Calendar. Find a calendar that works for you. Start putting tasks on there. Label what you're doing, returning emails. If you're leaving only windows open for coaching on certain days, be very intentional with how you schedule it. Pick your goals and then put the tasks on your schedule that are going to be productive to work you towards your goals, or be productive to build your relationships with your family, or whatever is the most important to you, networking, whatever it might be. But a blank calendar and an unorganized CEO will never be able to have success ongoing, and you will fail at some point. I promise you that. You have to get yourself organized. So it is so important to do that. Perfect timing.
Perfect timing. Love that. Fantastic. All right. Be sure to check out Colleen's video too. Again, goes into much deeper detail. Miss Sherry Andrews is here. We're going to talk legal shit, you guys. Pay attention to this. I am not joking. If you don't want to go to jail, you have to listen to what Sherry is telling you. Ready? Go.
Hi, everyone. I'm Sherry Andrews. I'm a small business and trademark attorney and the founder of the Wise Owl Academy. And before I get into today's talk, I need to make a quick disclaimer because I'm an attorney. The information I provide today is educational only and does not constitute legal advice. I am not your attorney unless you sign an engagement letter with me. And if you need specific advice, please, please, please consult your attorney. Okay, now buckle up because I'm going really fast. First up, why is it important to set up a business entity separate and apart from you as a person for your coaching business? And more specifically, why an LLC? Well, LLC stands for Limited Liability Company, and true to its name, the LLC limits your personal liability for the debts and obligations of your business. It means it protects your personal assets like your home, your cars, your bank accounts, your retirement accounts, big ones, from your business liability. So if someone sues you for something that happened in your business, they can't touch your personal assets, only the assets in your business. Without that separate business entity, without that LLC, all of your personal assets are at risk. And that's why, in a nutshell, you want an LLC. Now let's switch. We're going to talk about contracts. I assume all of you already understand that using a contract with your coaching clients is critical to reducing your exposure to legal risk and danger. The purpose of a contract is to set clear expectations, resolve issues before they arise, and provide important legal protections. So let's talk about the top 5 things that should be in every coaching contract. Number 1, a clear statement about what is and is not included in your coaching program. You actually build better client relationships by setting clear expectations on things like the deliverables, the length of the program, the number of sessions included, your policies around scheduling and missed sessions, and your client obligations. The more specific you can be, the less that is left to interpretation. And the less that's left to interpretation means the less fodder there is for litigation. Okay, number 2, a clear statement of your price and payment terms, not just the cost of the program, but how much and when is each payment due? What are the acceptable forms of payments? What about late payments? Can you stop services? Do you charge late fees or interest? What is your refund policy? Under what circumstances can a client get their money back and how much of it? Number 3, termination provisions. Termination is about when and how the parties can end the relationship. So what do you want for notice? Is there a difference for you between termination for cause, for example, the client fails to pay, in which case you may want to be able to terminate immediately, versus termination for convenience? For example, your client decides they just don't have enough time to do this right now, or the program isn't what they expected, in which case you may want 15 or 30 days advance notice. Your termination provision also needs to include provisions for any refunds owed to the client or any payments owed to you upon termination. Okay, number 4, no guarantees and no professional advice clause. As you know, your client's success is entirely up to them and based on factors that are completely out of your control. So state right up front in your agreement that you do not guarantee specific results from your program. Also, unless you have the required expertise and credentials, acknowledge that your coaching is not a substitute for things like medical, legal, and financial advice, and that if your client needs those kinds of advice, they should consult the appropriate professionals. Number 5, legal protections. Now, there's a laundry list of legal protections that can be baked into a contract. The one I want to mention today is dispute resolution procedures. So in the event of a disagreement, how are you going to resolve it? Do you want informal notice and an opportunity to respond? Do you want mediation, arbitration, court? Which state law will apply? And if you end up being sued, what jurisdiction and venue may they bring suit in? Hint, jurisdiction should be your state, venue should be your county courts. So there you have it, the top 5 things to include in your coaching contracts.
I know, girl. Yeah. FYI, there are new laws coming out that will you could wind up with being fined or going to jail. So make sure you reach out to Sherry to get her information about her workshops that she'll be teaching so that you can avoid going to jail. Okay. Next up is Grace. Unmute, honey.
Hi, everybody. Hi. How are you guys? So sorry. You think technology was my friend. Hi, everybody. I am Grace Del Rey. I am excited to bring to you guys this financial accounting tips. And I'm a financial business strategist, and I've been in the business financial world for over 30 years. And what I've done is collected a method of like understanding and case studies on what was working and what didn't work and the clients I worked with to try to understand how do you make your money and how do you become successful? Because that's like everybody wants to know, right? And so I came up with 5 key factors that were common with all the successful business owners that I worked with. And one of the key factors that I'll share with you today is they knew their numbers. I mean, they took the time to put it on their schedule and look at their numbers to understand why their sales were going up or why they were going down and what was the trend. and they would look at not only like what was happening inside their company, but also look outside. Like I'm working right now with a client that works nationally, and they're looking at the political arena and seeing what's happening there and how that's going to affect their numbers. So it's a really interesting, curious, like new phenomenon. You know, like sometimes when we're running our own smaller companies, we don't take into the fact what's going to happen when the climate changes economically. Another thing that we like to look at in not just knowing your numbers, but also to, and you might go, well, Grace, what is those numbers? What are those? And some of you might be familiar with it. So please bear with me as I explain. It's the profit and loss in the balance sheet and a cash flow. And these reports are, when they're put together well and the numbers make sense, they are indicators on how your company's doing right now, what happened historically, and it can be a predictor of what's going to happen. And that's why you want to read them on a regular basis. And it also helps you plan ahead on what you can do. And also you want to look at, for example, keeping an eye on inflation. So for example, if you have a restaurant and the cost of your food is going up and you're not keeping account of that, you might be running your company at a loss. And that's an important thing to take into account and start strategize and change your price point so that you can stay in business the next day. Another strategy I want to leave you guys with before my time ends with you is one thing that you can do right today is open a savings account. I know that sounds strange, but open a savings account and dedicate it to putting your self-employment tax and your income tax to the side. So you're saving each week or each month, depending on how much you need to save. And it's important because if you make tons of money, you can end up owing tons of money at the end of the year. And that's not a bad thing. It's a bad thing when you don't plan for it. And I find a lot of clients come to me when they didn't plan for it. And they're like, oh my God, I owe $50,000. It'll take me 5 years to pay this off. And I'm like, yes, that's true. And that sucks. But on the other hand, you made $1 million. So it's not a bad thing that you owe taxes. It's just that you didn't put any plans into action. And that's another reason to look at your numbers and get into conversation with your financial planner, as well as your CPA and your tax guy. Get it all going in the right direction. And one of the next steps that I would recommend is definitely go look at the video. It goes into a deeper range of like telling you about the other 4 factors, as well as how to set yourself up to win, the distinctions between the different taxes, because there is a distinction and you want to know those when you're planning. And you also want to get into the habit of thinking about setting yourself to be profitable. And what does that mean to be profitable? So if you have any questions, you can certainly keep the conversation with me going. Connect with me on Facebook, LinkedIn, any of your favorite social medias. I'm there. And also I'm the founder of Saving Grace Money Method. It's a Facebook group that we keep the conversation going about your financial health and keeping it mindful and moving you forward on that trajectory.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Grace. Next up is Shannon, who is going to tell us how to pay ourselves. Pay attention, you guys.
Hello, everybody. I'm super excited to be here and talk about paying yourself. So as Elaine said, my name is Shannon Simmons. I'm the founder of Fit for Profit. We're a group of profit coaches that we help other coaches and wellness-based business owners keep more of that revenue that you earn in your business to fund your personal lifestyle. So if I were to guess, most people here today went into business for some sort of different lifestyle. Whether you didn't want to have a boss, maybe you wanted to have control of your own time or be location independent, maybe both, or maybe you just went into business to make a bigger impact on the world. Some people may even say they want more income in that list. Some people shy away from that, claiming that truth, but usually it's part of it. And the fact is, all of those things are possible, and all of them actually require you to pay yourself. Because no matter how big of an impact you're making or how much flexibility you have, you'll also still have personal bills to pay. And you and your family, if you have one, you have to eat. And for those who wanted to location independence, that takes money. So And actually making a big impact in the world takes money as well, marketing and all the other things. So I want to help you figure out how to do all of that today. One thing that we all learn when we're starting in business, consciously or not, is there's a financial formula for running a business. It's usually sales minus expenses equals profit. Maybe you're aware of that formula. If you have an accounting system of any kind, it's running on that formula. And even if you don't already have a system, your taxes are being figured on that formula. So it is affecting your business. And I don't believe that that formula works, because 85% of small businesses fail when they're only using that formula. So I want to flip that formula on its head today. So often in business, because of this formula, we think the key to paying ourselves is to generate more and more and more sales and more revenue. And that's true until you generate that very first sale. And as soon as you generate that first sale, you'll also do better if you have a system in place to manage the cash that is now flowing into your business. Because if you don't have a system, you will fall victim to something called Parkinson's law. It's a psychological law that says we will spend as much money as we have. So you will spend all of your revenue on your business expenses, and you don't have anything left to pay yourself. If we had more time today, I could tell you countless stories of how this plays out. You may have one of your own. At Fit for Profit, we flip that formula. So now it says sales minus profit equals expenses. But it's not just changing the formula. We have to have a system. Ours consists of 5 guardrails that will help you manage that cash so that you can pay yourself. So really quickly, those 5 guardrails. The first one is that we want you to have small plates in your business. So all businesses need at least 5 bank accounts, in my opinion, not just the 1 or 2 that most business books will tell you about. Those accounts help you give every single dollar a purpose before you spend it. And they accurately tell you in your online banking how much left you have left to spend on operating expenses. The second guardrail is to pay yourself first. Before you can pay any operating expenses, you have to set aside money to pay you. You're the most important asset in your business, and therefore you have to be taken care of. We also want you to set aside profit and funds that will help you pay the tax bill that you're going to have now that you are paying yourself and profitable. Trust me, there was a year before I implemented a system in my business that I couldn't pay my own tax bill. You don't want that. The third guardrail is to remove temptation from your business. Some of those 5 bank accounts will start to accumulate a significant balance if you don't put them in a safe place. They'll be susceptible to Parkinson's law in and of themselves, and you'll see that money, you'll want to spend it, and then you won't have it where you need it. So we need to remove that temptation. The fourth guardrail is that we want you to have a rhythm to dealing with your finances. We don't want you to be dealing with them every single day. That's really not necessary and usually leads to more stress. No reason to do that. You have other more important things to do, but you also can't bury your head in the sand and expect it to get better without looking at it. So, like I said, we want to be doing that on a regular basis. Usually it's twice a month or maybe every other week. And there are also specific tasks that you should be doing on those days. And this is where you can get more details in the vault, in our session on the vault. There's a lot more there about the guardrails and those tasks. And then finally, I saved the most important guardrail for last. This is about your personal relationship with money. And it comes down to the way you think about money. Maybe it's how you've seen money handled in the past, but you do have a relationship with money, no matter how good or bad it is. Some of it may go back to, do you bury your head in the sand or do you stress out about money every single day? But I want you to think about your best friend. If you were to ignore your best friend, how long would your best friend be in your life? If you ignore money, how long will money be in your life? It's really the same thing. So I want you to have a fulfilling, positive relationship with money so that when you take care of it, you'll get more of it and you can learn more in the vault.
Fantastic. Thank you. Okay, so one of our panelists wasn't able to make it today, and his talk was about inclusive coaching. And so I thought what we might be able to do is share different ways, and I'm actually going to go ahead and remove the spotlight. We're going to, hold on. I'm going to bring everybody back to regular because I want to have a conversation about how can we have more inclusivity in our businesses. So for example, one of the things that you may see is that I have closed captioning on this video so that it is available to people who can and cannot hear, people who would like to read versus listen. So I would love to open up the floor, and let's all create a list of ways that we can be more inclusive in our businesses. Samantha, I actually would love to hear from you because Samantha runs a podcast called Every Brain is Different. She's not one of our panelists today, but I would consider her an expert in inclusivity when it comes to people maybe that have ADHD or ADD or anything like that. Do you have any tips, Samantha, on what you might think we could do to be more inclusive?
Yeah, so when you're talking to people, just be aware that not everyone can sit still and stare at a screen if you're on Zoom. So if they're like walking around, if they're not looking at you, if they're like have a fidget thing in their hands, just be okay with that, because a lot of people who are neurodivergent, if they look at someone's face, they see a lot of micro emotions, and then they have no idea what the person is saying. And if you're doing it in person, and I know when I'm talking, so I'm neurodivergent, and when I'm talking to someone, I sit there and think about, like, am I making eye contact long enough? Like, is this too long? And so if they're not looking at you, just be okay with that, because that's the number one thing that I've heard when people, they're just like, well, they're not paying attention because they're not staring at me. And I'm like, no, that's not true. They're actually paying more attention to you if they're not staring at you. So that would be my number one thing.
Very cool. I once saw someone deliver a workshop where they had a sign language interpreter on the call in order to be inclusive of people that were deaf or hard of hearing. And I was like, wow, that's actually very cool. I don't know if anybody was on the call that needed that, but the fact that she provided that, and I just thought that was a very, very interesting and thoughtful thing to do. Does anybody else have any ideas, or have you seen something that you thought was really cool? Grace.
Yeah, there's this one copywriter that I follow who is really, really big on inclusive language and inclusivity in general. Like, the whole course was actually about that. And I took it. And one of the ways that she delivered her materials was to make sure that not only was there, the worksheets and all the downloads and all the usual stuff you see in a course, but she had like a podcast version of all of the materials. She had video, like she covered basically all the major learning types and put those as a deliverable in her course. And I just thought that was really, really cool.
I love that. Tamira says different languages. So do you have clients that are from other countries? Would it be worth it to have it translated into additional languages to reach a larger audience? Not everybody speaks English, right? Laura.
I was looking here and thought Rebecca Watson is watching on the YouTube live stream. She had said to be more inclusive, she is allergic to latex.
Oh.
So any events that have any kind of balloons at them, she just can't attend at all, which is something that I never really thought of, right? And she said, she finds it really frustrating because a lot of business networking and business meetings have those. Thought it was an interesting point.
Thanks for sharing that. Sherry.
One of the things that I talk about when I'm talking about the ADA compliance within your website, making sure that you're using fonts that are readable, and that if you are using color as a key for differentiation, put a pattern behind that color. So some people can't see red and green. So if you're doing red for don't do this list of things and green for do this list, put a pattern behind each one that helps them differentiate.
Okay. That's good to know. Yeah. I have heard of some websites being sued because their website was not ADA compliant. And I believe there's a list out there. I've actually gone to look at what the list is of things you can do to be in compliance with ADA laws for your website. But funny enough, I don't think their website was in compliance. I'm just going to say.
Well, and isn't there more to it than that? Don't you have to have the
reader?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Sorry.
Oh, so doesn't the ADA stuff mean that you it can't put you in financial harm to meet those requirements? And Sherry can help me out with that. That it's not everybody has to apply to every single one. That you have to have the financial wherewithal and not be financially hurt to do it,
Yeah.
or something along those lines.
So if something like including other readers type of things, generally you can just refer people on your website out to commercially available products. You don't have to put them on your website if that would be a financial hardship for you. Yes, a lot of ADA compliance does have to do with, making sure that it's within the means of your business. But right now the law is very fluid on this, and it hasn't been written in stone yet. So I'm not sure where it's going to land, but for right now, it's be conscious of these things and do what you can do to show that you're trying to be inclusive. If you're at least making steps, it's less likely that you're going to, be fined or anything like that.
Fantastic. Well, thank you everybody for indulging me and having that conversation so that we could still talk about that issue that I think is very important for all of us when we are trying to help others. We want to make sure that we're helping, we're not putting up barriers to entry, right? We want to eliminate barriers to entry to working with us. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go into our breakout rooms, and I'm going to stop this recording. I'm going to open up the rooms, and we'll see you guys in 19 minutes. And then after we're done, we are going to take a break. So bio break, get some food, all of the things, because mama is hungry and needs to eat. Okay. Hi, Gail.
I've been watching on YouTube, but when I heard the breakout room, I'm like, oh, I want to join.
You want to go in? I'll put you in a room. Hold on.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Elaine,
Yes, ma'am.
you have the break. Okay, 35 to 40. Okay, no, sorry. I read something else.
Oh, okay. You're good.
All good, all good.
Paige, did you want to go into a breakout room?
No, I was coming in for the next sessions and I had another call. So,
okay.
Thank you, dear.
Yep. Hey, everybody. The breakout room folks are going to be back in about 30 seconds. We're going to have a very short sharing session, and then we're going to take a very quick 5-minute break before we get started with Chris. We're running just a tiny bit behind. Not too bad, though. We'll be able to make up that time. But I want to give our panelists and stuff an opportunity to take a break before we dive into Chris's massive, amazing talk today. All right, our folks they have 30 seconds left. They're going to start coming back into our room here. How are you doing today, Chris?
I'm doing well. How about you? Excited to be here.
Fantastic. Doing fantastic. So far, we've had a super great turnout, and we are just having super fun and making lots of connections and learning lots of cool shit.
Well, that's great.
I know, right?
Here to talk about my favorite subject today. This is a good day.
I know.
I have to tell you, and I'll probably tell the group the fun. I always tell real kind of like a behind the camera secret. So my behind the camera secret is yesterday. That's the first secret. I was taking down the Christmas tree. Yeah, almost. That's the first secret. And so I'm taking down the tree, right? And I have to get the tree out of the tree stand. So I'm like diving into the tree to grab the trunk of the tree. And given that it's almost February, the tree was dry.
Oh no.
The pine needles poked me in the nose and put 4 or 5 puncture holes in the tip of my nose. So I have this dotted mess on the tip of my nose that my fiance was nice enough to try to cover up, but it's still bleeding. So
well, nobody will ever know now.
Nobody's gonna know this. So my nose is a mess, is what I'm trying to say.
That's okay. That's okay. We don't mind. We're not here to judge, right? We're not here to judge.
And then I get all made up, right? So you mix it up, and then we do a couple of things out in the garage, and I decide to take a shower, and of course forget. And then we got to remake up the nose. So I've had my nose done twice today.
That's funny. Love it. Love it. Love it. All right. I want to do very quick sharing so that we can then we're going to take a short 5-minute break, a bio break for anybody who needs one. Get some water, right? Because you're going to want to pay attention to Chris's talk. So I want you to rejuvenate your brain for 5 minutes. But first, does anybody have anything they want to share about their breakout room? Any ahas? Don't be shy. Otherwise, we're going to sit here and say Bueller over and over again. So who's going to volunteer? Come on. Don't be shy.
I'll volunteer.
All right, Tracy. Thank you, girl.
Hi, baby. Hey, I thought that our breakout room had a really nice kind of moment around the inclusivity conversation. And we ended with the idea that as long as it's authentic and not performative, then that's what really matters, right? That you're actually trying to make a difference for the people that you encounter, as opposed to just making changes because that's the rules.
Got it. I love that. Love that. Grace, I saw you said you would volunteer as tribute.
Yeah, we had a big takeaway from me from the last session that I talked about in the breakout room was needing to get myself some guardrails set up around money. Right now I am an LLC in Canada, but I don't have, I'm paying my taxes, so don't worry about me, y'all. I'm okay. You don't need to send in help, but I'm good. But I need to actually formalize my account setup so that I'm actually formally putting money away, not just spraying and praying my money, as it were. I do want to start formally paying myself as well, rather than doing the whole owner draw situation. I've been doing it for the last few years. Also, it's kind of brought up a lot of money mindset issues that I have. Going from no-do to modo. That's kind of where I'm at right now. And it's been a bit, excuse the language, it's been a bit of a mind fuck for me. So yeah, I need to kind of get my shit sorted out there.
All right. You know what? Self-awareness is the first step, right? I'm not mad at you, girl. I appreciate you sharing that, because maybe it'll give other people to be permission that it's okay for them to feel the same way, right? That we all have shit around money. Many of us do, and it's okay. It's okay because we can work through it. Okay. So let's take a quick 5-minute break. And then we're going to come back and Chris Kenny is going to rock our world. So make sure you get your notebook and your pen ready because you're going to want to take notes. I'm not lying when I tell you that. I'm being sincerely honest because I've seen him speak before and he's fantastic. So we'll see you guys in 5 minutes. I'm going to go grab my food out of the microwave and we're going to have a little mini lunch break here. All right. We'll see you guys in 5 minutes. Okay. I was on mute the entire time I was just talking. That's super funny. Thanks, Janelle. Thanks for having my back there. All right, everybody. So 5-minute break. Feeling refreshed? I literally almost just spilled my lunch into my lap. So that's super fun, which is why I never eat at my desk. Thankfully, I didn't, but that would have been so fun. So fun. So for those of you that have not had the pleasure of hearing Chris speak, you are in for a treat. So Chris, would you like a timer at all?
Yeah, I'd love a timer.
You would love a timer. I will put up a timer for you, sir. And I'm also going to start recording. Give me a moment here. I'm also going to redrop the workbook for anybody who needs it. But Chris, you are good to go, my friend. Take it away.
All right. Well, how's everybody doing? Welcome. So a conversation about sales, and always kind of like, I don't know if people get excited or if they get the willies, and some people get the willies about it because they think, hey, is this guy going to want me to be aggressive, or is he going to teach me how to be pushy or inauthentic? And this is really all about the polar opposite of that. And everybody's here to create transformation. I'm here to create transformation. And I want you to be thinking about your selling or your enrollment as an opportunity, you know, kind of as a first step for a person to create some real transformation. Because everybody in here has a product, has a service, has a program, has something that can make somebody's life better. So that's where we're coming from here. Now, a really brief story about myself. So I'm going to spend 60 seconds. Some of you know me probably because I've been in the industry for a really long time, since 2008. So, you know, 16 years or whatever the math is on that. I've had a multi-7-figure company since around 2019. So I've been doing this for a really, really long time. What does my company do? Well, we help you position, package, and sell high-ticket programs. Mainly coaches, consultants, and service providers. That is what our company does. People bring programs to us that are 3 to 5K. We teach them how to sell them for 10, 15,000, 25,000, So now part of learning that is having like a really, really authentic enrollment process. Like, how do you take a person through enrollment? How many of you are tired of objections? Just by a show of hands, tired of somebody who's an ideal client. You roll them through your presentation of your work and what it is that you do. They're a perfect prospect for what you do. And then they go, let me think about it. Hands up, you're tired of that. Yeah, hands up, tired of that. Let me think about it. Let me talk to my spouse. I don't have the time. I don't have the money. There's ways to, I can't say prevent this completely, but what I can say is there's ways to decrease the percentage of time that these things are happening. Now, I want to start this conversation by saying this conversation that you're having with your potential client has to be about them, not about you. So start with that. Has to be about them. This is not, well, here's what I see. People, you know, they record sales calls and they'll send them over to me because that's part of my work. And what I'm seeing usually when they start working with me is a person, you know, they get on the call or on the Zoom and the potential client tells them about the problem that they have, right? And then the person that's doing the selling basically says, okay, here's my program. I can help you. Here's how it works. Here's the investment. Then you're either going to get a price objection. You're going to get, let me think about it. Or you're going to get somebody that says yes. Okay. Now, if a person goes away and says, let me think about it, you know, just write in the chat what let me think about it usually means. Just write it in the chat. What does let me think about it mean? They're going to go and they're going to think about it. And then here's what's going to happen. They're going to come back or they're going to completely ghost you. You're going to set a follow-up call and then they ghost. How many of you have ever been ghosted on a follow-up call? Yeah, you know, it happens consistently. And there's something that takes place when it comes to selling. When you're selling transformation and you're selling coaching, you have to approach this in a slightly different way. The first thing that I want you to understand is when people buy. Here's when people buy. People buy when they feel like you understand their problem or challenge better than anyone else. So write that down. People buy when they perceive that you understand their problem or challenge better than anyone else. So this conversation, again, is not about them understanding you, your product, your service, your program. It's about you understanding them. You having a detailed understanding of their problem, of their challenge. That's what sets the stage. That's what paves the way. If you haven't started your conversation by doing that, you're setting yourself up to fail. They purchase when they feel understood. So important. So what I'm going to do here in the next, say 25 minutes is I'm going to walk you through my patented, I have a really good system for this. I have a 5-part system. I'm not going to teach you part of it. I'm going to teach you the whole thing. You're welcome. I'm going to teach you the whole thing. All right. I'm not one of those guys who comes in and says, here's some of it. And then you pay me 100,000 and I'll give you the good stuff. I'm going to give you the whole entire structure as much as I can in 30 minutes. Then to wrap this up, I'm going to talk about something called the unseen. There's nobody else in the industry that teaches this. There's seen items in sales conversations, and there's what we refer to as unseen items in sales conversations. And the role that those items play when you're selling is incredibly significant. So I'm going to finish with that because, gosh, if you remember one thing in this conversation, remember that. So I'm going to teach that last. So let's start with what I call the I Help selling system. 5-step process. And it's called I Help mainly because the main thing that we're shooting for here is to be of service. We want to help people. We want to create transformation in people. We want to serve people. So hence the name, I Help. So we've got an acronym here. And if I go off the bottom, can everybody see that? Yeah, everybody can see that just fine. All right, so here we go. You're on your enrollment call. You're focused on service. You're focused on learning about them, understanding them. You're focused on everything except for the money. You do not want to be focused at all on the money in this situation. That's one of the keys to high ticket sales. It can't be about the money. So put your focus on them, get yourself into your heart chakra, focus on being of service. Here's the 5 steps. The first one, it's inquire. Now, if some of you are in the UK, I know the inquire is spelled with an E, but in the US it's with an I. So anyway, inquire. This is about asking questions. You have to ask questions when you talk about like, what's the difference between somebody that's good at enrollment or great at enrollment? The difference is people that are great at it, they ask better questions. This is where it begins. Why? Because questions, write this down, questions get to their reasons for buying. Questions get to their reasons for buying. Tracy, you're in the center of my screen, so I'm just going to call on you. Your hair's pretty. So here's the thing. If I said to Tracy, what do you think would happen if you worked with me for 12 months and we focused on high ticket sales? What do you think would happen? Well, guess what? No, go ahead. You can answer the question.
I'm like, are you actually asking me or just using my name?
Why don't we do this for reals? Why not?
Okay, go ahead. So ask me again. Sorry.
Yeah, what do you think would happen? Well, tell me what you do first of all. Do you come somewhere else?
Yep, I'm a coach for women in business, and I also have a community.
Okay, fantastic. So let me just say this just for grins. Tracy, if you and I worked for 12 months on doing 2 things, increasing your rate, and we focused on you learning high ticket sales, what would happen for your company?
It would explode.
Okay, and what would that look like? What would that mean for you?
Increased membership, increased revenue, and increased ability for me to reach more people and serve more clients.
And how would that change your life?
Oh, how would that change my life? I would structure it so that I had more freedom to do the things that I love to do, which includes traveling and being with my family, because with high ticket sales, I don't have to spend as much time doing what I love.
Great. So now what just happened inside of your mind, Tracy, as I asked you those questions in terms of your desire to learn high ticket sales?
I imagined the future.
Yeah. And what happens to your excitement level about whether or not you want to work with me or not?
Yeah, super awesome. Feels great.
Yeah, it goes up. Now, what I want everybody to understand is that didn't happen because I said, Tracy, if you work with me for a year on high ticket sales, you're going to have a lot more time for yourself and your family. And guess what? You're going to be able to make more money. You're going to be able to increase your impact. You're going to be able to grow your community. I didn't list all those things out to her because guess what? Of course, I'm going to say my shit is good, right? If you're doing that on an enrollment call, nobody gives a crap what you think. What they care about is what they think. What do they think will happen if they work with you? Not what do you think? You're not going to, if you're selling fish, I live in South Florida, I got the beach is 30 minutes from here. I'm not going to walk down Fort Lauderdale Beach going, I got rotten fish for sale right here. This is some really bad fish. Nobody's going to do that, right? So what I'm saying is they don't hear you and it falls flat. So the thing I want you to write down is stop convincing. And I'm not saying all of you are going into convincing mode because that feels icky. But if you're trying to tell them about your service and trying to get them, if you're trying to convey value, you're missing the boat. You're missing the boat if you're trying to convey value. People always ask me the question, Chris, I want to sell this for $15,000. I want to sell it for $25,000. How do I convey value? My answer, stop conveying value. Stop conveying value. Ask questions so that they see the value for themselves. Now I know what my service would do for Tracy, right? I know. Why? Because Tracy told me. And you know what? The other thing that's really powerful about that is Tracy will not argue with what she said. Write that down. People don't argue with what they said. Tracy just told me why she needs my service. I didn't just tell her. She just told me. And guess what? Now Tracy resonates with that because Tracy said it. So when I make my offer, what I'm going to be saying is, Tracy, based on our conversation, you indicated that if you learn high ticket sales, you're going to have more time for yourself. You're going to have more time for your family. You're going to increase your impact on your community. You're going to grow your business. You're going to grow your wealth. Is that correct? And she's going to go, yeah. Now, what have we done? We've just established agreement for what will happen if she's to hire me, right? Rather than me just telling her why she should hire me. Such a different conversation. So thanks for being a good volunteer. So first thing you do, you have to ask questions. Next thing here. Folks, selling is not about talking. It's about listening. It is. It's about listening. You should be talking about, you're going to maybe be shocked by this, about 10% of the time when you're in an enrollment conversation. I ask questions. The only time I talk is during my offer. It's right at the offer stage when I say, hey, listen, to work with me for 12 months and $75,000, you get weekly calls, you get 2 VIP days. We start with the first VIP day. The calls are 30 minutes and you have pre and post sales call support. They might have questions on what those items are, but all the way up through that conversation, I've been building value through questions, right? Write this down. Something's only expensive because it's being compared to something else. Write that down. Something's only expensive because it's being compared to something else. I know some of you are getting price objection. And because you've had price objection in the past, you're probably charging far too little, right? But it's not a price problem. It's an urgency problem. You have to learn the art of creating urgency. When there's urgency, people will purchase. Right? Now, when we say something's only expensive because it's being compared to something else, what you have to do as the seller is you have to control what people are comparing you to. That's what you have to learn how to do. If I say, Tracy, you don't have to give me current revenue numbers, but what's your current price point of one of your services?
$2,200.
All right, $2,200. Do you think if you worked with me for 12 months, I could teach you how to sell that for $7K?
Yeah, probably.
Probably. How many typically do you sell per year?
12 to 15.
Right. So what's the difference? If you did 12 times 5,000 more, what's that number? 12, 24, 36, 40, about another 60K. Right? So $60,000 in just that product, service, or program. Do you think, Tracy, if we work together, I could teach you how to create another 200 grand?
Sounds like it. Yeah.
Yeah, potentially, right? Tracy just says, yes, you could help me create 200 grand. If we have a really good conversation, we come to agreement, right? And she says, well, you can help me create an additional 200 grand. And then I quote 75,000. She's comparing 200 grand to 75,000. And all of a sudden the investment makes sense, right? And listen, that's what we call X number. That's what we just did. We found an X number. It's the amount of money or amount of impact that the person you're talking with actually sees as possible, right? That's, to me, that's low end, because we haven't talked about any of your other products, services, or programs. This is just one, right? Now, it's not just revenue, right? Some of you are selling something that's not tangible. Some of you are not, you're not teaching people how to make more money. But the bottom line is you have to understand that we're trying to find a gap, right? And it's a gap. Here's the X number. The X number is the gap between what is going to happen if they don't hire you and what becomes possible if they do. Right there in that space, that gap is your X number. No matter what, you could be selling health and wellness. You could be doing confidence coaching. You could be teaching people about nutrition. It could be weight loss. It could be couples therapy. I've never seen this not be possible. There's always going to be a way to find an X number, but what you have to learn is, how do you create the gap, right? You simply ask, what becomes possible if we do this work? What's at risk if we don't? Now you've got a gap established, right? That gap creates urgency, right? And people are going to purchase if urgency exceeds perceived risk. Write that down. People will purchase if urgency exceeds perceived risk. If I'm asking somebody to spend 25, 50, or 75,000, their urgency has to exceed the risk that they attach to spending that money. If you haven't done the work to establish that, you're going to get a no. Right? And again, listening is what I want you to be actively doing, learning about them, Listen for what excites them. Listen for what upsets them, because it'll tell you where to dig deeper in terms of your questions. So we're going to inquire, we're going to hear, then we're going to elevate. What are we elevating? We're elevating urgency. We're elevating urgency. How do we elevate urgency? Well, guess what? We do it through questions. Tracy, what is at risk for you if you don't grow your company or elevate your income? What are you missing out on? You're muted.
I know, and I'm thinking. What am I missing out on? It's the first thing that comes to my mind is that all of the work already put in is stuck, and if it doesn't keep going or it doesn't grow, then I feel like it's not really true. Wasted time is the word that came to my mind.
Yeah, and what does that feel like for you? How many years have you been doing this?
The community I've been doing for 4 years.
Yeah, so it feels like shit.
Yeah.
Right. What becomes possible if all this is changed? If it changes for the better, what happens?
Yeah. If it changes for the better, well, there's more ease.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said before, more freedom to do the things that are outside of the business that are also, on my heart to do.
Yeah, spend time with your family, do the things that you want to do. So again, what we've just done, and then what I would do is I would say that back to Tracy. So what I'm hearing is, if you don't change this for the better, all the time that you've put in the last 4 years is wasted. Is that correct?
Now I'm muted. It's that psychological, psychologically, I know that that's not true because the journey matters, but at the same time, it's still a feeling.
You feel it, and it feels a little bit frustrating, and you're quite complete in that area. What are we doing? We're having a conversation. I'm asking her questions that are actually very naturally creating urgency. Now, if I ask Tracy these questions and she says, well, I'm pretty happy actually, well, guess what? She probably doesn't need my product or service. So that's it. We're doing an inquiry. We're finding out, hey, it's a two-way interview. Does this make sense for you? Does it make sense for me? So we're going to inquire, we're going to hear, we're going to elevate, then we're going to list. What are we listing? We're listing back their hot buttons. We're listing back the things that they said were important, right? So when I'm listing, I'm going, Tracy, based on our conversation, here's what I heard, and I say it back to her. Now, I want you to write this down. We listen with our ears, but we hear with our emotions. We listen with our ears, but we hear with our emotions. So when Tracy says that to me, when she says, I want to have time to do the things that I love, which is like spend time with my family, when she says that, it creates one level of emotion. When she hears it, and I bring it right back to her and I say it back to her, that when I said it back, didn't it hit you a little bit?
Yeah.
Can you feel it? It's a different feeling. When somebody says it back to you and you hear it, it's going to trigger either excitement or a little bit of irritation, depending on whatever I'm listing back to you. So what I want everybody to understand is what the listing does is it causes the person to confront the problem. Now they have to confront it. They're not just saying it, they have to confront it. That's completely different, because you have to remember, folks, if you're on the phone with them or on Zoom for an hour, right? They forget 80% of the conversation, right? That's what happens. When you say these things back to them toward the end of your sales conversation, you have just listed back to them all of their reasons for buying, all of the things that they said were important to them when it comes to your product, your service, and your program. Now you've laid the groundwork and you've laid the foundation for them to make a purchase. So really important for you to say back to them what they have said was important. That's what we're doing when we're listing. The next piece here is prescribe. And when we say prescribe, I mean, I want you to think about the doctor. Like when you go to the doctor and you have an issue, the doctor doesn't say, here's 3 prescriptions, let me know which one you like the best, right? The doctor basically says, what do? They find out what the problem is. They ask you a whole bunch of questions, right? And then what do? They prescribe a solution. They say, Chris, you have an infection in your throat. Here's 2 weeks of antibiotics. Take this twice a day. They don't go, here, try amoxicillin and try this and try this and try this. Get back to me. Let me know which one feels best for you. And a lot of people actually sell like that. It's like, no, you're the expert. Prescribe the solution. Prescribe a solution that definitely gets them from point A to point B. Meaning, hey, they're here. They want to get here. Your offer needs to be an offer that will actually get them from point A to point B. Don't squeeze the thing into this tiny little box and make it as inexpensive as possible because you assume they can't afford it. People will surprise you. All right. So that is the thumbnail version of this. When people come through, my gosh, the course, it's like 14 hours of material. And I just did it in what, oh my gosh, 23 minutes. So again, really fast, but now you have a framework that I want you to try to stay within. The reason that I teach a framework is I want you to be able to put your personality into the framework, right? I want you to put your personality into it. Make it yours. That's when it works. You're not going to sell like me, and I'm not going to sell like you, and that wouldn't work anyway, because you're you and I'm me, all right? You got to be yourself in this process. Now, show of hands, how many of you are selling transformation of some sort? Show of hands, transformation of some sort. Let me see some hands. Some sort of coaching. All right, not everybody's cameras are on, but I know a lot of you are doing this. So here's what I want to talk about here. I want to talk about ego. And the reason I want to talk about ego is because when you are selling transformation, something happens that doesn't happen when you're selling anything else. That's why selling coaching and consulting is completely different than selling anything else. Here's what happens. Person's got ego, right? Your ego is, I want everybody to first understand, ego is your sense of self, right? Your current sense of self, that's the ego, right? So here's what happens, right? You're about to go into this enrollment conversation. You're about to talk to somebody. When we have a problem, here's what we do, right? We go like this. We go, I have this problem, right? I have a problem, right? This is one of the reasons you want to coach. You want to mentor. I have a problem. I need this problem solved. I need help. I have a problem. As soon as I gets involved, ego gets involved, right? Now what's happened is the problem has become part of your sense of self, right? This is what happens. Ego attachment has now happened. The problem is part of your sense of self. Guess what the ego wants? The ego wants to survive. It wants to survive. It wants to keep your current sense of self intact, right? It wants to survive, right? So what happens is the ego, you get ego resistance. Right? This person is coming in with this thing that is threatening my sense of self. So here's what happened. You've got the problem. The ego gets involved. The ego is in resistance. What ends up happening is, guess what? Now you get objections. Right? I don't have the time. I don't have the money. Let me think about it. Right? Ego attachment has taken place. Okay? Listen. If you're going in there and you're just focusing on this one problem that this person has, or this series that they've had forever, whether they know it or not, they have massive ego attachment to the problem. So they have natural resistance to the problem being solved. How do I know that? Because they haven't solved the damn problem yet. If they didn't have resistance, they wouldn't still have the problem. Just get that, right? So here's the thing. What we've got to do to get around this comes into this topic of seen and unseen. We've got seen items and we've got unseen items inside of every sales conversation. Here's what I want to say. Unseen items create sales. What's an unseen item? An unseen item is a new problem. It's a problem they didn't know they had. It's a new problem that got revealed in the enrollment conversation because you asked great questions, right? I remember many years ago, I've shared this example multiple times. I went into a CEO of a laundry facility. She came in, or I came in, she was overwhelmed. She's like, I need help with all this overwhelm. I'm burned out. Great, we had a conversation. I asked her at one point, what's going to happen if this doesn't change? What's going to happen if we don't fix this? Guess what she said? She says, I'm going to miss my daughter's first steps because I'm in this factory so much, right? At that point, when I asked her that question, she was in price objection. She was trying to decide between a 5K and a 10K program. As soon as she said, if I don't get out of this factory, I'm going to miss my daughter's first steps, guess what she did? She slid her credit card across the table and bought the 10K. Why? Because we revealed a new problem. She hadn't thought about that. Oh my God, I'm going to miss my daughter's first steps. Boom, new problem, no ego attachment, no ego resistance, build urgency around the new problem, and then they purchase. So one of the things that we spend a lot of time on when people hire me is inside of every organization, inside of every type of coaching, there's certain types of unseen that show up on a regular basis. And we're going to teach you, like, how do you find those? How do you build urgency around those so that you're not dealing with a person's massive ego attachment? I'm going to share one example and then I'm going to wrap up because I got 2 minutes. One example of a very common unseen is overthinking. Unseens usually address thinking that creates objections, right? We're looking at the thinking. We're not going to address the objection. We're going to address what's causing it, which is the thinking, right? Overthinking. So if I said, Tracy, I'm not, Tracy, you don't have to participate, but if I said, Tracy, do you typically overthink? If she's an overthinker, what's her objection going to be at the end of the meeting? Let me think about it, right? It's done. It's going to happen, right? But if I say, Tracy, do you typically overthink? And she says, yes. And I say, is overthinking getting you what you want? She says, no. And I say, what's at risk if you continue overthinking? She says, well, the business keeps moving slow. I don't achieve what I really, really want. The business runs as slow as molasses. My revenues don't increase. And then I say, well, what would become available to you if you stopped unthinking? And she tells me, well, I would be able to make more money. I'd be able to do it quicker. I'd be able to do it with fewer clients, blah, 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 blah. And then we get to the end and she says, let me think about it. I circle right back to the conversation that we just had about her overthinking. And I say, is this an opportunity for you to break that pattern? What you indicated was overthinking's not serving you. What you indicated was it slows things down. What you indicated is it's creating stress and overwhelm in your business and in your life. And is this an opportunity to change that? Now what I'm doing is I'm selling the new way of thinking. That's the new thing. That's what they want. Oh my God, this guy can teach me how to overcome this way of thinking that I've had for years. It's really, really slowing me down. We've revealed an unseen. We've built some urgency around it, and now we pave the way for a sale. So with all that said, Erica, if you don't mind, I'm just going to post where y'all can find me if you want to get more from me. We have a complimentary, we have what's called a circle community. You know, I just got about sick of Facebook, so I moved my people onto this platform called Circle. Erica, if you don't mind, post the link to the Circle community in the chat. Y'all can click on that. You go in there, you create a little Circle profile, and you pop in. We put loads of content in there that's free. We do multi-day events in there that are free. We answer questions in there. So that's a really great place to find me. If you're a person that wants to talk to me and you want to talk to me right away, you can email me. It's chris@chriskennycoaching.com. Erica, if you can post that as well, chris@chriskennycoaching.com. Email there, visit Circle, our website, chriskennycoaching.com. Surprise, surprise. I appreciate your time today, everybody. I look forward to being here for some Q&A and panel discussion. Thanks again.
Thank you, Chris. Oh my goodness. Were y'all taking notes? Because I was just typing the notes because I was like, at least I can go back and put them down on paper if I need to. Thank you, Chris. That was absolutely amazing. Thanks so much for being here. Anybody share your takeaways in the chat. And while you do that, I'm going to get our next panel prepared, which is going to be sales and launching best practices. Okay, so let me find Miss Tracy Root. There you are, girl. Pinning you. We're adding Coach Rocky. Where are you, Miss Coach Rocky? Where are you? Where are you? Let me find you. There you are, girl. Hello, how are you? Erin. Hold on, let me get back to Erin. I gotta, I can only see so many of you guys at a time when I do that this way. All right, and then we have Gail, who's gonna kick us off. Because we just heard some amazing stuff. Gail's gonna help us get grounded. We're gonna get grounded before we go into those sales conversations. Lisa is here. Hello, Lisa. And then Miss Haley is here. Hello, Haley. All right, so we're going to kick this off with Tracy is going to be talking to us about building community to help us increase our sales. All right, you ready, girl? Unmute yourself.
All right, I thought you said Gail was going first. I'm here.
All right, here we go. Let me record.
Okay, well, as you said, we just went through. I went through a lot right then. Say thanks, Chris. I'm going to start us off by closing your eyes for a second and take a deep breath. I want you to think about your best friend. Your best friend. Maybe like a happy light kind of comes over you when you're thinking about your best friend. Take another deep breath. And think about the values that you and your friend share, or the things you love about that friend. The ideas that came to my mind when I was thinking about my best friend earlier preparing were her kindness, her generosity of spirit, of time, of money, whatever it is, generosity, her caring heart. Every now and then she'll send me a card out of nowhere. It's just, it changes my life. It changes my day every time she's a part of my life. She's my best friend. So you can open your eyes and take another deep breath. And now I want you to think about your community. And maybe you already have a community. Maybe you have clients that you work with. Maybe you have a friend group. But this is what happened for me. I went to 5 different elementary schools. It's like kindergarten, first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade, fifth, like all across the country, different cities. I became really good at making new friends because I was always the new kid. Had to make new friends if you're going to survive elementary school if you don't have friends. So that became a skill that I developed year after year after year. How did I make those friends? By recognizing the values that they had that mattered to me. Their kindness, their generosity, their caring hearts. So as an adult, and especially in business, I am also always making new friends. Hi, all of my new friends and some of my older friends who I've met before. But the goal now is not to just survive in the classroom. It's to make long-term connections. And this is the community that we get to build for our business. We've all heard the phrase, know, like, and trust. The people that we're serving in our client group are people that we share those same values with. They know us, they like us, we like them, we know them. It kind of goes without saying, right? We know each other, we like each other, and we trust each other if we're already working together. So let's make sure that everyone else that we get a chance to meet, that we're also building these long-term relationships, just like you have with your best friend, to be able to build that know, like, and trust factor. So we've got these values that we connect with. Now, where can we find and bring together people that we've just met that we can now begin to get to know them, to like them, and to trust them? This is your community. I'm going to give you 4 different categories of people real quick that you can invite to become part of your community. We've already mentioned clients. Clients are the best place to start because you're already working together. You already have that connection. The next group is potential clients because you're trying to get to know each other. You're trying to find out if you like each other and trying to learn how to trust each other by finding out if you have similar values like kindness and generosity and a caring heart, and you care about the same things. What about people that you just met? You don't know if they're potential clients. I mean, maybe they are. All of you people here, if you are kind and generous and have a caring heart, we should probably be in community together. And honestly, we are, because here we are with Elaine. We're already in community together. We're in her community. And then the last thing is people who have circles of influence, people that you've met that maybe are not going to be potential clients or clients, not necessarily going to be highly connected long-term, but you get each other, you're fans of each other, and you can use without it being icky, use each other's circles to grow your communities together. That's all my time. But think about your best friend and grow your community, including those people, and your sales will follow.
Thank you, Tracy.
Thanks, honey.
All right, Coach Rocky is up next.
What's up, everybody? My name is Janelle Rocket, but you guys can call me Coach Rocky. I find that most people can never pronounce my first name, or they end up calling me Rocket anyway. So I'm like, you know what? Rocky works for me. I'm an organic marketing strategist, and I want to share 3 ways that you guys can use AI in your business to increase your organic reach. Now, here's the thing. I'm a firm believer that AI will not replace any of you. However, the people who learn AI will. So what that means is that you need to somehow in some way empower yourself in order to use it. And then of course, teach it to your clients, because I believe the more of us use it, the more of us will actually be able to train it the right way. I believe in purposeful AI. So the number one way is, of course, to use it for your content. Yes, use it for your content. I actually train my GPT bots in order to create content that's just in my brand voice. I find that a lot of people are unlocking, unleashing, and embarking all over the internet. And so when I work with my clients, I tell them to make sure they do a few things. Number one, you want to tell ChatGPT who it is. So it can be a social media expert, it can be a content creator, it can be a productivity coach. You can even tell it to be Oprah, right? So you want to tell it who it is because it now assumes that identity. The second thing that you want to do is give it clear instructions, clear and detailed instructions. I believe in trash in, trash out. So giving it clear instructions is going to allow for it to be able to do exactly what it needs to do. The last thing you want to do is tell it what format you want it in, okay? The format matters because the way I structure an email and the way I structure a social media post for Facebook or LinkedIn is completely different. And if you don't give it the right format, it's just going to spit out what it believes it should do. I'm going to give you guys a bonus. Give it a tone. I like to say sassy. I like to say, professional sometimes. Or I like to say things like, can you be a little bit more witty? I also like to say, can you assume the tone of Jay-Z or Beyonce, right? And I love doing that because it spits out some fun content. The second way that you guys should be using AI is through the video tools. OMG. If you're not putting out video content right now, I don't know what you're doing. I'm gonna just be honest. I don't know what else to say to that. I don't know what you're doing. But let's just say if you go live, right? And a lot of the speakers and presenters are gonna get their video back from this particular summit. They can throw that video into tools like Video AI, GetMunch, or Opus. It will cut it up into some smaller clips for you where you can then go out and put that video content out for Reels, your TikToks, for your YouTube Shorts. Here's another great reason why you want to put out video content. When you go to set up your ads, your paid strategies, you can basically you can create an audience off of the videos that you've put out. So just imagine you're pulling 20, 30 videos that you've put out on social media to help you create an audience that makes your ads even more powerful. The last way that I want to share with you guys, which is probably the most powerful way, is your sales process. Yes, your sales process. So I'm using a few different tools. I have ClickUp, which I absolutely love their AI features to write emails, to help me with SOPs, different things like that. But it has helped me build out a fully functioning CRM process where I can track my leads, whether they're hot, warm, cold. I can put different statuses on them. The AI tool allows me to actually build that out fully functioning. Another tool that I absolutely love is Taplio. Yes, Taplio is one of my favorite AI tools because who on here likes LinkedIn? Let me just ask a question. Who likes LinkedIn? Okay, I got more hands than I usually ever get. Okay. I actually was afraid of LinkedIn. I thought it was like, professional. I was like, man, I'm a little bit too hood to go over to LinkedIn. But you know what Taplio has allowed me to do is allow me to take my very organic content and write it out using AI and also generate more leads. One of the things I love about Taplio is I can go to Elaine's post and see who comments and then add them into my CRM using Taplio. So I absolutely love that particular AI tool. So here's what I want to say lastly. For any of you guys who are afraid of using AI, I just want you to know right now to put your big girl or big boy panties on and go ahead and start using it. I have been super successful of running a business for 6 years, as well as working a 9-to-5 and being a solopreneur only because of systems and automations. This is what makes your sales even more powerful. So I hope that you guys enjoyed it. If you catch my other presentation, I'm just excited to be here. Thank you guys, and I'll talk to you soon.
Thank you. Super good. Super good. We had a super great fun podcast. Definitely go listen to that. We dive so much deeper too. All right. Erin is going to be talking about how to attract leads to our business.
Hey, so I'm Erin, and I go by Erin. I don't have a fancy name like Coach Rocky, so you can just call me Erin. Hey, you. I answer to all of it. I'm a brand messaging strategist and copywriter. And so a lot of what I focus on is finding the right language. And in fact, when you speak their language, that's when you can truly start attracting the perfect fit leads. A lot of people will tell you the best way to attract leads and to find the right people is to show up where they hang out. And that's 100% true. You do need to show up where they hang out and when they need you. But that's only part of the equation. So I want you to think about like what happens when you go into a room and all someone is doing is talking about themselves. Like it's that person in the corner of the party. Me. What do you want to do? You want to exit stage left as soon as possible. And that's what happens when you go to where people are hanging out. You like barrel into the party, you show up and you're like, hey, here's who I am. This is what I do. If all you're doing is talking about yourself, you're not driving value, you're not recognizing what other people actually care about. If you're me, if you're that person at the party, that's exactly what those prospective clients and those prospective buyers are going to do. They are going to exit stage right. And so when you think about that party, I like to talk about parties a lot. It's interesting because I'm not like a party person. I'm not an extrovert, but the best conversations at the party are two-sided. And that means that it's about a shared interest. It's about a mutual interest. And to Coach Rocky's point, it is, sorry, I think that was Tracy's point. It's about the values that you bring. It's about finding these commonalities, these common interests. And so you've got to be interested in what they're interested in, specific to the problem that you're solving for them. And that doesn't mean you're going to be falsely interested. It doesn't mean that you're going to be inauthentic. It means that you have to do it in an authentic way. So what you need to do in order to attract these leads is you need to share the value that you bring, but do it in a way that speaks to their needs. And it's like what I talk about when I'm talking about website copy and headlines. It starts with the WIIFM WIFM factor, what's in it for me, but what's in it for your audience. So attracting the right leads means having the message that speaks directly to them, so they feel like they're already part of a conversation with you. So it's already this two-sided conversation at the party. And it's one thing when you're face-to-face with someone, whether you're face-to-face on Loom, there's not Loom, Zoom, Meet, any of these virtual meeting opportunities, but also if you're actually on a call with them or at a grocery store or wherever this is, it's easy to have a two-sided conversation then. But what happens when you're trying to get them to have that conversation in the first place? How do you bring them in so they already feel like they're part of the conversation? It means you have to know what they care about. And if you haven't spoken to them, how do you know what they care about? How can you do all the things? You have to pay attention to what other people are saying, how they talk about their problems. You do your market research, basic market research. Maybe you're getting on phone calls with people. Maybe you are talking about, hey, this isn't a pitch. This is just me wanting to learn about how you talk about things, seeing if there's any value for you in this thing that I offer. You want to know, like, what are their pain points? What are their motivations? To Chris's point earlier, like, what would their life look like if they had this one problem solved? Is the way that they talk about their problems the way that you talk about them? 9 times out of 10, it's not. We have this jargon that we use when we talk about things because it's in our industry. And when you think about who your audience is, you need to figure out what it is that they use to talk about the problem. For example, if you own a fitness facility, a gym, you're not selling the classes, you're not selling the personal training, you're selling the outcome. You're selling being able to button your pants again. You're selling being able to build these massive muscles depending on who your target audience is. So what you need to do when you're finding the right message to attract your leads is show your audience, there's 5 things. Show your audience what's in it for them, the WIFM factor. Tailor the message to their motivations and pain points. Do they want the massive muscles? Do they want the tiny waist? Use language that mirrors theirs. So again, they feel like they're part of a conversation because it's a conversation they're already having. Paint a picture of what they can achieve after working with you and make the decision a no-brainer and make it easy to take action. That's kind of like 6, but we're going to tie those together into 1. So ultimately, that's what allows you to attract those perfect leads And man, I timed this perfectly. Woohoo!
Don't you love it when you're just like, oh man, I just love it. It's so fun when you're like right under that timer.
It's a
All right.
win.
I know, win. All right, Gail is up next and she's gonna help us get grounded before we get onto those sales calls. So we just learned how to attract them and now we have to talk to them. Panic, right? Gail's gonna walk us through it.
Thank you, Elaine. Hi, everyone. Yes. Didn't you feel so excited hearing about all the different things that we can attract our clients, and then they actually want to make an appointment with you and you're about to get on the call, and maybe that sense of panic comes in, maybe you feel a little nervous, maybe you feel excited. But my problem is when I get too excited, I talk really, really fast, and then I forget about the 10% rule of like having them time. Okay. So instead, having a grounding exercise, a meditation exercise before each call can be really important. And in the Vault video, I have 5 different techniques you can use. You can add to your tool belt, your coaching tool belt, on grounding, on journaling, acknowledging your emotions. But right now I want to talk about, why is this important? Why is it important that we do want to ground ourselves before the sales conversation, or even before a launch activity? Maybe you're about to go live or hit the button so that your campaign goes live and you feel that nervousness as well. I'm a big believer in energy. And if I have just a little bit of a block when it comes to this energy of putting out, whether it's, well, what if I get too many people? Or what if I get crickets? If there's any kind of block around there, then subtly or subconsciously, I might stop myself from doing something, from moving forward, or even just being fully present with a person I'd like to help. So with grounding yourself beforehand, what you're allowing yourself to do is holding space. You're letting go of your ego, and you're remembering it's all about them. You're here to listen to them. And that's one reframe that you could use, is think of these sales conversations as a coaching session, that you're coaching them to help them make the right decision for them. Whether you're the person or not, doesn't really matter, but you're there to be there for them. You're going to ask them the questions. You're going to open up the conversation. You're going to set the vision. You're going to show them the obstacles or the challenges, all the things that Krista talked about. So having some sort of exercise that you do beforehand can help ground you, whether it's meditation, a walk before, or for me, I get so excited, like I mentioned, they're talking really fast. So maybe I need to jump around and do a little dance before I go on to a sales conversation call. Another thing to be aware of is something that's called rejection sensitivity. People who have ADHD, people who may be on autism spectrum, or maybe you're an empath and you feel things. Like I physically feel pain in my heart when I feel rejected. And it's something I've been having to work through. I have ADHD and rejection sensitivity. So just know that these are normal reactions. It's part of our tribe brain of being part of the tribe, being part of the community, and just know that's normal. And for some of us, it's even amplified. So there are some things you can do. And what I would recommend doing is, besides any kind of medical or energetic interventions, those could be helpful as well, is get comfortable with no. Get comfortable with no for yourself. Colleen had mentioned about setting boundaries around your calendar. In a way, that's saying no to these outside influences, and you're saying yes to yourself. So get comfortable with saying no. So put those boundaries in your calendar. Having contracts with your clients, that was mentioned as well, of having what happens if they don't pay on time? When do they pay? What happens if they miss an appointment? So set those boundaries and get comfortable with no for yourself. Also, I recommend is going out and taking little risks, just pushing yourself every little piece. Maybe you've never felt comfortable about going to this restaurant because they're so fancy. You're not sure if you're going to use the right fork. So maybe you're going to go in at brunch when things may be a little more casual. Or there's this 5-star hotel you've always wanted to stay at, and that's outside of the range. So maybe today you're just going to hang out in the lounge and write in your journal. Maybe have one drink. And that's it. But what you're going to do is you're going to increase that comfort zone you have. You know how they say, well, if you're going to grow outside your comfort zone, you have to get uncomfortable. That's what it feels like. So any of those uncomfortable feelings you're having when it comes to sales, that means you're on the right path. You're growing outside your comfort zone. And as you do that, you're going to grow your business as well. Thank you.
Fantastic job, Grace. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys, the YouTube comments, they're loving this, so FYI. I just went and looked. Okay, next up, we have Miss Lisa in the house, the Rebel Girls here.
Hello. Hi, my name is Lisa Rabel. My company name is Rebel Girl Marketing, and I'm a marketing strategist for small businesses. My job is to make sure that when you do your marketing, it's done strategically and intentionally. So Chris was talking about sales earlier, and we've talked about know, like, trust a couple of times already in this session. And what I love to talk about is that marketing is know and like. They have to know you exist. They have to like what you say in your content and your marketing. And then taking them from like to trust is sales. So just what Gail was talking about as far as, like, you know, getting grounded in the sales, doing all of those things. And so, like, that's what I'm talking, that's what I teach my clients is about know, like, trust. Here's the thing. When you do a launch, there are a couple of mistakes that people make. The first mistake is that people don't ask, why am I doing a marketing campaign in the first place? Why am I going to put all this effort into lead magnets, into social media, and all the other stuff that we're talking about? And Sue's going to talk later about, like, LinkedIn. Why am I putting all this effort in there? So there's 6 base reasons, in my opinion, why you would do a marketing launch in the first place. First one is you need new clients or brand awareness. Maybe you're new to the business, and so you really want to make sure that you understand what that looks like. Maybe you're trying to upsell. You have enough clients, but you want to have more money, and so you try to upsell them into a bigger product line or a bigger service line. Another one is you might be launching a new product or service. You could be asking them to train you, or you're going to train them as a subject matter expert. You want to get hired as a subject matter expert. And the last one is you might want to be growing your team. There's a whole different internal branding aspect of things. You might want to be growing your team. So the first question you ask yourself is, why am I doing this in the first place? Most people think, I want to grow my business and I need new customers. Okay, but how do you want to grow? What products do you want to grow? And what kind of customers do you really want? Who here took a customer on when they first started their business because someone offered to give them money? They didn't qualify them. They didn't ask them what kind of person they were. They just said, you're going to pay me to do what I want to do? Great, I'll take you on. And how many people regretted a couple of those first clients? I know I did. And so you have to ask yourself, why am I doing this in the first place? And the second question is, who am I targeting? That's the second biggest mistake people make, because people target the people who are going to pay the bills, the buyers. And they miss 2 extremely crucial aspects of your marketing campaigns. The first one is, who are the end users? Because a lot of times the end user is talking the buyer who's paying the actual check into doing it. The buyer is not looking for you, but the end user is looking for you. So making sure you understand the difference between those different things. And then here's one people miss the most, the influencers. Who in your realm of clients, who influences the people to buy or use your product and service? And so what happens there is, for example, for me, it's bankers and investors. They invest in small businesses. They give them loans. And I hate to tell you this, but banks want their money back. I know, it's weird. And so what happens is that the banks are the influencers for my clients, because marketing mistakes is one of the top 4 reasons Forbes says that small businesses fail within the first 5 years. It's in its own category. So for me, influencers would be banks. So think about who are the influencers, and do you want to do a campaign based on who the influencers are? Now, the other thing is that Coach Rocky was talking about video. And so when you do a campaign, do you need to do video? A lot of us here are coaches. And what I call that is experiential marketing. They have to experience you, and they can only experience how they work with you and the kind of personality you have. Some people like sassy people. Personally, I love working with sassy people because I'm a bit of a sass myself. And so do people want to work with that? Same thing with business coaches. Some business coaches are completely in your face, and some business coaches are more of that like emotional hand-holding coach. And so experiential marketing is really important when you launch your marketing campaigns. The last thing I'm going to say is, just like Erin was talking about, make it a conversation. Make sure that they can relate to you, that it sounds like you. And so the two biggest mistakes I think people make is they don't ask why they're doing the campaign in the first place. They're just like, I need more money and revenue and clients. And the other thing is, like, who are they actually talking to? So before you launch, ask yourself those two questions. I appreciate your time, guys. Thanks.
Thank you, Lisa. Right on the nick of time, girl. Loving it. All right, Miss Haley is going to end us here with email marketing. Oh, man.
Oh, well, thank you all. I have so many great people to follow, and so many of the things that they've said, I'll also say, but it's just so important when it comes to marketing is adding that email in there. So I'm Haley, a conversion copywriter. Like Erin, messaging is so important. So I help coaches grow their business by combining the right messaging with the right audience wrapped up with the right offer, and specifically around launching. And I say this because so often I have people come to me that are like, I've read all the launch books, I've taken the courses, I've spent tons of money, and I'm making nothing, or nothing's working. I recently had one client come to me and saying she was traumatized by the word launch because she followed all the rules. She spent almost $10,000 and she made one sale. So I reassured her that launching didn't have to be stressful. We could actually take the word launch out of it and implement things around what she's already doing. Add that automation around what she's already doing, surrounding her workshops, so that she was able to be continuously selling, growing her list, and getting more sales without having all that stress around launch or making more sales calls. So that's what I'm going to share with you guys today, is how to, what automated sequences to include so that you can have more successful launches. Or if you don't like that word, again, just take it out of there. But before that, I'm going to go back to the first thing I shared, that it's all about combining the right message with the right audience wrapped up in the right offer. Because if you have one without the other, it's probably not going to work. And I say this because, number one, we have to know exactly who we're talking to. Who do you want to serve? Who are your products for? And what do they want? Likely when you're making a big purchasing decision, you're not surrounded by a bunch of people asking them if it's the right decision for you. You're either scrolling on your phone or looking at your computer screen by yourself, trying to decide if that's the right decision. So likely you want that messaging, that copy, to feel like it's speaking directly to you. So I always tell my people to, when they sit down to write anything, write like you're writing to one specific person. And you're not going to cut everyone else out. It's just going to make it that much more powerful. And then they say, well, I don't know what they want. So ask people. I challenge, and I do this with my clients, and I also challenge them to do it themselves, is we sit down and we talk to at least 3 of their ideal clients. It's people either they're already serving that they love to serve, or somebody that maybe they would be so excited for if they got to serve them. And we ask questions like, what's your life like? Their job, income, family, hobbies, what do they like to do? And what are they struggling with? What have they maybe tried before and hasn't worked for them? What does that dream solution look like? Like Chris said, what would life be like if they didn't have those pains or those struggles, and so on? Because once you have that, you can ensure then that your messaging and your offer speak to what they're struggling with and the results that they want to get. And again, like Chris said, people will choose you if they feel like you're better equipped to solve their problem than someone else. And also adding emotion in, because people don't buy based on logic alone. People buy a lot based on emotion. So the more we can infuse emotion through storytelling in our emails, the more that we can, share how we're better equipped to serve without talking all about me, but focusing it back on them, the more powerful your emails and your sales page and your messaging is going to be. So with that, here are some of the email sequences that I suggest you have for launching a new program or just utilizing something that you're already doing, like a monthly marketing moment. That could be a workshop, a webinar, anything that you're already doing to bring in clients to your paid program. These are the sequences that are going to work around that. So number one, no matter if you have anything or not, a welcome sequence is going to be the most important thing that you can put into automation. Because when someone comes onto your list, that's the warmest they're ever going to be. They don't want to hear from you in a week from now, in 2 days from now. They want to hear from you right now. So if you can capitalize on that, that's going to be huge. And then next, so like I said before with a client that was traumatized from the word launch, she was doing a monthly marketing moment. So what we do with that is we put an automated sequence into place that was 4 to 5 emails leading up to that workshop to bring people from her list onto the workshop. Once they've signed up, there's another automated sequence that says, hey, here's your reminder, come show up. And I'm sorry, my time's out. So getting them to show up and then following that with a sales sequence that just gets them excited, overcomes their objections, and sells them into your program. So thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That was super, super awesome. Okay, everybody. So now we are going to go to the next section of this is we are going to go into our breakout rooms. I'm going to stop recording this. And each of our panelists are going to walk you through how to go from an info collector to an action taker, right? We got to be able to implement the things that we have learned so that we can grow our businesses. So we're going to Scooby-Doo you here. Let me pull that up, and I'm pretty sure I've got everybody ready to go. All right, so we'll see you guys in 19 minutes. Hello, hello, welcome back. Slow and steady.
Wins the race.
I know, right? That's what it's all about. Slow and steady wins the race.
Look. I didn't want to leave.
Oh, I'm sorry. How
They
come
all
you
get
don't wanna
cut
leave?
short.
Tell us what you learned. Give us some takeaways.
I learned that Sheldon is releasing an amazing book about resilience, and we got to really talk about a strategy for his book.
Nice.
I probably talked more than he did because I was very excited about his book and I wanted it to be successful. So I gave him some really good marketing strategies for his book and we connected. I have some clients who could really use his expertise in mindset transformation. So I'm excited.
Yay, I love that. I love the collabs. Grace.
Speaking of books, this came in the mail. Thank you for sending that to me. I'm really, really excited about digging into it.
Yeah, you're so welcome. We both love the word unfucked. So it was like, obviously, I got to send you my book because
I wasn't expecting it to be that big. That's what she
oh,
said.
girl, it's a beast. It's a beast.
I love it. So one thing that I got from the breakout room is Lisa was really, really kind enough to share a really, really interesting kind of like mini spreadsheet way of looking at like networking and where to kind of devote your energy. I don't know if Lisa, you want to share that later, but it was just a way of thinking of it in terms of like who's there for lead generation, what are you doing for community and networking as well as your education? Like where are you spending the time? Who are the people that are there and what's the kind of pitch you can use for that? It was just really, really great. And it's kind of spoke to my brain. Like I like to have very specific, okay, what do I fill in? Like I'm a sucker for a spreadsheet. So yeah,
Awesome.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing. Anybody else want to share? Takeaways? Something you want to implement? Don't be shy. Come on. Don't be shy. Don't make me say Bueller. Sheldon, yay! Thanks for volunteering.
Hello, I wanted to say, first of all, I apologize for missing all day today. I was supposed to be here, but Mother Nature had different plans. This major snowstorm, and we only got our power back or electricity back, 5 minutes before it showed up here. So, yeah, I'm glad I finally managed to show up. And I wanted to say that the person I was in the room with was fantastic. She offered me so much. Janelle, is it? Yes. It offered me so many positive reinforcement of messages and strategies. It's things I definitely can apply to my business. And I know that I feel that if anyone needs to have help with marketing or advertising, if they need that, she's definitely the person to check out. And I will definitely be in contact with each other because it's fabulous what she does. And I just wanted to say, I'm glad I finally managed to get here just in the right time.
Yeah,
Thanks.
we're glad that you were able to join us too. I'm sorry. So Sheldon is in Newfoundland. All right. So by the way, I learned something new. They have half-hour time zones. So like how we have like they're 30-minute time zones are like I was like, wait a minute, what? I had no idea.
To pronounce it correct, I'm sorry, I don't like to correct people's language, but is Newfoundland.
Oh, thank you for correcting me. Yeah. So I learned that was something new I learned by having Sheldon be a part of our summit. So yeah. Anybody else have anything they would like to share? Don't be shy. All right, Tracy, thank you.
Yeah, I will share that. I think our group kind of ended up wrapping around the idea of remembering that it's not about us and that it's all about them and that it's less of focusing on ourselves, speaking to them, asking them questions. We also went back. Chris was like an honorary member of our panel discussion because it was just the ability of everyone to say, who are you? What do you want? And how can, if we're going to serve, we have to know what they actually want, because like at a restaurant, the waitress isn't just going to bring you whatever food. You have to tell them tell the waitress what you want. So if we're going to serve them, we're going to take their order and see if we can make it.
Yeah.
I never
Awesome.
used that story before, so that's a new one.
Yeah. 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 Awesome. Okay, so I have on the agenda, this is going to be by popular vote. Okay, I have on the agenda a 20-minute break after this. Do you need a 20-minute break, or do you want to go into the next panel? Who would like a 20-minute break?
10-minute break?
10-minute break? Let's do a 10-minute break. Let's compromise. And again, get yourself reset, because our next panel, we're going to be going into social media. And then we're going to go right after that. We're going to do another mastermind, and then we're going to do marketing activities. So we are done with keynote speakers, and now it is just strictly panels. I wanted to give you guys more time because I know marketing is always like a hot topic. So instead of having a keynote speaker, we just decided to break it up into 2 panels. Okay, so we'll see you guys back here in 10 minutes. Get yourself ready, prep, drink some water, walk around, do the things you need to do, but take care of yourself. This is not a time to answer emails. This is for self-care. Okay? Okay. See you guys in 10 minutes.
Oh, hey, come here. Can you answer this? This is the PE teacher.
All right, everybody. I hope everybody is feeling refreshed. Have some self-care time just to get up and walk around and let the dogs out and all the things. Boy, they are mad that they are not here today in my room. They're just sitting outside the door waiting for me. Please, can we come in? Okay, so we are going to get started with our social media marketing panel. We're going to be talking about a variety of topics as it relates to social media. I've already pinned our panelist. I was being proactive there. And so we are going to get started with Valerie Harris. Let me hit the record button. And Miss Valerie, you are up, my friend.
Awesome. Hey, everybody. Nice to meet you. I am Valerie L. Harris, but I have a fun name. At least I think so. It's called Coach Valley Girl. So call me Valley Girl if you want to, because I am like so Valley Girl. Oh my God. I went to high school in San Diego. So yes, I say like and awesome a lot. So just be warned. Anyways, I want to talk to you today about my 3-step posting system on social media. I am a social media and email marketing strategy coach. My jam is social media though, and Facebook is like my heart. If it was a man, I would leave my husband for him. But anyways, I love Facebook, and I have created this 3-step simple posting system to attract your ideal client and get them from social media to your email list. I don't know about anybody else, but I love email. That's where the magic happens. That's where I get to cultivate and learn about my audience. I use social media as the vehicle to get them there, but you got to get them to look at your stuff, right? If you are using social media to promote your business, to market your business, you got to get them to look at your post. So the first type of post is A. It's called my AIM strategy. The A stands for attraction, which we already know you need to have attraction posts. But what my strategy is, you got to be funky, quirky, silly, goofy, and it can't be about you, your product, your service, or your business. That's right. I said it. I know most people want to post about, I do this, I do that, I have this program, I have that program. No, your attraction post needs to be really funny. It's about them, not you. I think how many people have said that today? It's about them, not about you. So your attraction post should be something so crazy, like a monkey on a surfboard carrying a cat on his back with lipstick in his hand. You want people to stop and say, what in the world? Why is this? What does this have to do with anything? 9 times out of 10, at least for me, when I post goofy things like that, I instantly get a like. And here's the thing. People are like, where do I post this? Your business page, I guess you could. We all know engagement on there has dropped, so that's totally up to you. Your personal group, if you have a group for your business, it's awesome. You can do those posts there. But where you really want to post this goofy, quirky, funny, silly kind of stuff, your attraction post is on your personal page. And if you haven't already switched your personal page on Facebook to Entrepreneur, you need to do that right now. Well, not right now. Wait till we're done and then go do it. Okay, so now that you've attracted them, they ended up following you or liking your personal page, the next kind of post you want to do is an informative post. That's the I in my AIM strategy. And not just informative, like my business is this, my business is that. I started my business here, No. I mean, you can do that too, but you want to inform them how your product, your service took your client, took your customer from here to there, from this to that. They felt this way, now there's this way. So you're really going to be sharing a lot of customer testimonials if they allow it. Make sure you get permission to do that. You're going to be sharing their hero's journey, what happened to them, what it meant for them, and things like that. And yes, you want to share tips, add value, some strategies and things like that, but you want to make it about your customer. You want to inform other people about this person that work with you now has all of this time or has lost this many pounds or is making this much money in their business, all because they work with you. That's where the informative post comes in. And then finally, you want to motivate. And I don't mean like motivate them to work with you, join your group, sign up for that program, download that ebook. So your motivating post that's where it's about you. That's where you talk about how you started your business, your struggles, how you went from nothing to this and how you started here and now you're there. And then you also want to monetize that, make it a monetary post where, you know what, I can do the same for you. Does this sound like you? Have you been here? Are you feeling this way? I've got this and I've got, that's where you can promote, but it's how you do it. Image, video, the way your image and video looks, how it feels. So make sure attract, inform, I, and motivate with the M, aim strategy. Get them from social media to email. You only need the 3 posts. I swear I started this last year and it works, results in little as 7 days. And I'm talking engagement instantly, but you've got to do the right kind of posts. So that's it. I think, what, 20 seconds? Am I good? I'm good. Yeah. Yeah.
Tell them what's in the vault. Tell them what's in the vault.
Oh, in the vault is the 3-step strategy. I did it as a 3-day challenge. So I go really deep into the A, the I, and I share the templates with you and everything. So if you're VIP, you want to go in there and watch that. It's pretty awesome.
Thanks for the hookups. That's so awesome for everybody. Yeah. All right. So next up on the schedule, Miss Kelly is going to be talking about how to AIify our content using AI.
Hello, everybody. I'm excited to be here. We are all about all things AI, as many of you know. And so we want to talk about how to AI your content. One of the things that a lot of people don't like to talk about when it comes to AI is the fact that AI will not work for most of your businesses. That's right. That's what I said, right? And the reason for that is because there are really some key pieces that need to be in place in order for AI to really work. But all of the AI experts out there don't talk about those key pieces. Most of them are just talking about how to use AI. They're giving you prompts. They're telling you to do the thing. But if you've, and I'd love to know how many of you have been trying to use AI and are like, this really doesn't work like everybody says it's going to work. Any hands going up there? Right, exactly, right. And so many people are trying to use the prompts, do the thing to have AI work in their business, and it's not working. But it's not working because you don't have these 4 keys. So I like to talk about the 4 keys to make sure that AI is going to work for your content creation in your business. One is that you have to have some kind of organization or structure. If you just open up ChatGPT and you say things like, write my blog, create some social media posts, it's like throwing spaghetti on the walls. You are brilliant business people, you're entrepreneurs, you probably all have workflows, organizational structures and procedures in place in your business. Those are the things that you want to teach AI so that it can follow the exact procedures and processes that you use. So for example, if you have a process on how you write a blog, maybe first you research and then you see what other blogs have been written about it, and then you add your own expertise. That is the exact procedure you want to tell ChatGPT to follow so that it can use your process. It needs that kind of structure. So that's number 1. Number 2, you need to have a good assessment of your business. What do you want to use AI for? If you love writing blogs and that's your jam, don't spend the time trying to get AI to write your blog because it's not going to be as fun and it's not going to be as good as the blog that you're actually going to write. But if creating social media posts is the things that drive you nuts, let ChatGPT be your best friend. Right? So think about it in terms of where am I at my business? What is getting bottlenecked in my business? And that is where you should be focusing on learning how to use tools like ChatGPT. If you were to hire an intern in your business, you wouldn't give your intern the things that you love to do, right? You would give your intern the things where you're like, that's not my favorite. Let the intern do that. AI is your intern. The third thing is you want to get really clear on what tools are best suited for your business goals and where you want to use AI. I have so many clients that come to me and they have like 150 different AI tools that they're using. And, there are a lot of great tools out there, but instead of worrying about how to learn all the tools, think about which is the tool that is going to be right for your business. If you don't need to, I don't know, transcribe your videos, don't use an AI transcription tool. If Canva is your jam and you love creating images, then don't worry about, purchasing some kind of graphic AI generator, right? So really think about what tools are going to be useful. Tools like ChatGPT can really do all the things. So you can save a lot of time and effort with that piece. And lastly, you want to align yourself with AI experts. There's a lot of people out there that believe they're AI experts, or that think that because they have this great prompt that's working, that they're an expert. But you want to follow the experts that you trust, that think about things like ethical usage and safety and security, that are actually walking the walk, right? And not just talking the talk. And Elaine is amazing because she's brought so many of those experts here today in this community. But instead of trying to listen to all the people, listen to a few key people when you're using AI, especially when it comes to content creation. And you'll find, I think if you follow those 4 things, that AI may actually be something that will help you in your business.
Right, girl, you guys are doing so amazing.
I'm a teacher. I'm a timekeeper.
Oh my gosh. Love it. I love it. Okay. We've got the dynamic duo, Carissa and McKenna here. Ladies, you're up.
Heyo, everybody. How are you? Happy Wednesday. We're so excited to see you here on the summit. Y'all who are live on this, or if you're over on YouTube, drop some fire emojis in the comments if you're getting value out of all the amazing speakers here today. So Carissa and I are from Learner and Impact. We are repeat offenders. You did see us on the last summit. Super grateful to be back here again. Our specialty is in brand positioning strategy, and we are really a partnership where Carissa is the chaos to my calm, the flow to my structure. She's your confidence and mindset coach, and I'm the strategy and implementation side of the house. So today we're here to talk to you about Facebook groups and content within those groups. So our belief is that your profile, your personal profile, is what takes your clients, your potential clients, your people, your audience, from cold to warm. And your Facebook group is your community where you have the opportunity to take them from warm to client. Facebook groups are an amazing.
Oop, she froze. Oh no.
She's frozen.
Take it away, Carissa.
Take it away, girl.
Coming back. Okay, so our Facebook groups, I forgot where she left off. But what we believe is our Facebook groups that is meant to really cultivate community, while your Facebook profile is really meant to bring people in. That your Facebook community is where people are going to really build that trust. Like they are going to get the parts of you that they don't get in your regular profile. Okay. So today we're going to be talking about, I think we have 5 tips for successes in your group. But the biggest takeaway right now is people want to buy solutions. They don't necessarily want to be sold to. So inside your group, we're going to be providing solutions and serving them, and not necessarily constantly selling, because that gets so old and boring, okay, for everybody. Okay, so our first tip is that you need to stay committed, okay? It takes time to build a community, and just like it takes time to build your reputation in like the brick and mortar side of things, like, old school, you got to go out and network. You got to be putting ads out. Like it takes time to build community and trust. So I want everyone who's here building a community to keep pouring your love and effort into it. Eventually it will come back to you, which leads me into the second one. That is, give what you want to receive. People want to receive. Why aren't people saying hi on my post? Why aren't people engaging? Because how are you giving, right? Like, what are you giving to those people? People want to feel seen and heard. So how are you engaging with the people in your group? Are you treating them like humans, like a breathing human being? Or are you just treating them like a number? Are you talking back to them? Are you creating that good customer experience and journey within your community? Okay. And then
am I back?
Oh,
do I exist now?
She's back.
All right. Keeping things rolling here. Sorry, y'all. Snowstorm. Our internet's real flaky today in Oregon. So on that note here, our tip number 3 is to start by understanding the needs of your clients and how your offer addresses those needs. It's great to have this beautiful, ideal client profile, but if you haven't positioned yourself, if you can't clearly communicate how your offer solves their problem, how your offer is a solution to the needs of your clients, it's not going to convert for you. And this really leads us into our tip number 4, which is the positioning. Are you positioning yourself and your brand properly so that you are seen as the expert within your zone of brilliance? I want you to think about this. Your audience needs to know that they can trust you, especially for those of you coaches who are in, multiple 4 or 5 figure programs that you're offering. Does your audience trust you enough? Do they recognize and understand that you can help them to achieve that result? Not only do you have to believe it, but you have to clearly and confidently articulate how. What is your unique methodology, story, insights, perspectives of what makes you different as a coach from any other coach in your industry or in your space who is selling or teaching similar methods or similar transformations? Chris, I'll hand it back to you.
Yes, and the one thing that I get so fired up about is you have to be courageous enough to talk about how you do things differently and why it's so transformational for your clients. I think this is something a lot of people struggle with, is having that courage to say, this is what I believe, and this is why I believe it, and this is why it has changed so many lives, instead of just kind of conforming into what everyone else is doing, right? We're here to position ourselves and stand out, and it's like, oh, we're out, time's up. Oh, shoot. Do we keep going? We have one more point.
1 point. Go, go, go.
Okay. Ready? And our last one is your goal with your group content is to focus on the transformation of the offers that you're transactional selling as you're selling in your content. It's the transformation. It's not transactional. Okay. It's focusing on how to position your offers as the solution to your audience's problems. So you should be creating content that shifts their mindset, overcomes limiting beliefs, and addresses potential objections, and paints a beautiful vision of how their life could look after working with you. Okay.
We have an additional training on that in the back office for all of the VIPs on transformational versus transactional content. Yo, if you're on YouTube, get yourself a VIP ticket and check it out.
I know.
Hello. Thank you, ladies.
Yep. All right. Next up, Miss Tamira Hamilton is in the house. We're going to be talking about Pinterest, you guys. Sleeper. Don't sleep on Pinterest. She's going to tell you all about it.
All right, my name is Tamira Hamilton, and I've been in marketing for over 30 years. My oldest daughter will be 32 in a few weeks, and that's just how long I have been in marketing. And in 2013, when I decided to start building a business online, I had to actually learn internet marketing. And one of the first places that I stumbled upon was the Pinterest, and I fell in love at first pin. Dun-dun-dun-dun. And back then, Pinterest was by invite only. I had to go on a wait list, and I couldn't wait to get off of that wait list. And right away, I could see how people were using Pinterest to drive web traffic. And so I have been a faithful pinner for years and have reaped the benefits. Since 2018, my account has grown from 1,000 followers to over 12,000 followers. At its peak, I had 3 million monthly views. So if you can tell me anywhere else that you've gotten 3 million monthly views in a month, please tell me, because as long and as great as I am with social media, I have not gotten 3 million monthly views from anywhere else organically without paying for it. And so here's what I want you to know about Pinterest. If you think that Pinterest is for crafters, for recipes, for do-it-yourself, and that's all you think about Pinterest, can you just please raise your hand or throw a hand up in the comments, right? I'm here to tell you, baby, you're wrong. Baby, you just wrong, okay? You're still cute, but you're wrong, okay? Because Pinterest is a search engine. That's the first thing you need to understand about your ideal client. is that's very different than Facebook. On Facebook, we are there to be social, and that's why we want to attract them to our Facebook personal or professional profile in my case, and then move them to our group as a way to ascend them and deepen that relationship and build community. Whereas with Pinterest, they're not there searching and keeping up with, oh my God, Elaine was the funny girl in school. Is she still the funny girl? What is she up to? What are Tamira's grandkids up to, right? They're there with intent. And here's the thing about Pinterest. When it comes to events, for example, people go to Pinterest well in advance of the event to plan their hairstyle, to plan their makeup, to plan their divorce. Okay, they go there to plan their divorce party. Same as with their wedding and their bridal party. Okay, so whereas Facebook might be, hey, this is me, I'm at Coachella. Pinterest, I'm going to Coachella. What are the trending makeup styles for festivals this year, right? And so these trends that I talk about in my VIP video, I've seen things 6-9 months ago on reports that I'm now starting to see trend on TikTok and on other platforms, right? So here's what you need to know. It does not mean that you have to go out and you have to all of a sudden, my significant other is, that little blank man that some people have in their face box, in their Facebook profile. So I don't have to go and do matching outfits with him. Okay. But I can feature people wearing matching outfits, couples wearing matching outfits in my posts on other social media as well as on Pinterest. And that's why Pinterest is really cool, because you can get a really good handle for example, jazz music is going to be trending a lot this year. Okay. So you can use and search for jazz sounds for your short form video. And that way you can stay on trend, because what I'm about to say, and I, like Elaine, I am like straight up and down, proud and loud Gen X. Okay. But that does not mean I hate on my boomers, but I will tell you this. Boomer marketing you just can't do that anymore. It's not going to work, because you need to get attention. And the way that you get that attention that Valerie was talking about is, you see that background behind me? That's 3D, that's dimension, right? So the things that we used to do to grab people's attention 10 and 20 years ago, 30 years ago, no longer applies now. We have to get with the times, and Pinterest is a great way to learn what those times are, discover who your ideal client is, and trust me, they are on Pinterest. I guarantee you. Okay, really quick before I go, I started out in beauty on Pinterest, and what I learned about my beauty client from Pinterest is they also had a high affinity for finance. And that's because of the Pinterest analytics that told me that correlation. And it made sense, because I always talk about business. I always share business quotes. Okay. So just know that your ideal client is in fact on Pinterest.
Boom. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Okay. Next up, it's the LinkedIn lady. Sue Gresham is here, you guys. If you hate or love LinkedIn, you need to pay attention.
Okay, that was a great lead, and thank you. If you hate or love LinkedIn, I am Sue Gresham, the LinkedIn lady, and we have heard so much today about know, like, and trust, and all of those things. And to be honest with you, that's what I was going to spend a lot of time talking on. Screw that. I'm changing it. We're going to talk about something different. Not really, but sort of. Okay, so here's the thing. LinkedIn is that ugly stepchild that people don't understand. And the reason they don't understand it is because it's really scary. It's not like Facebook and Pinterest and the rest of them. What LinkedIn does is it allows you, it's a platform. If you want to think about it differently, think about it a little bit like your website. Now, here's where it's not the same as your website, but it can have a huge impact like your website does. Because on your website, you're talking about the services that you provide and how you provide them, right? But you're talking about it. People come and read that, and there's no chance for engagement. There's no chance they'll read. Maybe they'll sign up for your newsletter, and that's it. On LinkedIn, what you do is you talk about who you are, the problem you solve, how you solve it, but you're speaking to an audience that really wants to know how you can help them. And not only do they want to know how you can help them, but they want to actually have the conversation with you to get that ball rolling. So let's talk about this for just a second, okay? We're talking about the fact that you will create a LinkedIn profile, and it's filled with all sorts of really interesting information that is all about it's geared towards your main person that you're trying to speak to, okay? And in that, in the headline, in the banner, oh my gosh, we talk about visual, in the banner, what you can do is you can be sharing information about who it is that you're going to help and how you're going to do it. In the freebie, there is a section, it's a freebie called the Ultimate LinkedIn Profile Headline Builder. You need to download that because in there is a worksheet that's going to talk about you figuring out who you are, how you call yourself, the things that you do, who your industry is. When you put that all together and you load that information into your profile, in the experiences, in the about, in the headline, you will have what people are looking for that's keyword searchable. But here's the thing, I got 2.5 minutes to talk you into, it doesn't really matter back up. It does matter what you put on your profile, okay? For keyword searching, for branding, for authority building, people are looking to verify and validate who you are and that you are who you say you are. But when it's all said and done, it's all about what you do after you've got their eyes. And so what you want to be doing is in that conversation that starts from the minute that invite comes to you or that you send that invite, you're following up behind the posting area, having conversations. And what I mean by having conversations is, hi, let's connect. Why do you want to connect? Because I find you interesting, because I read your profile, because I want to know more about you. Then when you have that done without selling, because people are not on LinkedIn to be sold to at all, they hate it. They run faster than you can run from anything in the world, right? Hate it, hate it, hate it. And boy, coaches, are we not getting spammed the heck out of it? How many of you every day are getting these messages saying, hey, connect with me, I can 10x your business? They're full of crap. They can't. And if they could, that's not how they would be doing it. But what I am asking you to do is, as you are connecting with people, follow up 17 times. They want to see your face somewhere on LinkedIn, whether it's behind in the messaging or if it's when you start to post. Key things to talk about when you're posting. First of all, I could talk about this for hours. So excuse me for doing the verbal vomiting here. But when you are posting, you're posting what we already talked about like 18 times today. What is the problem that you're solving? How can you answer that problem? Not I do this, but actually give them the answer to the question. Okay, let them see that you are the brilliant person. Put that in the featured section on your profile, okay? Think about some of these other ways that you can get in front of the people, like LinkedIn newsletters are the bomb. They're not the same as the newsletters that go inside, when you're trying to sell your stuff, trying to promote your businesses, the things that you're selling, with your regular email list. The newsletters are all about teaching people what it is that they need to know and what they're looking for. Another thing is videos, and I know I'm out of time. I think I have 4 seconds left. Check out Lisa Rabel's videos on LinkedIn and Facebook. They are amazing, and they help explain how she can help you, not just how she can help you, but they answer the problems to your questions to your problems, whatever. So sorry about that. I did a kind of a reversal. This was not the plan the way I wanted to do it because you guys all covered all the brilliant stuff that was already out there. So again, I'm Sue Gresham, the LinkedIn lady. Go do it.
Yay. Thank you, everybody. I hope that was super helpful. Did you have some takeaways? Because now we're going to go into the breakout rooms. And what are we going to do? Info collector to action taker. That is where the magic happens. So are you guys ready? We're going to Scooby-Doo this shit. And you guys are going to go get to hang out with our panelists. I know I call it Scooby-Doo because I feel like we're going like this, right? Or Wayne's World. Right? So we're going to go to our breakout rooms. You guys will be in there for 19 minutes and then we're going to come back and then you're going to share a takeaway, share something that you learned, an aha that you had, whatever that is. And then we're going to go into our next panel, which is going to be marketing activities, our last panel for the day. You guys ready? All right, here we go. See you guys in 19 minutes.
My friend, how do we get in the breakout room?
Should have a little invite open. Do you see where it is inviting you to a room? Let me see here. Hold
No,
on.
we
Let me
we
get you
got
in.
overlooked.
Okay, hold on. Let me get
There
you.
we go.
I got
Thank you,
you.
my friend.
I got you. I got you. Hello, 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 everybody. Everybody's starting to come on back to the dark side.
Or the light.
Well, you know, whatever you think it is.
There's always a balance,
There
Elaine. There's
is.
always a balance.
Right, right. Yeah. Well, Mary Brown would say, balance is BS. It's bounded.
But in matters of the force and the dark and light, there has to be a balance. It's not
Okay.
BS there.
I get you. I get you.
We got into Star Wars real quick there. I'm excited about this. I don't know what I just went
Are we
into.
talking harmony versus balance?
I don't know. I don't know. We're talking about light versus dark and the balance
Oh.
between the dark side
Jedi
and the light
versus
side.
Sith Lords.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah, exactly. Talk about Friends, I got you. Talk about Star Wars, not so much. I'm not gonna lie.
Sopranos.
All right, so
I got you, Laura.
who would like to share? What was your takeaways? What did you learn? Tell us all the things. What did we miss in your group? Do we have some FOMO? Because I love FOMO. Share me. What do I need to know?
We need to be on Pinterest. That's what we figured out.
Okay. All right.
Thanks, Tara.
I'm
But
good
as-
by that.
But as
I was hoping-
Valerie had mentioned, that it is one of the third top search engine. So, you know,
Yes.
behind Google and YouTube and then Pinterest. So, and at least in my business, for people doing books, they are there and they're in action. And so that is one of the places that we all know that we need to focus a little bit more on.
Yes. Yes. And if you are a blogger, FYI, and if you have a Pinterest business account, you can have an RSS feed and connect it to Pinterest, and it will automatically post your blogs for you. True statement, FYI.
Would it do that for podcasts too?
If you have an RSS feed, yeah. Yeah. I know. There's a little, if you search in Pinterest RSS feed, it will show you the instructions on exactly how to do it.
Yeah, it's under settings and you're going to go to bulk create. Yep.
Yep. That's how I figured it out. I was like, I know there's a way.
Yeah, we go over all of that in my course.
Mm-hmm.
And Paige will tell you.
Yep. Okay. Anybody else want to share? What were your takeaways? What are you going to implement, Laura?
Yeah, one of the things that I was starting to notice is that we're coming to the end of the day. The ideas are filling up fast.
Yep.
And there's a little bit of like, I need to do all of it energy
No.
that's starting to come up.
No.
Right, exactly.
No.
And so
No.
it's about finding those one or two strategic takeaways and going back to the beginning of this morning where Olivia talked about this decision making. Don't let our head take over after the summit. It's the head, the heart, and the gut
Yep.
making those choices for us.
Yep. And after my plan is to, after we do our next panel, we have another breakout session. I would like to do an end of the day session with everybody. We'll just do it out in the open where we can walk through what the how looks like. Because guess what? I love the how. The how is my favorite thing to do. So if you're feeling stuck, overwhelmed, where do I start? Let's map it out. I will help you map it out. You do not have to do this alone. And I will say, this is exactly what I would do. You will have access to my brain power if you want to stay on and participate in that. Okay. So we're not going to do it in a breakout room. We're just going to do it out in the open. So everybody has an opportunity to participate. So anybody else want to share before I move into our next panel? Any last? Going once? Going twice? All right, let's get together our next set of panelists. I see Ms. Heidi here. Heidi is tuning in from Portugal, you guys. Do you know how late it is there? She is a trooper. She is such a trooper. We've got Jess here. We've got we have our some returning offenders, some repeat offenders here joining us, you guys. I call repeat offenders people that are with me a lot, and they come in when I say, hey, do you want to do this? And they say yes, and then they just show up. And we just love each other. So I've got Miss Katarina here. Bing, bang, bang. She is here in the house. Am I missing anyone? Miss Kiki is here. We're going to be talking about publishing books, you guys. Oh my gosh. Let me make sure that I'm not missing anybody. Let me get out my handy dandy form here. I don't know what I would have done without this form today, you guys. Telling you what. 3 pages. I think we've got everybody. That's fantastic. All right, so I'm going to hit record. First up is going to be Miss Katarina, who's going to tell us how to use how to get clients by speaking. So let me start the recording and let me get my timer out. And Miss Katarina, you are up, my friend. Thank you for being here.
Thanks, Elaine. Bing, bing, bing. Hi, everybody. Listening to be with you. Let's take a deep breath. Imagine you come over to your Zoom room, any Zoom room, and you give a talk, 5-minute talk, 10-minute talk, 20-minute talk. And by the time you close that Zoom room, maybe 1 hour later, not only do you have the possibility of clients, you have people that have actually said, I want to sign up, or I want to talk to you. And you gain some Insta clients simply for sharing a little bit of your knowledge in a Zoom room. You can do that 3 times a day. You can, now, if that seems like too much for you, you can do it 3 times a week or 3 times a month. But the point is that speaking is going to get you Insta clients faster than just about anything. Why? Because you can build some Insta influence. Now, my friends, if you're a speaker or you're not a speaker, today I'm going to talk to you about how to do more speaking to gain more Insta clients. Does that sound good? Hey, this is the part where you say bing, 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 or you give me the wave or something. I know it's the end of the day, my friends, but I got massive value for you. Jen, I love you. Thank you. Okay, here we go. First thing, set goals for how often you want to speak. And by the way, 1 is too close to absolutely nothing. So don't say once a month. I want to hear at least 2, 3, 4. It's a gold rush right now for speaking because we're all ready to do it on Zoom. Also, when you are out and about, like today in your breakout rooms, did you introduce yourself as a speaker? I got to tell you something, my friends. Many of you are speakers, but nobody knows you're a speaker because you don't open your mouth that you're a speaker when there's new peeps in the room with you. Okay, so say speaker. I was at a meeting last night. One of my gals just finished my speaker retreat. She introduced herself as a speaker, and guess what? She went home with a speaking engagement. Okay, so don't think everybody knows. You got to remind them. Also, if I go to your website, is there a place where it says speaker or speaking or events or trainings on your toolbar? If not, run, don't walk to do that. If I go to your LinkedIn and your Facebook profile, does it say speaker? Guess what? Run, don't walk on your business card. Does it say speaker? Your virtual business card or your paper business card? This is what loud and proud speakers do. I want you to be a more loud and proud speaker. Also, when you give a speech, post about your speech, let people know, hey, I'm looking for more talks on XYZ. This will get you some Insta bookings. Please, please, please. Also, who are your friends that are speaking? Say, hey, where are you speaking? I got a different topic on XYZ. What groups can you refer me to? Create some speaker buddies. By the way, I was at a meeting last night. I said to the gal, hey, I know you're in charge of booking speakers for XYZ group. I want to be a speaker. Ask people if you can speak. Don't wait. Be proactive versus reactive. Let's take a deep breath. Do you have a great video of you? And not even a great video. It could be a Schlumpadinka video of you speaking. I remember years ago, I went somewhere and they said, hey, do you have a speaker video? And I said, yeah, I didn't think it was that great, but you know what? I sent it to them. I got booked. Okay. So are you having some video sample of you speaking? And even if it's Zoom, that's fine. You gotta get the party started. By the way, super tip alert, super tip alert. Done is better than perfect when we're talking about all this stuff. And related to my last point, I want you every month to schedule your own Zoom thing, a 1-hour workshop, so you always have something to invite people to, so that when you're out networking, when you have a potential clients, when you get referrals, you can say, hey, come to my thing before you try to sell them anything, because that's going to support you building Insta influence. This is also going to keep all those prospects from all the months engaged. If you're not doing your own Zoom thing, my friends, let's get the party started, because we don't get to mastery if we're getting ready to get ready. And that's the goal. Bing, bing, bing.
Amazeballs, always drop in the nuggets. I love you, Miss Katarina.
Love you.
Spit and fire. All right. Next up, and be sure to check out her video in the vault, because she goes in deeper into this topic. Miss Jessica is going to talk to us about, we want to take our speaker to the next level and do TEDx. Who wants to do that?
Hey, everyone. Excited to be here. So I love that Katarina is talking about how there's essentially a vacuum of thought leadership, and TEDx is the place to be. If you are a thought leader, an expert in your field, if you have a big message to share, and that is because TEDx is a platform for big ideas. So for those of you who are not familiar, TEDx is a unique stage, unlike any other, because it's not just about inspiration. It's not just about storytelling. It's not a keynote style environment. It is all about having a single big idea and wanting to invite people into the conversation around it so that we can shift the narrative, shift perspectives around whatever that big idea happens to be. And I have a philosophy that everyone has a TED Talk inside them. Now, that doesn't mean that the TED stage is right for you. It doesn't necessarily mean it's right for your idea, but we all have big ideas, and big ideas are the foundation, not just for TEDx, but for your business as well. So what do I mean when I say big idea? A big idea can take a lot of different forms. I typically think of it in one of four ways. It's either a new perspective on an old problem, something that we've all experienced, but we're bringing a unique perspective or point of view to it. It could be that we want to challenge the status quo. There is a lot of misinformation, a lot of stuff out in the ecosystem, and we need to be clear on what our beliefs and perspective and point of view are. So we may find ourselves in a place where it makes sense to really challenge the commonly held narrative because it's no longer serving us. Perhaps you are a researcher and you're doing cutting edge research. Perhaps you have some kind of new technology that you're bringing from, an AI perspective or whatever that might look like. All of these are sort of like the categories that we can think of when we think about what is a big idea. The next way or the question I get a lot is, well, how do I even find my big idea? And I really think of big ideas as being the intersection of three things: your expertise. And when I say expertise, I don't just mean your academic background. I don't necessarily mean your professional experience, although all of that is part of it. It could also be your lived experience. Then what is the unmet need? What is the problem that exists out in the environment that no one's talking about, or that we need to be talking about, or that stuff out in the world isn't working for? And then lastly, what are you passionate about, right? You've got to have a lot of heart to get through the TEDx process. It is not for the weak. And so when we bring all these three pieces together, that's where we start to figure out what is our big idea. And this is a big part of what I talk about in the training in the vault, is how do you get to the big idea and really go deep to figure that out. And the reason I think that's worth doing is not just for the TEDx process, although it is hands down the most important part of that process, but it's also important from a business perspective, right? Once you know what your big idea is, it can then filter in and inform everything in your business. So All of us in here are coaches, consultants. That means we have to have a point of view. There are 1,000,000,001 of us. So how do we stand out? How do we differentiate ourselves from other people in the industry? It starts with your big idea. So think about your big idea as being the thing that shapes what your strategy looks like, shapes how those goals start to take place, helps you identify what is the impact that you're trying to create in the world. And from there, it allows us to have a better perspective on who we're talking to, what our offers look like, and the content and thought leadership that we put out there. All of this work is the heartbeat of TEDx, but it's also the heartbeat of your business. So whether you go the TEDx route or not is sort of immaterial. I want you to think about the platforms that you're on, whether it's a regular stage, a Zoom room that you've created, a book that you're writing, a podcast, whatever that looks like. Think of that as the place to talk about and share more about your big idea. Your big idea, if you take nothing else from this conversation today, it's this. Your big idea is your competitive advantage. It is the thing that sets you apart. So unless you're talking about it, you are leaving money on the table. Boom, right on time.
Mic drop. Mic drop. Way to end that with that wonderful statement. Like, for real, mic drop. Boom. Love it. Okay, so we're going to talk now about email marketing and segmenting our list. And Melissa is here. How are you? Good to see you. You are up, my friend.
Hi, thank you so much for having me. I'm Melissa Meloriana of MEO Marketing Group. I'm a copywriter, marketing strategist, and semi-retired rugby player. Email marketing is one of my specializations, and email segmentation is something I love talking about because I feel like it's not talked about a whole lot, but it can be really powerful for your business. Basically, what it is, email segmentation is dividing your subscribers into smaller lists called segments based on set criteria. So you can do this in a lot of different ways. A really easy one, like if you're a coach, for example, you can have someone that you can have an option for someone who hasn't made the first 5K month, another option for a coach who hasn't made the first 10K month, and then maybe a third option. You don't want to go too crazy and have a lot of different options because what's going to look like to the new subscriber is going to look like a link. So they click a link and that tells your ESP how to tag them and how to group them. So you can customize your content for each group. But if you have 10 different options, you're going to create a lot of work for yourself. So it's a lot better to keep it simple. And the first thing you want to do, it's completely okay if you don't have an email list yet, or if your email list is pretty small, because it's easier to do this in the very beginning rather than try to do it after your list has grown like crazy. You want to have a killer lead magnet. It doesn't matter where it's a checklist or like a class or something a little bit more comprehensive. Just make sure you over deliver. So your new subscriber realizes like, wow, this person really knows what they're doing. Like, I want to hear more from them and try to work on that trust. And then you want to segment them early. I love doing this in any welcome sequence that I have for any of my freebies, any of my lead magnets. Don't do it in the first email, because that's the delivery email that contained your freebie. Do it in the second or third email, maybe after you've introduced yourself, because it's a pretty short email. Just say, hey, I just want to make sure that I'm sending the right content over to you. Can you just click on one of the links and just let me know where you're at? Because then that lets you know, okay, this is where they are, because you can have, say, 2 different coaches. One's close to hitting 5K months. One is close to hitting 10K months. You can still work with both of them, but they're going to have different struggles. So if you have specific emails to each different group, they're going to resonate with it a lot more rather than sending something that's a little bit more generalized that goes to everyone, because not every email on your list has to go to everyone in your group. And another thing I want to suggest is consider having a 3-tiered offer suite. I go into this a lot more in the training in the vaults, but basically because we're service providers, a lot of our offers are usually at least $1,000, which is a pretty big commitment to a lot of people. And if you have something that's like a low ticket entry point or a mid ticket entry point before they get to the high ticket offer, if they're not ready for you yet, that's another great way to kind of get them into your system. So they can learn to trust you more, because a lot of times people really want to work with you, but maybe the timing isn't right, and that's okay. But because you've segmented them early on, you'll know who to target for the high ticket offer first, because they're ready to buy right now, or someone who is pretty early on, they can use your help in the future, but they're not ready yet. That's okay. We can sell them, say, like a 60-minute masterclass for example, and then they can work up to working with the one-on-one with you. And then once you have your offer suite, create upsell and downsell sequences based on these groups. Because if someone starts in the low ticket, you can upsell them to the mid-ticket offer, for example, or if you're targeting them with the high ticket, you can try to downsell them and just experiment as much as you can. And also, you really want to make sure that your list is healthy and it's engaged. So it's okay if people unsubscribe. It's much better to have a smaller, more engaged list than a huge list of people who don't know who you are, don't really care to hear about you, because it's really going to mess with your analytics. So if you have a list of people that trust you, look forward to hearing from you, maybe they're not buying yet, and that's okay. I don't believe in selling in every single email. It's completely okay to say, hey, this is what happened to me this week, because it feels more relatable, and people love hearing the more relatable side of a business. And if you're seeing that maybe a group of subscribers hasn't opened your emails in the last 60 days or the last 6 months, go ahead and send them a re-engagement sequence. And it doesn't have to be very long, just 2 or 3 emails saying, hey, I see that you haven't opened any emails. I would love to keep you on my list, but if you're not interested, that's completely okay. But if you are, then click on this link, for example, just to make sure to keep them around. And if they're still not engaging with everything, that's okay. You can just kick them off your list, and don't feel so bad about it. Sometimes people just don't use that email anymore, or maybe it's just a bad time in their lives and they can resubscribe again. But again, you want to have an email list that's active, that's healthy, that's engaged, and you want to segment everybody early, because sometimes you can have a really great offer, but maybe it'll work better for a certain group versus for another group. But yeah, segmentation, I'm a big fan of it. I think it can really transform your business.
Perfect timing. You guys are amazing. So on fire. Okay, next up. Thank you, Melissa. That was super awesome. Kiki is here. She's going to talk to us about books, and should we have a book too as a marketing activity? Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right, let's go.
Ready? Okay, I'm going to change my view really quick, because my first question is, how many of you already have a book? Oh, wait, I see one of these. I'm guessing that's anthology or a compilation. And I don't know why more hands didn't just go up, because when you're speaking, what the hell are you selling in the back of the room? I'm done. I'm handing over my 5 minutes. I'm just kidding. All right, everybody. Hi, I'm Kiki. My real name is Kirsten, but nobody can ever say that. So I go by Kiki. I'm the book publishing coach with a holistic approach. I make sure that you do not lose your mind or your money while you're publishing a book. It is a very emotional experience. For those of you that have done it, you know that. For those of you that haven't done it, I'm guessing you haven't, because it's so emotional. But let's talk about this. 2.3 million books were published in 2021. So while we were all home during the pandemic, we were all reading, apparently. So does that mean that you should publish a book? Are you going to get lost? Probably not. There's a reader out there for you, right? You started your business because you have a story. That story needs to be told. Someone out there is waiting to hear that story for their own transformation. So let's talk about how and why you need a book or books these days to build your business. The first is to establish yourself as a thought leader, right? Obviously, you've got something to say. You are an expert in your industry. Get the message out there. You're going to exert your expertise and raise your credibility. The other thing is raise your visibility, right? Now you get to say, along with putting on your webpage and your author bio, or all your bios, published author, speaker, published author, right? Let's get it all out there, that what we're doing. Legacy planning. Once you're published, it's out there in perpetuity. This is one of those big things that's like, oh, I failed. I published my book, and in 6 months, I only sold 10 copies. Well, marketing, first of all, but also it's out there, right? Give it a year, give it 2 years. Guess what, guys? It's still out there in 5 years. When I worked at the literary agency, I was paying royalties to the grandchildren of authors that had been long dead, Why? Because their books were still selling. Speaking of that, additional revenue streams, right? What's a little bit of extra money coming in when you're selling some books? You're positioning yourself as an expert, and you're also making money doing that. You've got direct sales from the back of the room while you're speaking. You've got your online sales through Amazon. That is not the only way to publish, by the way. There's a download that you guys can get for free to learn all the different ways. But anyway, then also you can do content repurposing, right? So you can take all that content in your book, repurpose it. We've talked about what are you going to put on social media? There it is. What are you going to talk about in your video? There it is. You've got your book. You've got a ton of content. Here's a couple of myths we're going to go over really fast, and I dived a lot deeper into these into the video in the vault. So I think this answer meant that you're in an anthology. Maybe you have a chapter in a book. Your story deserves a whole book. You really do. I know sometimes the anthology thing is to test the waters, maybe kind of feel it out, but you deserve a whole book. Your story is worth it. It didn't happen overnight. You don't tell it in one sitting. It's a big, long story. The other myth, you can do it all by yourself. Guys, you can also pull teeth by yourself, but I wouldn't recommend it, right? Like you go to the dentist. Get the experts to get your book positioned as the expert that you are. This is your first time out of the gate. You don't want to have that first impression be miserable. So you have to be a great writer. No, you don't. That's what editors are for. You have to have your story, be able to tell it, be able to be raw, be able to get out there. That's it, guys. You do need a book. You can do it. It will take a little bit of time, but it's worth it.
Boom, mic drop moment. Love it. Yes, thank you, thank you, thank you. I have multiple books, and I barely market them, but they're always there. So I can, and like you saw, I sent one earlier just to one of the speakers. Like, here you go, right? It's great. Great, great, great. All right, Miss Heidi from Portugal. Well, she's living currently in Portugal. I appreciate you being here. I know it is super late for you. So I'm going to let you get started. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, it's almost 11 here in Portugal. I'm really glad to be here and see you guys. So who here has landed clients or speaking gigs from networking events? No, I have. Yeah, Miss Lisa's has. I regularly grow my email list, sign clients, book podcasts, summits, guest trainings from networking events, and I build relationships with supportive peers that lead to referrals and profitable collaborations. Yeah, it's not all about clients, it's also about building your business relationships. I'm Heidi. I'm a social media marketing strategist. I specialize in working with established online business owners and coaches, and I help you use content and conversation, the social selling side of things, to increase your visibility, authority, and to turn more of your online connections into paying clients. And it's all done without sending a single cold pitch in DM or using icky marketing tactics. It's all about relationship building, which is why I highly recommend one of the main tools you're using in your social selling toolkit is networking. Now, I also don't know about you guys, but I hate coffee chats. There is nothing worse for me to hear when I meet someone at a networking event and they're saying, oh, let's meet for a coffee later, whether it's virtual or in person. I know what's coming. It's usually they're going to spend the whole time to sell me something, or we're going to talk and nothing productive is coming of it. So I created a strategy that not only allows me to get clients, make new friends, collaborations with peers, and more visibility from networking events, and I do it all without wasting time on coffee chats. And last year alone, I signed over 8,000 in sales from just one networking event. where it was only 11 women who attended live, and I booked 2 guest trainings from that one event. Now, who here wouldn't like to book 8,000 in sales from one networking event, a small one at that? Well, I'm going to share with you the 3 steps that I use to do that. Now, I don't have time to tell you the entire strategy right now because Elaine only gave us 5 minutes. But so I'm going to be hitting the highlights here. But I do share the full strategy in the training vault for the VIP members. So if you don't have your VIP ticket, get that. But so how do you make money from networking events without wasting time on those dreaded coffee chats? You get strategic and you go in with a plan. And here are the 3 steps I use to get leads and clients from every networking event I attend. Number 1, choose the right networking meetings. Yeah, common sense, right? But so many of us go to ones we hate. You want to make sure your target audience is at the event and the event activities give you plenty of time to connect with them. For me, I found that smaller, more focused community gatherings yield higher paying clients and faster results because you can connect easier. 2, get in with a plan, an intention, say no to coffee chats. Set your goal and your intentions for why you're there, what you want to get out of the event, and practice your elevator pitch before you go. I usually set a number of how many connections I want to make based on the size of the event. And then I show up and I be present at the event. I pay attention, listen, take notes, identify the people who are most likely going to help you achieve your goals. I can't tell you how many virtual events I attend that the people only turn on their camera when it's their turn to talk. It shows you that they're not there for anything except to sell, not to build relationships, because I mark those in my notes. First impressions are everything when it comes to networking. And then 3, have a post-event follow-up plan to continue building relationships. I mean, who here has a follow-up plan for your networking events? It's the follow-up where the magic happens. That is where the true gold of where you actually build the relationship. Reach out after the event, connect on social, and schedule a collaboration chat, not a coffee chat. Collaboration chat sets a different vibe, tone, and gives purpose to your meetings. Take your time, build the relationship. Strategic marketing is about showing up well prepared, engaged, and you'll get those connections that are going to turn into clients. Get my deep dive in the VIP training vault for the rest of it.
That's amazeballs. I love the collaboration chat. That is, I love that. I want to change all my shit to that right now.
It changes everything. It really does.
Yeah, I love that. Love that. Love that. All right, Miss Cammie Lehman is here. She's invincible, and she's going to be talking about podcasting as a marketing activity.
Okay. Ready? Did
Ready.
you set that timer yet? Okay.
I got you.
Super. Okay, so I am the host of She's Invincible, the podcast school TV show and podcast, and I have 2 focuses in She's Invincible. The first one is training, the first one is launching top podcasts, and the second one is monetization. So how do you monetize that podcast, and how do you increase your visibility and discoverability through podcasting? So back in 2019, there were 850,000 podcasts, and today there's over 3 million. So thankfully, we are now using that as one of the main ways to market our businesses. So what I want to share with you is I've left a lot of stuff in the vault. There's a lot of stuff in the podcast interview, but what I want to show you is both sides of the microphone. I want to show you how do you promote yourself and brand yourself to get on top shows. And if you're a host, how do you screen those people to make sure you're getting the best people? Is that something you think could benefit you today? Awesome. Let's do this. So this is Alexandra Watkins. If you have a podcast, I highly recommend her. She owns a company called Eat My Words, and she's the woman who named the Baconator at Wendy's. So if you ever ate a Baconator, you have eaten Alexandra's words. This is her sheet, and I built this with her. And so I'm going to go through it with you and show you the parts where you want to focus. So this first part here is the top global podcast that she's been featured on recently. So you don't want to show 5 years ago, but recently. These here are her topics. Now, these topics need to be topics that lead back to what you sell. Whatever. So you don't want to be talking about everything. You want to be talking about what you sell and the result that you are giving your clients. And those are the topics. And as you speak about them, you are literally magnetically reaching into that crowd and plucking out your ideal clients. This is so important. Also over here, short bio, you guys. I've seen people take this whole side and talk about themselves. It's only the points. And if you see what she did, she bolded them. Also, suggested interview questions. This is so important. If you're not comfortable yet and haven't guested on a lot of podcasts, you might have that stage fright where you're thinking, oh my gosh, how can I be ready? I don't even know what the questions are, right? And so this gives you an opportunity to ease into that by giving them some suggested questions so you have more of an idea of where they're going to go. Even if they make up the question themselves, they're still going to use that as a guide. And then, of course, if you have a published book, you definitely want to put your accolades there. She has a top 10 marketing book by Inc. magazine. It's called Hello, My Name is Awesome. I mean, seriously. And so you want to have, because listen, this is your brand. This is like a resume when you're applying for a job. They don't meet you. They see this come across their desk and they decide in that 30 seconds whether or not they're impressed and want to talk to you more. And so this is how you want to do it. You also want to have all your social media and contacts, because as a podcast host, you want to do your due diligence in researching these people, checking out their social media, making sure that their client base is your client base. You also want to make sure that you want to be associated with them, right? That they're doing business ethically, that they have a business that's solid, and that they have a professional website and they're selling it and there's not terrible reviews. Because remember, this is evergreen, like Eva, right? And so, you know, when we're gone, people are still going to come across our podcast. They're still going to come across these episodes. And so you want to make sure you are positioning yourself. Remember, if you have kids, you're always careful about who your kids are hanging out with, right? Because they become who they associate with, and so do you. So whether it's a show, if you're guesting or you're hosting, you want to make sure that association is clear and covered. And so some of the quick ways to figure out what podcast you should be on: what genre is your business? Who are you serving? Where are they hanging out? Business, entrepreneurship, health, family. I could keep going, but I don't want to. So find out where they are. And if the even faster way is look for your competitors, find out what shows they're on and go pitch those shows, because you know that that's your target audience and they're the fastest ways to do it.
Right on time. Like, get out of here. You guys are amazing. I just have to say, you guys.
There's so much talent in this room. I'm so overwhelmed.
Ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
It is. I'm literally overwhelmed. Just it's such a blessing. And thank you, Elaine, for putting this together, bringing us all together, and just sharing all of this.
Absolutely. Thanks for always being my go-to girl for podcasting. Okay.
Oh, but listen, the pleasure is all mine. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. And now we're going to end the panels with James Allen, who is all about the YouTube and the video, and he's going to share some insights on how you can use video as a marketing activity. So, Mr. James, I'm going to let you take the stage, sir.
Awesome. So I got 5 minutes to do this. I've been making thousands of dollars since I had 200 subscribers, and people think that's crazy, but it's because I use YouTube as my best employee. That's what I like to call them, where each video turns into a carbon copy of me, and every video turns into a new employee that gets discovered by my audience because I'm making the right kind of content, adds value to them, builds trust with me, and then points them into my email list, which points them to my offers, book calls, anything you want, really. Get booked on speaker engagements. You know, people said you can point your like book to people I talk to people all the time and I'm like, hey, here's a YouTube video I made that helps you with that. And now I don't have to keep repeating the same stuff. I just give them the link and they go, that was so helpful. I'm like, did you watch the video? They're like, yeah, I watched 10 of your videos because they were so awesome and I opted in, and then they buy a product or they sign up for affiliate or book a call. Okay, so it's like there's more ways that you can leverage YouTube than just getting AdSense. So I got 4 minutes. I'm going to share my screen and show you guys like the strategy. It doesn't matter what you're teaching. This is how it works. Everybody see this? So when you go into Google, one of the benefits of YouTube videos is that Google owns YouTube. Okay, so basically the two best search engines in the world have connected into one. Respect to Pinterest too, because that's the third best. But I could type in anything in here. Let's just say how to bench press. Right here off the bat, you're automatically going to get a bunch of different ideas. How to bench press with dumbbells, a person without a bench. How to bench press more without a spotter. But I can also say, what bench press? What does bench press work? Okay, these are questions that Google is literally having people type into. And that's why they suggest this, because it's commonly searched by people. So think, what would my audience be typing into Google that I could help them with? If you're a fitness coach, you can do bench press. Okay, and you can do why bench press, and you can go how to bench press A, B, C, and I haven't even done what. And all of these are different ideas. So what I recommend is take as many of these as you can, put them into a document, and we're going to pretty them up later on. But if I say how to bench press, first thing that pops up is a YouTube video. Another benefit of making YouTube content, Google owns YouTube, so your YouTube videos can show up in Google searches without having to write blog posts even. But this is the real sweet spot. If you click on the people also asked, there's these little dots. These are questions people commonly search on Google. Don't make content marketing complicated. It's just answering your target audience's questions. So we want to find their questions. What better place to do this than right here? Obviously, we did our little extra ideas here, but now you can click on these, and what's going to happen, look, your YouTube videos can pop up here too. These turn into, it auto-populates more questions. And these can turn into a full-fledged YouTube video, or you can take bits and pieces of these questions, turn them into timestamps, which are the sections of your videos. And now you're creating like SEO with your videos, which means your videos are more likely able to show up when people are searching things. Pretty cool, right? How much time do I got? 2 minutes. So that's one benefit. The other thing is obviously you can do, this as well on YouTube. But another great benefit that I love is something I call content hacking. So if you type in, I quit my job after learning 3 things, you're going to see this video. I quit my job after these 3 things. I quit my job after these 3 things. And the thumbnails and titles all look relatively the same. And I could just keep going down this list. Okay, I quit. All of them have a similar trend. And that's what people do, is that they find videos that are already working and turn them into their own, put their own spin on it. There's a great book called Steal Like an Artist. I have a YouTube masterclass. I talk all about it. It's amazing. But the same thing when you type in how to get ahead of 99% of people, you start to see that people are making this sort of like a curve with the little stick figures. That is the trend that is popping and that's working. So it's finding what's working on the platform and adding your own twist and story to it so you have a better chance of getting views. Okay. Another thing is that, like, how do you get people onto your email list? This is where you create a lead magnet. So a lead magnet, don't make it complicated. Be guides, checklists, videos. Make it a short PDF or a video that solves a persistent problem. So what's a persistent problem your audience faces? How do you quickly solve it for them? This is a guide of mine, 50 catchy title formulas. I help creators turn their ideas into passive income. So I made a guide that gives them a ton of different content ideas. You can get at least a year's worth of content just from this that you can use for your channel. And your blog or podcast or whatever you want, social media, because we run out of ideas as creators. So this solves a persistent problem. You can get it by going to profityourknowledge.com/titles. But after you opt in, this is like beautiful real estate that people don't take advantage of. So you're making videos, people are watching. When people opt in, because you're offering that free lead magnet in every video, it goes to a thank you page that doesn't just say, hey, check your email for your download. It makes a new offer that over delivers and ultimately introduces your product sooner. Greg Faxon, he has 21 ways to find potential clients. And if you opt in, it just says book a strategy session. So people find your YouTube videos, they get value, they opt in for your free thing. Right when they opt in, they could book a strategy session. That's how you can book calls passively.
Oh my God. Did you guys just have your minds blown or what? Right? Because yeah. And we did all that shit on the podcast too, but talking more about it. But You guys, that is freaking amazeballs. I just have to tell you, this was an amazing panel. All of them have been amazing. And I'm really hoping that everybody feels like you showing up added some sort of value into your life today, right? That's really what my hope is. So we're going to go into our final breakout room. And I'll see you guys in 19 minutes. And then we're going to come back and share. And then we're going to focus on the how. You've just been overwhelmed and overloaded with all the things today. And now we're gonna get you into action. Not all the things. No, we're not doing all the things. We're not gonna do all the things. We're gonna do one or two things, but I'm gonna help you figure out the how. Okay, so we'll see you guys in 19 minutes. All right, here you guys go.
Good night.
Love you. Thank you so much for all of your help today, Fran. I love you.
Of course. It's time,
Get some rest.
time for bed.
My VA lives in the UK, so it was very late for her, but I love her and appreciate her so much. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. All right, I'm going to start recording again. All
My
right.
phone's gonna die.
So this is going to be an opportunity for us to share what were some of your takeaways from these breakout rooms or this panel that you guys had. Come on, don't everybody volunteer at once.
I can go.
All right.
Yeah, James did a great job in really kind of like, I'd already had YouTube on my radar. It's one of those things that I kind of do when I have time. But the way he broke down, because I'm a hacker by nature, right? But the way he broke down, the way he uses the thumbnail and the title was like, ooh, I could definitely do that. I can do this. I can do this. So I thought that was great. So yeah, I will definitely be employing that. And then we also are looking at doing some collaboration with his podcast. So I'm excited about
Fantastic. Fantastic. I love to see collaborations. It's one of my favorite things. Collaboration chats, new thing, implementing. Anybody else want to share? What was your takeaway for you? Katarina?
Well, I really loved when you shared about, you can put an RSS feed with an RSS feed on Pinterest to share your podcast. Because if we got a podcast, might as well share it on Pinterest. So that was that made me bliss, because that's not a lot more time, right?
It's literally automatic.
Right. And Tamira said that my peeps are over there, so I'm gonna have to put a
Your
little more
peeps are
attention
there.
over
Your
there.
peeps
Yeah.
are there. Yes, they are. Us Gen X girls are there. Who else wants to share?
Well,
Olivia.
Jess was really lovely at listing in such a way that I was able to see that arc to Ted being possible. And so between you and Laura, I had the spark, and then Jess was like, oh, here's a bridge. And that was really fantastic. So yeah, any of you guys that are like already speakers and thinking about going that direction, she's clearly the gal.
Clearly. Clearly.
Clearly.
I love that. I love that for you. Love that for you. Anybody else want to share?
I'll go really quick. I love, Katarina, of like, yes, we need to introduce ourselves as speakers, right? Like, I never crossed my mind.
I know, I need to go update all my shit.
So I'm going to tag onto that. Author.
Yes.
So make sure you're introducing yourself as an author, a speaker, not just what we solve, the problems that we solve, but also who we want to be.
Yeah.
Right. So I love that, and just dreaming big. So this has been incredible, Elaine. Like,
I know, girl. I know, my brain is swollen. So speaker, author, podcast host, boom. I'll change all of it. All of it needs to get changed. Okay, so let's go into the how, shall we? This is where most of us get stuck. So I would love to invite anybody who needs support with the how, with implementing something, one thing, two things that you like, that you wrote down in your masterminds, you were talking about it more, and you were like, I want to do this. Do you know how you're going to do that? Sometimes it's who, not how. Sometimes it's who, not how. And that means that it's not you, the one doing it, that you are delegating or hiring someone else to do that for you. Right? Sometimes if you're like, I really want to launch a podcast, are you the right one to do that all on your own? I really want to write a book. Great. Are you the one that's going to do all of the work yourself? Or do you collaborate and partner up with an expert who can help get you there? So sometimes it's who, not how, but sometimes it is the how, right? Where it's the process. And so does anybody want to borrow my brain? I'm letting you borrow my brain, and let me help you walk through your process of how we can get something implemented from what you heard today. Does anybody want to be my first victim?
Yep.
Yay, Laura's in the hot seat. All
Yep.
right.
Let's do this.
What you got?
I'm going to borrow a little bit of James's brain, maybe too. So YouTube has been very friendly to me in my past business iterations, and I'd love to go over there again. The market that I'm working with right now are website designers, graphic designers, brand specialists, marketing strategists, to be able to teach them, have them purchase the training and access to the Endotype branding system. It helps accelerate branding. Elaine, you understand all the things that it does because you're certified and licensed in it. So I get the concept. Like over here, here's James's concept of talk about problems that these people are having. Okay. I don't really teach them how to create. I don't really teach them how to design. I teach them a system of sales, a system of brand identification. So I'm sitting here going, there feels like there's something here, but I don't know what those how-to videos are that I can be posting on YouTube.
Yeah. So it's an in addition to, it's an upsell. So the designers, the people that are already doing branding, like, let me add this on. One, you can bring more income. So it's how to make more money as a brand designer, how to make more money as a website designer, because they have this thing that they can add as an upsell. That's what I'm doing, right? Like I'm using it as an upsell. So I have this thing that I offer and I say, would you like branding with that? Would you like fries with that? Right? Because now it's not the main thing. It's not the main
thing.
And
that's the language and that's the sales tactic that I've been taking for a while now. And I'm getting mixed results on that. Because I already sell branding or I already know how to do this. And what my system does is help them close sales faster, right? And identify those identity aligned brands quicker because because it's built by a small business owner and it's not built by a marketing person.
Yeah.
Right. So it's, what I'm getting in my target market is what they're craving is wanting to have expertise, wanting to be seen as the expert. The other thing that I'm hearing from as I have these conversations is they want to offload some of their work. So they've learned how to sell, they have a network, and they'd like to bring on interns and other people and then offload some of that work, which I think my system is helpful for also.
James, do you want to tag on?
Yeah, I just didn't want to jump in randomly. Hi, Laura. Thanks for the question. So think about it this way. We can get like super technical. I love simplicity. It's like, your audience. It sounds like you can get in good touch with them where you can ask them questions and stuff. I mean, you can even ask them like, what are things that you type into YouTube? Literally ask them and they'll be like, oh, I'm trying to figure out this. I'm trying to figure out this. And you're like, oh, okay. So those are all video ideas that you can make. And this is where your whole funnel comes into play because YouTube is just like the discovery platform. But then your lead magnet solves that persistent problem that this person has and gets them into your world. Then you can have emails or a video or a series of videos even that teach them more about your process and system. And you're almost like kind of training them like how to think about this new thing. But if you have a problem, all of us, if we have a problem, what's one of the first things we do? We go to Google or YouTube and we ask Google or YouTube how to solve that problem. So you want to think like, what are the problems that my audience are experiencing? And not every post is going to be a grand slam, and that's okay. Every big video or every big channel like Mr. Beast, all these people, they've had 1 to 3 videos that took off, and it's Pareto's 80-20 rule. 80% of your traffic comes from 20% of your videos. It's the same thing. So you just have to do the best you can by making the videos that you know that people are working, or that they're looking for, and that they want, and that's going to be helpful for them. That's what it's really about. We try and hack the algorithm and stuff. It's like, learn what people are interested in and make that. And this is where I was just telling Tamira, God, I forgot her name. Tamira, right?
Yeah, Tamira.
Awesome. She's super cool. It was just her and I in the breakout room, so I just poured into her, and it was cool. That's why she was like, I need to say this. But I talk about like content hacking, and what I was telling her was like, who are some channels who do something similar to you? And she's with Pinterest, and she's like, oh, there's this person, this person, this person. So I'm like, okay, do what I do. And I make a big list in a Google Doc of that person's name. You can link their YouTube video or whatever, YouTube channel. And then, I just have this big list. So if I'm running out of ideas, I go to this person's channel and I go to videos tab, and then there's a button called popular, and it organizes their most popular videos they've ever created. And I wish I had more time, show you guys that. But what that does is like allows you to see what topics are really hitting off with people related who are doing something similar to what you're doing. And you can see what's getting a lot of traction inside your content. That's where you're not being them, you're being you. You can find the videos and topics that are popping and add to the conversation with what you teach, but you're going to teach the viewer how to think about what you're doing inside your content, your lead magnet, your emails, sales page, everything, until they finally purchase your product. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Cool.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. I think, also it's the tool belt, right? So how have they been certified in something else for branding or web design or whatever? Can this be an additional tool that they can use to get inside the head of their client and really provide more value and more amazing customer service, right? So not only are you teaching them how to sell better and whatever, but you're also giving them a tool on how to deliver a better quality product.
Oh yeah.
My websites changed dramatically now that I'm trained in that. Like, I ask Samantha, she'll tell you, it's literally night and day difference from what they had to now. This website reflects who they are as a person. Their brand reflects who they are as a person. And that is something that it's another tool.
And I think because you and I, Elaine, have been small business owners for such a long time, and business owners not in branding, that totally makes sense to us from from that perspective. Mm-hmm. From what I'm running into is that the graphic designers, website designers are like, okay, right, like they don't care about that. My product is a great sell for their customer. Mm-hmm. I have to figure out how to make them see the value of being able to sell that to their customer. Mm-hmm. And so that's kind of this headspace. Olivia is dying to say something.
Mm-hmm. Time.
What? Time.
Okay. Yeah. That's the thing that we have not looked at. Mm-hmm. Make more money. Yeah, everybody sells that. But time,
right?
Not get back the time, and being able to brand faster and more effectively gives you time.
Okay,
yeah, for sure.
Thank you guys very much. I won't take up all the hot seat. I'm sure other people have started to percolate at this point. Thank you very much, James and Elaine and Olivia.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Would anybody else like to go in the hot seat? We're here to support you. So this is a place to come and ask questions and get help. Don't be shy. I won't bite you unless you ask me to.
Well, if nobody else is going to go.
All right, go for it, Kiki.
One of the things that I really liked and would like to implement is setting my own stage, as Katerina was saying, like monthly, like having. So, but I guess that's maybe one of those things of asking what my clients are looking for, right? So, because I did at one point, I did a year-long marketing, and we met monthly, and there was just way too much time in between that there was just never any cohesion. And then by the end, like month 9, people have fallen off. So is this something like, I guess one of the questions is she talking about like doing monthly? Is it quarterly?
It's setting a schedule of consistency, right? So if you're going to do it once a week, do it once a week, right? That could just be going live on Facebook. That could just be deciding you're going to host a workshop for free or whatever. But I will tell you this. This is a piece of advice that I got. And this is where my brain struggles, is because I already did that. So I want to do something new. But if you were to find the thing that you want everybody to know before they come to work with you, what would that thing be? And teach it over and over and over and over again, so much that you could deliver it in your sleep. Because every person that comes in has not heard it. So all you're doing is now you're also setting yourself as the expert in that thing. So every time someone that sees your event and they meet somebody that needs that thing, they know that Kiki is doing that at least twice a month or whatever.
Gotcha.
So you always have an event going, and that's where I fuck up, is because I get bored and I want to switch it up. And that's why I stopped teaching free workshops, is because I was always reinventing the wheel every single time. And I love doing it, but it's also exhausting. So if I would have stuck with it and just decided to teach the same thing over and over and over again, I probably would have stuck with it.
And that answers my next, like, what's one of my big hangups is like, oh my God, I'm going to give everything away for free.
Oh, I hate that. Stop saying that. It's not true. People will pay for you. So you teach them the what, but they need help with the how. So that's what you're selling, is the how. The how is you showing them, hand holding them, walking through all of the steps and saying, this is how we're going to do this. They could absolutely do it on their own. Yes, they certainly could. But are they going to have the accountability? Are they going to have someone to talk to when they need advice, when they get stuck? Where do they go? They come to you.
And they don't have time to learn all that you know.
Right. You're the expert.
Right. So even if you produced, a whole bunch of short form YouTube content about here's, like places you can publish your book and whatever, I think for a workshop situation, talking about the different types of strategy, like book creation strategy, and then you could hot seat coach a couple of people there by the end, right? Because it's like, do you use a synonym? Do you, like I have a friend, she wrote her biography, but it's all about the circus because she loves the circus. So she researched these circus stories, and it's like each chapter is the name of a circus freak, the fat woman, the this, the whatever. And then she has a little blurb about that character or that historical background. Then she tells her story about it. Fascinating book, great book. She sold like crazy. We live in Baraboo. It's the circus capital. It's where the Ringling Brothers overwintered. It's really super weird here. I grew up with clowns. That's what I have to say. Anyways, but right, you probably have, I can think of a few strategies to write a book with. You probably have a plethora. So if you just broke it down into a few and then hot seat coached a couple of people each time you run this, right? Whether you run it once or twice a month.
Gotcha. Yeah.
And I would do like a different day and a different time each time. So you could do like a morning and maybe an afternoon or an evening to catch the different time zones or whatever. And I think that's a great idea, is just talk about the principles. What do they need to know? And then get them in a hot seat and ask them, what do you want to write a book about?
I like this.
Hey,
everybody watch for it.
I know I'm coming after you because
I know you.
I'm gonna kick your ass to get there if it's what you want to do. I mean, I think it could be the thing that helps position you as that expert on a continuous basis. But what I would say is schedule it out in your calendar. Just go through your calendar and write down when you're going to do it, and just block it out and make a commitment. Go schedule it on Facebook right at the same time. And guess what else you can do? You can do one event and have different days and times set up in one event. So you don't have to create separate events for each one. And then as one passes, you can go back in and now reinvite for the next group for the next time. So you don't have to create 12 events in Facebook if you want to use Facebook events as a way, and then have people register through your lovely CRM. And then tag them and follow up with them, but create what is the process, what is a follow-up strategy going to be? Map all of that out from start to finish, stages and phases. So stage 1, they come to your workshop, they learn. Stage 2, they decide they want to write a book. Awesome. Stage 3, they need to have a call with you to map that shit out. Stage 4, they decide, yes, they decide they want to work with you. Now we go into onboarding. And now what does that process look like? So the entire thing, you just write it down, and it gives you that, like, so that your future self, your current self doesn't get in the way because your future self mapped it out. This is the process. This is the way it's going to be set up. This is the way I'm going to run it. Boom, end of story. Take that, current self, right? Self-saboteur.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Anybody else need some help? Olivia's like, my brain is fried, girl. Same. I'm sleeping in tomorrow. And I have no meetings until 11, and I may decide to cancel that one because it's not mandatory. It's an optional. And I may decide I'm going to sit this one out. My brain needs a break. Self-care. Anybody else need some help? This is a great opportunity. Going once. Going twice. I see Rosemary reaching. Is she reaching? Olivia, are you volunteering?
Oh, I was just going to ask if we can say a thanks and appreciation to Fran for all of
Fran has gone to bed.
Oh, yeah. She's probably, I was looking and I'm like, is she still here?
Yeah. I was
fantastic.
Like,
everybody needs a Fran.
Everybody needs a Fran. And it's funny because I was going to do it all by myself. She said just a couple of days ago, do you need my help? And I'm like, okay, because I hate to bother people. It's the thing that I have. I know I'm aware of it, but she knows me well enough to say, Elaine, do you need my help? And I say, yes, please. And then she says, okay, tell me what you need. And I tell her what I need. And she's like, done. I mean, I love her. Absolutely love her. She's the one who made all of your audiograms. She's the one who put them up on the YouTube channel, on my podcast. Like, she helped with the graphics. She's amazing. So absolutely sending lots of love to Fran. Yeah.
And once again, thank you, Miss Olivia, for all the hard work that you do going into these summits. It's an Olivia summit is different than other summits. One of the
Elaine.
comments that was
Elaine.
Oh, I'm sorry, Elaine.
I'm like, what have I done?
Yeah, right.
Wait.
Yeah, no, I'm just
no.
saying the wrong name. It's been a long day over here. Elaine. Yes, Elaine. It's the vowel names. Yeah. One of the coaches that was watching on YouTube was like, this needs to be continuing education credits. And I was like, yeah, that's too much work. They just need to attend the summit next time. Just come to the summit. Thanks. But yeah, so much usable content. So thank you so much for your hard work.
Yeah, absolutely. Christina, I saw your hand.
So personally, I've been over the last, I'll say probably year, dabbling in a few of these different areas, trying to figure out what strategy works best for me in a sense, but some of it is directions I know that I really feel like I need to go in. So I guess my how-to is, how do I figure out what I should be implementing first? Or because I'm not going to be perfect in all of them, and it can be overwhelm to get into all of it at the same time. But how do I really niche down? Where do I need to be, and how do I need to figure that out?
Yeah. So so Christina and Kiki are both warriors on the archetype. I branded Christina yesterday. So so with the type of business that you have, it's really hard sometimes to niche down, but you can do it by doing what I like to call top 5, last 5. And this is what I do. I go through my top 5 customers and I go through my last 5 customers and I look at what do they have in common. I literally go play detective and I Google the shit out of them. I go to all of their social media profiles and I look at what are their interests, what do they do for a living, maybe what they're based on their career. I might be able to figure out their income level. Are they married? Are they divorced? Do they have kids? What are they doing in their spare time? Where are they posting photos? What are, what movies are they posting about? Whatever. And I look at then where's the gap? So once I know who my people are, I might also go, who's missing from this? Who's missing? I might also notice, the age demographics. I know that I attract pretty much Gen X women, just like Olivia does. I have one boomer, but most of my people that I attract are in a certain age demographic like myself. And you would probably find the same for you if you really looked at it, because we attract people that are like us into our experience. And so I would top 5, last 5, look at them. What do they have in common? Who is missing? Who do you love helping is the other thing that so when you look at, there's another category thing you can do, which is who is the most profitable client you have and learn everything you can about them. Who is the most enjoyable client you have? You love working with them. It's not about the money for them for that. And who's the most influential client you have? Meaning they have a lot of pull. They have large community. They've got right? They have pull in their community. And you can categorize people. So top 5, last 5, and then put them in another category. And I'll tell you, hands down, I would rather work with the most enjoyable clients than the most profitable clients every single time. And so then that becomes the mission. That becomes who do I love helping? Who do I love working with? There's a gal that I know that does essential oils, and everybody else could do essential oils. She focuses specifically on pets. That's what she loves. It is enjoyable to her. And other people do whatever they want. They have their own niche. She has hers. So then you can brand yourself. She brands herself as this essential oil person for pets. Do you see what I'm saying? So yeah, she could sell it to anybody, but her specialty is. So based on what's enjoyable for you, then you could say, I help XYZ with XYZ. So once you figure that out and you have that clarity, then you can start to put things into motion. But I think what you're missing right now is the lack of clarity. And it's going to be really difficult. You're going to waste a lot of time chasing shit when you don't know what that shit you're trying to chase. So figure out your shit that you want to chase first. Then you can figure out how to find the shit.
Yeah. And a lot of those top 5, last 5 clients are going to have commonalities with you.
Yep.
I always talk about it like a Venn diagram where the circles overlap. There's our brand circle, which is who we are. It's our endotype. It's our brand. It's how we operate in the world. There's our skill set, which is what you sell, what you coach. And then there is, I forgot my third thing. It has been a long day.
Girl, same.
Figuring out, as soon as I figure it out, I'll drop it in the Facebook group, that third overlap. But when you figure out where all those 3 overlap, you figure out your sweet spot. Oh, I remembered what it was. Your story. right? So your experiences. So there's your design, but there's also your experiences. A lot of times marketing coaches will focus on one, here's who you are, or the other, here's your stories. Your clients always have the same story as you. Now they don't. There's this sweet spot where everything overlaps. So it's not that they have the same stories as you. It's that some of your stories or experiences or whatever are the same as theirs. So once you can figure out where the overlap is, you know what stories to tell in your marketing, you know what experience to share in your marketing. So when you figure it out from your perspective, because those fun clients are also going to be clients that you're ideally suited to working with, because it's just easy. It's easy and it's fun. Figuring that out, either from that client perspective or from your perspective, and then getting into the mind of your client is going to be great. And I know, because we were in a breakout room together, Christina, that you didn't hear the head, heart, gut talk at the beginning of the day. That's going to teach you a decision-making process, because that's what I heard in your question. Like, how do I choose from all of this great information?
Mm-hmm.
If you learn that head, heart, gut that Olivia taught earlier today, and it really is Olivia this time, then
I actually caught Olivia. She was the one I caught, and then I had to jump for a little bit.
then yes, then you can sort through your notes, go back to your notes and go, oh, I really think this YouTube idea sounds great. Let me check in. Oh, I'm getting a no. Okay. And you trust, right? Trust that the body, the energy, the knowledge, all of it knows and shows up in your body.
Yep. I love
And
that.
if I can add one really quick thing to coattail on both of those, because this is what I'm experiencing right now. So Laura talked about that sweet spot, right? That sweet spot of the niche. My women are Gen X business women. And I keep finding myself wanting to slide into and elder millennials. Oh, and then, you don't have to have a business. And I'm like, every time you want to get out of the sweet spot, go deeper into it rather than outside of it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Because that sweet spot, like, how many clients can we really ever have and really serve well? We're not PepsiCo. We don't need to sell millions of cans. We need only a few, and there are millions of people that just need to find us. And if we dig down deep, you'll shine brighter when you're talking.
Mm-hmm. Love that.
Thank you very much.
Well, you are so welcome. Well, guess what, you guys? It's about that time to break for the rhythm and the rhyme. I'm just kidding. I have a problem. So I just want to say thank you for being here today, participating, whether you are a panelist or a VIP guest. I appreciate you. And to our sponsor, Laura, thank you so much for guiding me through and helping and being that, what should we do? Like that fellow decision maker. It was super fun to plan the summit with you. So thank you so much. And the replays will be up in the vault. I will let you know when they are ready so you can go in and consume all the things that you may have missed today, and also dive in deeper into the speakers or the panelists that resonated with you, because there's so much juiciness, goodness in those talks. So, and then you can connect with them. Some of them have speaker worksheets and all of the things. And then I will begin working on the VIP gift giveaways. And so I will let you know when that is ready to go, and you'll be able to select which prizes you are interested in receiving. And then we'll probably do that on Monday, because my brother is coming on tomorrow. And so I'm going to need a little bit of a break.
Take that break, friend.
Girl, yes. My nephew will be here, and that's super fun. He's going to be 2, and we're going to have a little birthday party for him on Friday. So that'll be really fun. So anyways, thank you again. I appreciate you being here. And we'll see you guys later.